This novel was requested by No and Goody81 of More Clan and Joy. Solo farming in the Tower 3 Pints 2. An additional blessing of mana is bestowed on the entire floor where the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar is located. Thud, thud. As soon as the notification ended, the giant carrot altar rose towards the sky. Green and blue lights exploded continuously around it, spreading light across the entire floor. And then, suddenly, 1,000 rabbits appeared under the giant carrot altar. Squeak, squeak, squeal. When the 1,000 rabbits, suddenly summoned, were looking around in confusion, pipe, squeak, squeal, squeak. The rabbits from the 99th floor cheered as they saw the summoned rabbits. But the cheering did not last long. The state of the summoned rabbits was too poor. They were so skinny that it looked like they were malnourished, and they even had patches of hair loss here and there. For now, eat this. Sejun took out fresh carrots harvested a few hours ago from the void storage and handed them to the summoned rabbits. Squeak, squeak, squeal. The rabbits were surprised when they saw the carrots. They burst into tears at the sight of carrots after decades, and the rabbits on the 99th floor comforted them. They seemed to have suffered for a long time. A while later, squeak, squeak. The rabbits began to ask each other how they'd been. Let's go home. All right. Meow. Creon. Sejun went home with Theo and Quenji. He did this so he could prepare carrot soup for the rabbits to eat while they were talking. When he arrived home, Sejun went to the kitchen, put the ingredients in a large pot, and checked his newly acquired skill while waiting for the soup to be ready. Job skill, Crop Gigantification LV. 1. Forces the power of C-grade or lower crops to focus on growth, making them gigantic. The degree of gigantification varies according to the grade of the crop. C-grade X5, D-grade X3, E-grade X2, F-grade X1.2. It seemed like a good skill to use when giving crops to Aileen or the Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Naturally, if they're bigger, they can appreciate the taste more fully, or maybe when there's a shortage of food. Sejun then checked the blessings. Things like the blessings or buffs like Flammy's buffs are displayed next to the name in the status window. Park Sejun LV. 50. Blessing of Abundance, Blessing of Mana. When Sejun clicked on the Blessing of Abundance, information about the Blessing of Abundance appeared. Blessing of Abundance, remaining time, 6 days 23 hours. The blessing is bestowed only upon beings permitted by Park Sejun, the Tao farmer and host of the Harvest Festival. During the Harvest Festival, the 99th floor of the Tao becomes more prosperous. The growth speed of crops increases. If engaging in reproductive activities, the chance of conceiving a new life increases. Increasing the growth speed of the crops is certainly a welcome development, but an increased chance of conceiving new life if engaged in reproductive activities. Should I sleep somewhere else for a while? The cave seemed likely to get noisy because of the rabbits. Sejun then checked the Blessing of Mana. Blessing of Mana, remaining time, 6 days 23 hours. The blessing is bestowed only upon beings permitted by Park Sejun, the Tao farmer and host of the Harvest Festival. During the Harvest Festival, the concentration of mana on the 99th floor of the tower increases. Mana recovery speed is accelerated. The power of mana increases. The Blessing of Mana didn't have much to do with Sejun, although it might be useful for other animals like Iona. It would probably enhance the effects of creating thunderclouds and rainfall, but that wasn't very useful. Should I make a bigger pit to prevent the fire ants from crossing over? While Sejun was contemplating how to use the Blessing of Mana effectively, pipe, squeak, squeak, squeal. The rabbits arrived in droves, lined up neatly in front of Sejun, and the serving began. However, there were so many rabbits that there weren't enough bowls to serve the soup. Theo and Quenji, make some bowls. Got it. Meow. Creon. At Sejun's command, Theo cut the wood to the right sizes, and Quenji hollowed out the inside of the wood as if scooping out ice cream. Then, the 3 gray rabbits from the 99th floor and the summoned gray rabbits smoothed out the rough parts inside the bowls by sanding, quickly producing bowls to serve the soup. Thanks to this, the 1,000 rabbits each had their own bowls and enjoyed their meal comfortably. After the meal was over, now, let's have dessert. Sejun washed the remaining strawberries he had left after offering to the giant carrot altar. Wow! As soon as he brought the strawberry close to his mouth, the strong smell of the strawberry shook Sejun's heart. Slurp. Eventually unable to resist the temptation, Sejun took a bite of the strawberry. The unique flavor of strawberries, along with a sugary sweetness, filled his mouth. You have consumed a lucky strawberry. Your luck increases for 1 hour. Luck. Sejun had not checked the options in anticipation of eating the strawberries. He belatedly checked the options. Lucky strawberry. A strawberry grown in the tower. It's delicious and full of nutrients. Grown by a farmer familiar with farming, improving its taste and efficiency. When consumed, luck increases for 1 hour. Cultivator. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade C. How is it good if luck increases? The options were too ambiguous. Sejun decided to be satisfied with just eating a delicious strawberry. While he was thinking about it, he also checked the Kyongyang peppers in his storage space. Calming Kyongyang pepper. A Kyongyang pepper grown in the tower. It's delicious and full of nutrients. Grown by a farmer familiar with farming, improving its taste and efficiency. When consumed, your mind becomes calm for 1 hour. Cultivator. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade C. Mind becomes calm. This is also vague. Slurp. Creon. Sejun, washing and sneakily eating strawberries, was caught by Quenji, and Sejun put 5 strawberries into Quenji's mouth, making him an accomplice. Now you've eaten 2. We're accomplices. You can't tell the other, okay? Creon. Quenji nodded in response to Sejun's words. Fortunately, due to making Quenji an accomplice, they weren't caught by the rabbits for eating the strawberries in advance. The next morning. Alright. As soon as Sejun opened his eyes and got up, let's sleep some more, meow. Theo clung to Sejun's knees and whined to sleep more. However, he was ignored. Then, Coyote. Good morning, Sejun. Iona, who had been sleeping on Sejun's knee, stretching with a yawn, greeted Sejun cheerfully. Yeah. Good morning. Swoosh. Sejun responded to Iona's greeting and added a line on the wall, starting the morning of the 265th day. As Sejun stretched and came out, he saw buildings that he hadn't seen before under the giant carrot altar in the distance, and animals were wandering around there. What's this? Coyote. It's the market of the raccoon tribe that only comes during the harvest festival. Let's hurry and take a look. Really? Excited by Iona's words, Sejun hurried towards the market, where he saw 5 street vendors. The smell of delicious food stimulated Sejun's nose as he approached, indicating that these were food stalls. Then, hey, you've already had 10 tastings. That's already 2 servings. Creon. Quenji was seen making a fuss in front of the food stall for more food. Quenji, I feed you until you're full every day, but if you behave like this here, people will think I'm starving you. Quenji. Sejun called Quenji with an embarrassed face. Creon. Seeing Sejun's arrival, Quenji was overjoyed as if he'd won the lottery. My dad is here. He's rich. Oh, is this your father? Come on, eat more. The stall owner started giving Quenji more food when he saw Sejun, the one who would pay, and, thud. Seeing the white, bouncy food handed to Quenji by the stall owner, Sejun reached out and grabbed it without realizing it. Silence. The texture was the same as what he knew. Rice cake. Examining the shiny white rice cake in his hand, Sejun, filled with emotion, put the rice cake into his mouth. Chew. It had exactly the texture he was expecting. And as he chewed, the perfect taste of rice spread out. Creon. Quenji also received a new cake from the stall owner and ate it deliciously. Just when Quenji had finished eating 20 rice cakes in just 2 minutes, click, he heard the sound of opening a glass bottle next to him. Creon. Quenji, who had associated the sound of opening a glass bottle with eating honey, turned his head. Plop. Sejun was seen dipping rice cake in honey and eating it. Creon. Quenji also dipped a rice cake in honey following Sejun and put it in his mouth. Creon. The rice cake became a completely new dish just by dipping it in honey. And then, I'll buy all the rice cakes. Sejun bought all the rice cakes from the stall. Give me a discount, meow. After leaving the haggling to Theo, Sejun started looking around at other stalls. Wow! Sejun marveled at the food sold at the stalls. The other 3 stalls were selling rye bread, beer, and cheese. I'll buy everything. Sejun bought all the items from the 4 stalls, forcing them to close early. He then went to the last stall, which had nothing on display. What do you sell here? We sell seeds. Take a look. The elderly raccoon merchant carefully pulled out a single seed. Just one? Sejun examined the seed, 5-colored bin seed. How much is it? It's 10,000 tower coins. It was too expensive for a single seed. But despite thinking it was expensive, Sejun kept looking at the 5-colored bin seed. I want it. Sejun's instincts were drawn to the 5-colored bin seed. Then, President Park. I've bought everything, meow. Theo, having finished the transactions, returned proudly to Sejun's lap. Theo, what do you think? Are you attracted to it? Sejun held Theo up and pointed to the 5-colored bin seed. Theo's golden front paw was a reliable detector. Meow. I'm strongly attracted to it, meow. Really? At Theo's words, Sejun decided to buy the 5-colored bin seed. How much did you say it was? 10,000 tower coins. Well, look here. There's a scratch on the seed. Can you lower the price a bit? That's not really important. Then what about this? Isn't the size too small for a bean? Sejun tried all sorts of excuses to haggle the price down. But the elderly raccoon was resolute. And suddenly, the animals and other raccoons gathered to watch the haggling between Sejun and the elderly raccoon. Sejun and the elderly raccoon stared each other down. Theo is watching. I have to get a discount. I can't give a discount. My subordinates are watching. Now, with everyone watching, it had become a matter of their pride as leaders. Just then, you rascals, you should invite me when you have a harvest festival. The black dragon statue flew over, making a fuss. The tower's administrator says she wants to enjoy the harvest festival, too. Hold on a second. Sejun sent over some rice cake, rye bread, and cheese he had bought from the food stalls with honey. Make sure to dip the rice cake in honey. It's really delicious. Got it? The tower's administrator says she understands. As Sejun was explaining the delicious combination to Alien, boom. Bring out the liquor. Well, Kaiser was bullying the stall owner selling makgeolli, Korean alcoholic beverage. The raccoon was trembling in fear from the black dragon's energy emanating from the statue and could not muster the courage to say they had run out of alcohol. Mr. Kaiser, the liquor is here. Sejun handed Kaiser an entire barrel of makgeolli. HMPH. I didn't particularly want to drink, but I'll drink out of respect for your sincerity. Didn't you just bully the stall owner to bring out the alcohol? Reading Sejun's gaze. Gulp, gulp, gulp. HMPH. Flap, flap. Kaiser quickly poured all the alcohol into his mouth and flew back to the fountain. Thank you for saving me. The elderly raccoon approached Sejun to express his gratitude. Just the fact that he could speak properly in front of the black dragon made Sejun seem amazing. If you're thankful, cut the price to 5,000 tower coins. As expected, President Park is amazing. Meow. Theo was greatly impressed seeing Sejun taking advantage of the opponent's crisis to slash the price. I'll just give it to you. Sejun was momentarily taken aback by the elderly raccoon who happily handed over the 5-colored bin seeds. It felt as if his opponent had suddenly let go of the rope while they were in the middle of a tug-of-war. However, Park Sejun, you are a genius. I wanted to show Theo how to haggle a little more. He soon convinced himself it was due to his superior negotiation skills. While Sejun was basking in his own glory, nod. From behind Sejun, Iona gave a thumbs up to the elderly raccoon. Well done. Thank you for letting me know that he is the great black dragon. Iona and the elderly raccoon exchanged glances, carrying on a conversation with their eyes. Did you see that, President Theo? That's how you negotiate. Sejun, who had successfully completed the trade, boasted to Theo. Indeed, President Park is magnificent. Meow. Hey, I wouldn't go as far as magnificent. No. Meow. I've never seen a great merchant who can haggle down 10,000 tower coins like President Park. Meow. I will try harder in the future. Meow. Alright. Feeling good at Theo's praise, Sejun stroked Theo's head and put the 5-colored bin seeds in his pocket. Then, excuse me. 4 raccoons approached Sejun. What's the matter? The elderly raccoon who was beside them hurriedly asked. It was out of concern that the raccoons might mistakenly offend Sejun. Chief Emil, this gentleman has honey that we would like to buy. This honey is incredibly sweet. If we sell this with our food, we can make much more profit. That's it. One of the raccoons showed Emil the honey in a small bowl. It was something they obtained after pleading with the rabbits, when they saw Quenji rice cake dipped in honey so deliciously. Plop. To taste the honey as per the raccoon's words, Emil took out a rice cake from his pouch, dipped it into honey, and saw it coated with glossy honey. Oh, Emil, seeing the more appetizing transformed rice cake, put the honey-coated rice cake into his mouth. A moment later, Munch, munch, huh? Before he knew it, Emil had finished the rice cake and was absent-mindedly sucking the honey off his fingers. This will work. Emil was convinced about the honey. This was a guaranteed selling product. Emil hurriedly looked at Sejun. Sejun was the owner here. Emil needed his permission to buy the honey. However, since he found out that Sejun was the Black Dragon, he didn't have the courage to speak to him. So, he asked for help from Iona, who had helped him earlier. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Sejun, Emil here wants to buy the honey. Meow. Then he should talk to me. Why is he talking to Iona? Meow. Theo reacted sensitively as his main job was threatened. Moreover, Theo's motivation was at its peak after watching Sejun's trade. President Park, please open the void storage door. Meow. Alright, Greek. When Sejun opened the void storage, follow me. Meow. Theo led the raccoons into the void storage. It was to show them the honey in the void storage and negotiate a deal. While Theo was selling honey to the raccoons, the first event of the Harvest Festival, the Carrot Harvest Competition, will begin shortly. Please come to the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. A message appeared, announcing the Harvest Festival's event. A carrot harvest competition? As Sejun was reading the message, whoosh, the rabbits ran towards the giant carrot altar. It wasn't only Sejun who saw the message. Sejun followed the rabbits as well. When Sejun arrived, a 330 square meter carrot field, surrounded by red light, was set up under the giant carrot altar, and the rabbits were lining up in front of it. What is this? There should be no carrots in the field because he certainly finished harvesting them yesterday, but the carrot stems had grown enough to be harvested immediately. Then, when the red light turned green, squeak, the father rabbit went into the carrot field and started pulling out carrots. 9:59 to 1 carrot. A timer appeared over the carrot field and started counting down. It was a contest where whoever harvested the most carrots in 10 minutes would win. Seuk seuk seuk. The father rabbit quickly harvested carrots as he held the carrot stems and moved forward. He's a farming specialist, after all. About 8 minutes in, the father rabbit had almost finished harvesting all the carrots. Is it over once all the carrots are harvested? While Sejun was wondering, the father rabbit harvested all 400 carrots. Poof! Suddenly, more carrots appeared at once, and the father rabbit started harvesting carrots again. After the 10-minute time limit, the father rabbit was teleported out of the carrot field. And then, carrot harvest competition ranking. First, Squeaky, 480. The ranking and score of the father rabbit were displayed. Squeak. The father rabbit handed Sejun 48 carrot seeds that he got from the competition. He couldn't get the harvested carrots, but they gave 1 seed every time he harvested 10 carrots. Oh, they give carrot seeds? Sejun cheered. It was definitely a beneficial competition. Sejun hurriedly lined up behind the rabbits, and finally, it was Sejun's turn. The first place was still the father rabbit. Alright, I'm going to be number 1. Since he had already eaten carrot soup in advance and raised his agility to the maximum, Sejun was confident. However, as soon as Sejun entered the carrot field, in order to ensure fairness in the competition, all buffs other than the Harvest Festival's buff will be deactivated. The effect of eating carrot soup disappeared. It can't be helped. Now was not the time to be complain. Seuk, seuk. Sejun hurriedly moved forward, pulling out carrots with both hands. You have harvested a carrot. You need to harvest 74,501 more times to complete your job quest. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 increases very slightly. Although there was no experience, but the skill use was recognized. Thanks to this, the job quest progressed and both job experience and skill proficiency increased. That way, after 10 minutes, Sejun held 41 seeds in his hand and was pushed out of the carrot field. He didn't realize that the carrots that regenerated after harvesting 400 were harder to harvest. Did anyone miss out? Sejun, who participated in the competition, looked around to see if there was any animal that had missed the competition. Then, he saw Theo, Iona and the raccoons, who had finished trading and coming out, and Quenji who was still eagerly eating rice cakes with honey. Guys, Sejun hurriedly called out to the animals. President Park. I sold 100 bottles of honey at 50 tower coins per bottle. Meow. Did I do well? Meow. Yeah, you did well. Theo, who was the first to run over, reported the results of the trade while hanging on Sejun's knee. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona, who who had followed hanging on Theo's tail, laughed quietly. By now, Theo had gotten used to it. Crun. Quenji also ran over, rubbing his body against Sejun's leg, making a pleasant sound. He was feeling very good after eating something delicious after a long time. Then, "Did you call for us?" The raccoons ran over last. Huh? Sejun had only called Theo, Iona, and Quenji, but it seemed the raccoons had misunderstood. However, the more heads the better, so he didn't send them away. "All right, now go in and harvest the carrots." "You got it?" "I understand, meow." "I don't want to, but I'll do it because President Park is asking." Meow. "Leave it to me, Crun." "We will do our best." With that, Sejun sent the animals into the carrot harvest competition. "President Theo, why did you come out empty-handed?" "Because there's nothing that attracted me." Meow. Theo came out empty-handed, looking gloomy. He seemed to have misunderstood it as treasure hunting. Anyway, carrot harvesting was not Theo's field, so Sejun didn't have high expectations. "Good job." Sejun placed the downtrodden Theo on his lap and watched Iona enter the carrot field. He believed in Iona. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Anti-gravity. When Iona used her magic spell, swoosh, 400 carrots were pulled out at once and floated in the sky in an instant. Poof! The carrots reappeared again in an instant. Anti-gravity. When Iona used her magic again, poof! The carrots were pulled up again and they regenerated. Anti-gravity. From that point on, it became harder to pull out the carrots and even Iona started to struggle bit by bit. Anti-gravity magic spell was a high-level magic spell. Iona had been using it on each of the 400 carrots to show off her magical skills, so the mental and magical exhaustion was great. Thanks to the blessing of mana, she could use such magic. I shouldn't have used it. Iona regretted it. She wanted to switch to another spell in the middle, but her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. After 10 minutes had passed, carrot harvesting competition ranking. First, Iona, 2000. Second, Squeaky, 480. The first place had changed for the first time. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona went to sleep, covered with Theo's tail with a groaning sound. "Quenji, if you got first place, I'll give you 10 bottles of honey." Sejun gave Quenji, who was going into the carrot field, a first-place condition to boost his motivation. Creon. Fired up by Sejun's words, Quenji ran to the center of the carrot field. And then, Creon. He hit the ground of the carrot field with all his might. Rumble. The ground began to fold around the area where Quenji hit. And then, bang! The folded ground collided and the carrots popped out. 955 to 400 carrots. The number of carrots started increasing rapidly. Is Quenji a genius? Sejun was admiring Quenji's genius when, poof! The land was restored and the carrots regenerated. And then, bang! Quenji once again hit the ground. As Quenji overturned the carrot field 25th time, the carrot field disappeared. What's going on? When Sejun checked the time, there were still 3 minutes left. Creon. Confused by the absence of carrots to harvest, Quenji looked flustered. "I need to come in first." Then, carrot harvesting competition rankings. First, Quenji, 10,000. Second, Iona, 2,000. Third, Squeaky, 480. The ranking was updated with Quenji moving up to first place. And then, the carrot harvesting competition has ended early as all prepared carrot fields have been exhausted. The competition ended. Apparently, there were limits to the regeneration of the carrot field. Rewards will be given to the first, second, and third place winners in the carrot harvesting competition. Clink. Creon. Dad, you're weak, so eat this to dodge better. Quenji handed over the 5 shriveled-looking carrots he received as a reward to Sejun, saying those words. The carrots didn't look appetizing at all. Thank you. Sejun, now naturally treated as the weakest, checked the carrots that Quenji gave him. Magical Agility Carrot. This is a carrot that has been exposed to strong mana for a long time. It's grown by an inexperienced farmer who doesn't even know the farm in farming, so it tastes bad. Upon consumption, agility permanently increases by 1. Cultivator, Green Tower Farmer Ophelia. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, C+. Green Tower Farmer Ophelia. Sejun was glad to learn that there was another tower farmer besides himself. But is there another tower? Sejun was puzzled by the name Green Tower as he bit into the carrot. Gulp. Ugh. What is this? Even though he expected it to be tasteless, the taste was shockingly bad. It was the worst carrot he had ever tasted. There was absolutely no taste that a carrot should have. It was just bitter. They really don't know the farm in farming. These carrots can't even compare to my carrots. He. Even though the taste was bitter, he felt good thinking he had beaten another tower farmer in farming. Chew. Sejun chewed and swallowed the carrot for the sake of the agility stat increase. You have consumed the magical agility carrot. Your agility permanently increases by 1. When he finished eating all 5 tasteless carrots, Sejun, here, squeak. Iona and the father rabbit handed over their tasteless carrots to Sejun. On the 265th day of being stranded, Sejun's agility stat increased by 9 thanks to the tasteless carrots handed over by the animals. Once the carrot harvest competition was over, squeak, pipe, squeal, squeep, the excitement of the rabbits started to rise, and a festive atmosphere began to unfold. However, Sejun, who needed to harvest crops to complete his job quest, couldn't join in the fun. Therefore, he let the rabbits enjoy the festival, and he got to work with Quenji, Theo, and Iona. Even though he could work alone, he needed to supervise the miner Quenji, who was covetously eyeing the makajuli that the black rabbit was drinking. According to his mother, the crimson giant bear, Quenji needed to see about 10 more blue moons to be considered an adult, and Theo and Iona wouldn't leave Sejun's lap no matter what he said. Snip snip. Thus, with his 3 animal companions, Sejun harvested cherry tomatoes. You have harvested the well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. You need to harvest 72,811 more times to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 5 slightly increases. You have gained 30 experience points, even though it was easier to cut the branch and harvest multiple at once, but that would allow him to use the harvesting skill only once. So Sejun was picking the cherry tomatoes one by one. Then, you have harvested underripe magical cherry tomatoes. You need to harvest 72,744 more times to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your skill proficiency in harvesting LV 5 slightly increases. You have gained 23 experience points. He even harvested the underripe cherry tomatoes in order to use the harvesting skill. After picking all the cherry tomatoes in the ground field, Sejun went down to the cave with the animals, and then Quenji went into the pond to hunt. Iona, keep an eye on Quenji. Okay. Upon Sejun's instructions, Iona left Sejun's lap and Theo's tail and followed Quenji into the pond. With Iona's magic skills, Quenji wouldn't be in danger. Master, welcome. Flammy, waving its leaves, greeted Sejun. Sorry, I should visit more often. Isn't it boring being here alone? No, you're here now, Master. And I have the ants, so I'm okay. Flammy, as always, spoke sweetly. Pat. Sejun stroked Flammy's leaves. He was uneasy because Flammy seemed to grow slower compared to other crops. I feel good. Then, rumble. The ground began to shake. Huh? While Sejun quickly regained his balance, the ground stopped shaking. What happened? Did Quenji cause trouble? Well, I'm not sure. Sejun spent about 10 minutes stroking Flammy's leaves and checking if the ground would shake again, but it was calm after that. Is everything okay? Relieved, Sejun started harvesting the cherry tomatoes again. Air bubble. Iona used magic spell so that she and Quenji could breathe underwater. A transparent air bubble formed around their heads. Quenji, intrigued by the air bubble around his head, looked at Iona in admiration. Coyote. It's not a big deal. Now, enjoy as much as you want. At Iona's words, Quenji energetically swam around the pond, hunting fish. Thanks to the air bubble, Quenji, who gained courage, went down to the bottom of the pond. Quenji had always been curious because he was told never to go to the bottom when he was with his big brother, the black rabbit. So, he reached the bottom of the pond. What's this? Following Quenji, Iona arrived at the bottom of the pond and discovered a massive root stretching towards the Sea of Dimensions. Then, whoosh! They could see a bright light flowing in from the roots on the side of the Sea of Dimensions. Iona and Quenji's gaze followed the light, and the light, entering into the massive root of the tree piercing through the ground. It was easy to tell whose root it was. There was only one tree here. It was the Flammy Rumble. The tree's root, having absorbed the light, grew and the ground shook. As expected of Sejun, you've been growing something this amazing. Iona was astonished by the massive root of Flammy that connected all the way to the Sea of Dimensions. Then, wriggle. Excuse me. Flammy spoke to Quenji and Iona, moving its roots. Phew. It's done. Sejun quickly finished harvesting the cherry tomatoes. Then, splash. Quenji and Iona emerged from the water. Blow. Warm wind. Warm wind. Iona used magic to neatly remove the moisture stuck to their fur. Did you have fun? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes, crowing. Iona's voice was also cheerful, indicating she had fun too. Then let's rest a bit. Flammy, I'll come back tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. As Sejun said goodbye to Flammy and started to go up to the surface. Don't forget your promise, you know, right? Flammy spoke to Iona and Quenji. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Of course. Crowing. At Flammy's words, Iona and Quenji nodded their heads and followed Sejun to the surface. The three had made some sort of agreement not to speak about Flammy's roots. The reason Flammy wanted to hide its roots was very simple. I want to look cute to my master. It seemed that if Sejun saw the massive roots, he would no longer look at Flammy adorably. When Sejun reached the surface, clatter, clatter, squeak, squeak. The rabbits were wasted from drinking heavily. Why did you all drink so much? While Sejun was trying to lay the sprawled out rabbits down properly, drink up. The black dragon statue was forcing the rabbits to drink. You know what happens if you leave even a drop, right? Gulp. The atmosphere was so intense, as if they would die if they didn't drink. It was understandable why the rabbits ended up like this, as there was no creature brave enough to refuse a drink handed over by Kaiser. Then, Park Sejun. You rascal. Where have you been? When Kaiser, who caused this situation, spotted Sejun, flap, flap. He flew over to Sejun and handed him a cup filled to the brim with make jolly. Thank you. Sejun, who was already parched, carefully took the cup. And then, he brought the cup of make jolly close to his nose and smelled the aroma. HMPH. So, you do know how to appreciate alcohol. The fact that Sejun smelled the scent of the make jolly, checking if it was similar to the one he drank on Earth, appeared to Kaiser as savoring the aroma before drinking, which slightly increased Kaiser's favorability towards him, who also loved alcohol. It's stronger than the make jolly I used to drink on Earth. Huh? However, the proportion of the sour and sweet smell was similar to what he had on Earth. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva, full of anticipation for the make jolly. With a heart full of excitement, Sejun took a sip of the make jolly. Oh, the sweet, bitter, and sour flavors flowed smoothly down Sejun's throat without causing any sense of discomfort. Gulp. Q. It's sweet. Sejun unwittingly cried out in exhilaration at the refreshing sensation of carbonation hitting his throat. The make jolly had a strong carbonation because Kaiser had lowered its temperature using magic. Gulp. Gulp. Sejun finished his make jolly in one gulp and extended his glass. It was truly refreshing and sweet to drink after work. Another one please. Ha ha ha. Park Sejun. You really know how to drink. Kaiser, pleased, poured Sejun another drink. Kaiser had been feeling lonely without a drinking partner. The tower's administrator expresses a desire to drink make jolly too. Alien, you're still young. I'll give it to you when you're older. Yeah, Sejun's right. You have to wait at least 200 years. The tower's administrator says it's now 180 years. Somehow, the waiting time had reduced from 250 years to 180 years. The tower's administrator is now upset and says she won't talk to Grandpa anymore. What? Alien tilde. Park Sejun. It's all your fault. Thus, Kaiser, who had been blocked again by Alien, drank make jolly for a few hours, grumbling about his situation to Sejun, but neither of them got drunk. Kaiser, being a dragon, had a superior physical ability and couldn't get drunk on just make jolly. Munch munch. Sejun was eating detoxifying green onions as a hangover cure. Although he liked make jolly but didn't particularly enjoy getting drunk. Above all, he was scared that he might say something wrong to Kaiser if he got drunk. He had to keep his wits about him, as one mistake could cost him his life. So, as a result of maintaining his sobriety by eating lots of detoxifying green onions, we've run out of alcohol. It was fun drinking together. Having finished the make jolly, Kaiser returned to the fountain. Guys, eat this. Sejun, who had been drinking with Kaiser, fed the rabbits detoxifying green onions to help them sober up. Chew, chew, squeak. Fortunately, thanks to Sejun, the rabbits were quickly able to regain their senses. However, as night fell, Sejun regretted what he had done. The rabbits, refreshed from their naps, began mating activities all over the field throughout the night. Squeal, squeal, hoot, hoot. The panting sounds coming from all directions like surround sound. Be quiet, world. Silence. Iona, annoyed by the disturbance to her sleep, cast a magic spell to block the noise around Sejun's house. Thanks to her, Sejun was able to sleep peacefully, but for some reason, he felt uneasy. Morning of the 266th day of being stranded. Alright. When Sejun got up and went outside, only a few rabbits were wandering around. It was quiet. Hello, singles. Being out in the daytime meant they were singles, and there was no sign of the black rabbit among the group of singles. You've grown up, Black Rabbit. Live well. Sejun blessed the black rabbit that had left the singles' life and prepared breakfast. Today's breakfast was bread and cheese with soup. Of course, he grilled separate fish for Theo. Guys, let's eat. Give me the fish. Meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Okay. Run. At Sejun's call, the animals that had had a peaceful night ran over. Munch munch. The animals were eagerly eating their breakfast. Okay. Eat a lot and regain your energy. Sejun served a generous breakfast to boost the morale of the singles. Run. Thanks to that, the happiest one was Quenji. Quenji, let's eat all of this. Isn't it great? Sejun tried to win over Quenji with food in a childish way. While they were eating breakfast, wow, Emil, look at this. It's corn. Oh, that's right. Corn cob full of kernels is a top-notch product. The raccoons were inspecting Sejun's crops. Emil, come here and try this. Sejun, hearing Emil's compliments about his corn, decided to offer his hospitality. Me? Yes, thank you. Emil wanted to refuse, but he couldn't reject the gracious offer from the Great Black Dragon. It might cause bigger trouble. Chief Emil, you can do it. The other raccoons cheered for Emil, who was being called by Sejun. At that moment, what are you doing? You geese should come too. When Sejun beckoned to the other raccoons. Yes, the raccoons, who had been cheering for Emil, rushed over, and thus, they had a meal together. Here, this is the soup I made. Thank you. The raccoons, forcing smiles, ate the purple soup that Sejun handed to them. It was a truly unappetizing color. However, after a mouthful, such thoughts instantly vanished. It's so delicious. It's really good. The raccoons began to eat the soup enthusiastically. It went well with the bread and cheese. Moreover, you have consumed the enhanced purple seps carrot soup. Agility increases by 10.5 for 1 hour. There was even a buff after they finished the soup. Wow, what's this? The raccoons were shocked to find that the food had a buff. Fewit, do you want it? Meow. Theo chuckled, watching the raccoons. Yes, we want to buy. Nod, nod. The raccoons nodded their heads vigorously in response. The soup was valuable as a product for its taste alone, but the effects when consumed were exceptional. It increased agility by 10.5 for an hour and kept one feeling full for a full 4 hours. There were plenty of other floors or towers where they could sell the soup if they could buy it. Even if it didn't sell, they could eat it themselves. If agility increases, our raccoon's work speed will increase. The production rate would probably increase by about 15% compared to before. It was a win-win situation in any case. I will buy 500 servings of soup for 3 tower coins per serving. Tell me more. Meow. If you tell me what you want to increase among strength, agility, and magic power, we can make the soup according to that. Meow. Is that really possible? Yes, it is. Meow. Theo confidently answered. He's doing well. Sejun, who was watching Theo's trade, nodded his head in satisfaction, grinning. In that case, I'll buy 200 servings for each stat for 5 tower coins per serving. Good. Meow. Deal complete. As Theo was about to shake hands with Emil to finalize the deal, hold on. Sejun stopped him. There was no need to worry about Theo being swindled anymore. However, he still had a bit more to learn. Meow. Why? What's wrong? Theo and Emil both looked at Sejun, confused. Theo, pay attention. I'll show you the world of limited editions. Emil, I can't sell it at that price. There's something I didn't mention. This soup is a limited edition soup that we're only selling 5,000 servings externally because the ingredients are scarce. In fact, We don't even have much to eat ourselves. Although there was plenty or purple locust meat in the void storage, but it was also true that they couldn't get more now. Sejun had slightly exaggerated the truth. A limited edition? At Sejun's words of only selling 5,000 servings, Emil's voice trembled. I want to buy. The soup suddenly gained a tremendous scarcity value, stimulating Emil's desire to buy it. How about it? I would like to buy all 5,000 servings at twice the price you mentioned earlier. In response to Sejun's question, Emil replied as if he was mesmerized. Okay, I'll sell all of them to you, Emil. Plus, I'll throw in some other crops as well. Other crops as well? Thank you. At Sejun's words, Emil bowed his head in gratitude. And then, wow! That's amazing, meow. Sejun is a god of trade, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with a gaze of awe beyond admiration. Sejun was already a god-level figure in terms of farming, and now he was a god-level trader as well, in Theo's eyes. Just as they concluded another deal with the raccoon tribe, squeak, squeal, squeak. Rabbits who had been working all night formed pairs and walked out from various parts of the field like zombies. They were so hungry and had no energy. However, sorry, but you'll have to wait a little. What greeted them was a pot licked clean by Quenji. The rabbits had no choice but to wait while holding their hungry bellies until breakfast was ready. It was Sejun's timid revenge. By the way, where do you get the ingredients for the food you sell? Sejun asked Emil, the chief of the raccoon tribe, as he was cooking soup. Rice cakes and makgeolli require rice, bread requires flour, and cheese requires milk. That meant Emil had somewhere to get rice, flour, and milk. Sejun wanted to get them too. We make the cheese by processing the milk from the milk spring in front of our village with our secret method. Milk spring? You're saying milk comes out of a spring? Yes, milk comes out of the spring. Emil looked at him as if to ask if there was a problem with that, tilting his head. No, Sejun had nothing to say to the fact that it comes out of a spring. And what about the rice and flour? Those are grown by Tower Farmer Cecilia from the Golden Tower where our village is located. Golden Tower? Yes. The tower managed by the Great Golden Dragons. But who is the Tower Farmer of this Black Tower? I want to introduce myself. Emil looked around for the Tower Farmer. It's me. You? You mean you, the Great Black Dragon, Sejun, is farming? Emil was greatly surprised at Sejun's words. Was it really that surprising? Yes. That's amazing. You're completely different from Ophelia. Emil praised Sejun as he watched him. Ophelia? The Green Tower Farmer Ophelia? Sejun recalled the magical agility carrot grown by Ophelia. He had received them as a reward from the carrot harvest competition. Yes. As you know, she is also a great green dragon. But her farming is. Sejun could understand why Emil was surprised and why he hesitated in his speech, because Sejun himself had tried the carrots grown by Ophelia. Her farming skills were really poor. But could I get seeds of rice and wheat from Cecilia, the Golden Tower Farmer? Seeds? Yes. I will convey message to her. And bring me some milk next time. Yes. I will bring it at the next harvest festival. Then, enhanced purple seps potato soup has been completed. Cooking LV 4 proficiency has slightly increased. Enhanced purple seps carrot soup has been completed. The soups made for strength, agility, and magic power were ready. Here you go. Thank you. Sejun handed the pot of completed soup to Emil, who put it in his space bag. Pay me for it, meow. Here it is. Theo, who needed to increase his sales as a wandering merchant, received the money. Follow me, meow. I'll get you the crops. Meow. Theo, leading the raccoons, picked up a few kinds of crops from the storage. And then, is this an item? Seeing that eating crops also increased their stats, the raccoons spent all their money buying Sejun's crops, and at a very high price. It was the first time they encountered such tasty and beneficial crops. Thanks to this, Theo swept up all the money from the raccoons. Then, I'll see you at the next harvest festival. We will bring more money next time. Goodbye. The raccoons left, determined to buy more crops next time. After the raccoons left yesterday, Sejun planted the carrot seeds he got from the carrot harvest competition. In the afternoon, he went to the western forest and, with the help of the blessing of Mana, enlarged the size of the pit so that the fire ants could not approach the western forest. After that, he repeatedly picked and planted the seeds of the ants, then went home and slept. Thanks to this, The number of ints increased to 2,000. Alright. As soon as Sejun woke up from his bed, his knees felt heavy as usual. ZZZZ. Theo and Iona, who were clinging on Sejun's knee and sleeping. Swoosh. With the two still hanging on his knee, Sejun drew a line on the wall and started the morning of the 267th day of being stranded. There's not much time left until the blue moon. There were 5 days left until the next blue moon. Alien, I'm counting on you for this blue moon too. The tower administrator shouts out loud, asking you to trust her. Yes, of course I trust you. While he was talking to Alien, the second competition of the Harvest Festival, the carrot eating competition, will start shortly. Participants who wish to participate in the competition, please gather in front of the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. A message announcing the second competition of the Harvest Festival appeared. Whoosh! The rabbits ran towards the giant carrot altar after seeing the message. Let's go, too. As Sejun and Quenji, who had been waiting in front of the house, went to the giant carrot altar. Time remaining for participation application, 9 minutes 51 seconds. Current number of applicants, 1032. A message like this was floating under the giant carrot altar. All the rabbits have applied. Let's apply too. Sejun went under the giant carrot altar and applied for participation with Theo, Iona, and Quenji. Current number of participation applications, 1037. Huh? Why did it increase by 5 instead of 4? I'm here too, Sejun. The golden bat, hidden in Quenji's fur, poked its head out and said, "Oh, you were there. Why are you there? It's dark and warm here, so I like it." Crun? Quenji seemed to have no idea why Sejun was looking at his back and talking. While Sejun was talking to the golden bat, roar, thump, thump. The Mother Crimson Giant came to the giant carrot altar and applied for participation. With this, the first place is decided. There was no creature that could beat the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, whose wish was always to eat to her heart's content. But then, thump, 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 thump. As if to mock Sejun's prediction, another strong competitor appeared. Moo, moo, moo. Giant entities running from afar with a powerful roar. They were Minotaur King and the Black Minotaurs. They also participated in the competition to eat to their heart's content. Current number of applicants, 2038. Minotaur King and 999 Black Minotaurs participated in the carrot eating competition. Shortly after, the application period has ended. Applicants, please gather under the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. The carrot eating competition will start in 1 minute. As Sejun and the animals who applied for the competition gather under the altar, the competition begins. Along with the message announcing the start of the competition, a huge basket full of carrots appeared in front of everyone. The quantity was definitely over 100 at a glance. Rumble, rumble. As soon as it started, Minotaur King and the Mother Crimson Giant Bear stuffed carrots into their mouths. Chomp chomp. After chewing and swallowing a few carrots, the basket was refilled with carrots. Wow! While Sejun was watching the disappearing carrots, Quenji quickly grew larger and ate the carrots quickly, as if he couldn't lose. And then, crunch crunch. Knowing that they already had no chance of winning, Sejun and the rabbits chewed carrots from the perspective of spectators and watched the food fighters eat with interest. The carrots, while not as flavorful as the ones from their own farm, were still quite edible. While they were watching, Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear emptied the 10th basket. Oh! The basket was now filled with 10 giant carrots instead of regular ones, to make it more difficult for them to eat. However, for Minotaur King and the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, the giant carrots were the right size, making them easier to chew. Moo! Roar! Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear let out a happy roar. Roar! Quenji also increased his eating speed as if he could not lose. Rumble! Rumble! Soon, Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear had emptied their 20th basket. They showed no signs of slowing down. Quenji barely finished eating all the carrots in the 10th basket. He couldn't eat much at once, maybe because his mouth was smaller than the adults. Just when Quenji was about to eat the giant carrots, the carrot eating competition has ended prematurely due to all prepared carrots being exhausted. Whether the scale of the competition was small or the participants ate too much, the competition always ended prematurely due to the exhaustion of carrots. Moo! Roar! Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear made a disappointed expression at the message of the end of the competition. It's because they still hadn't filled their stomachs. Quenji, who couldn't win first place or eat his fill, cried in his mother's arms. Carrot eating competition ranking. Joint first place, Minotaur King, Red Fur, 20 baskets. Third place, Quenji, 10 baskets. Rewards will be given to the first, second, and third place winners of the carrot eating competition. Meanwhile, the ranking was displayed and the rewards were given. Plop. Sob sob sob. Dad is weak, so you need to eat this. Quenji, who still hadn't stopped crying, gave Sejun one black pill, the size of a candy, which he had received as a reward. Moo. Raw. Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear also nodded and gave Sejun 4 black pills each, which they received as rewards. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, Sejun served additional food to Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear, and Quenji, who was still hungry. And he checked the rewards. Agility Potion. A potion made from the extract of 10,000 carrots grown by an inexperienced farmer, aimed to enhance the weak effects of the underdeveloped carrots. It is utterly tasteless. Upon consumption, agility permanently increases by 1.5. Producer, Blue Tower Farmers Elga. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, C+. Utterly tasteless? Damn. These guys are all joking around with the food everyone eats. Ugh. Sejun swallowed 9 agility potions with his eyes tightly closed. All he had to do was chew quickly and swallow. However, Sejun, your mouth smells like shit. Bleg. The smell of the leftover potion lingered in his mouth for quite a long time. You guys are all mean. In the end, the only one who stuck around Sejun was Theo, who had chosen knees over his sense of smell. Thanks, President Theo. Meow. Don't open your mouth. Meow. Theo hurriedly blocked Sejun's mouth with his front paw. On the 267th day of being stranded, Sejun had to stay at home all day due to the smell of shit coming from his mouth. The 268th day of being stranded, morning. As soon as Sejun, who had just woken up and come outside, found Quenji playing alone in front of his house, he tried to question what had happened yesterday. However, you, Quenji, you knew your medicine you gave me smelled like poop, didn't you? President Park, shut your mouth. Meow. The smell of poop is still lingering. Meow. You? Still. Theo quickly covered Sejun's mouth and Sejun was once again confined to his house. He couldn't harm the animals with sensitive noses. Fortunately, by the afternoon, the smell from his mouth completely disappeared. Of course, to get rid of the smell, Sejun had to eat a lot of green onions and water. Phew. Now it seems a bit more like living. Sejun came outside the house and said this, taking a deep breath. Creon. As Sejun came out, Quenji, who had been guarding the front of the house, loitered around him. Dad, I'm sorry. Quenji, come here. Creon. Quenji cautiously approached Sejun at his words. Quenji, why are you so down? Is this how parents feel? Seeing Quenji looking at him cautiously, Sejun felt bad. How much stress must the kid have gone through to be so down? He thought. Creon. Seeing that Sejun seemed to be in a better mood, Quenji rubbed his face against Sejun's leg. Swipe, swipe. Quenji, are you going to give me something that smells like poop again? When Sejun petted Quenji's head and asked, Creon, I won't give you anything that smells like poop anymore. Quenji responded by shaking his head vigorously. Alright, let's go eat then. Creon. At Sejun's words, Quenji cheered. In this way, Sejun started cooking in the kitchen. Today's dish was rice cake soup. There were ice cakes and the Harvest Festival gave it a holiday vibe. Iona, please cut these rice cakes diagonally like this. Yes, Windcutter. Iona began to slice the dried rice cakes with magic. President Park. I can cut the rice cake too. Meow. Why don't you let me do anything? Meow. Swish. Theo unsheathed its sharp claws and asked Sejun why he wasn't being asked to do anything. President Theo, take a break. A president doesn't always have to step in. Sejun was worried that Theo moving around to cut the rice cake might cause his fur to stick to the rice cake, but he spoke carefully so as not to hurt Theo's feelings. Is that so? Meow. Got it. Meow. Then, as a president, I'll take my rest even more seriously. Meow. Theo, who didn't quite understand Sejun's words but took them as the truth, decided to take a rest as Sejun suggested. Pure. Now President Theo, don't have to do such chores and can still have Sejun's lap. Meow. In this way, Theo happily started resting on Sejun's lap. While Iona was cutting the rice cakes, Sejun prepared the broth for the rice cake soup. He put the purple locust meat in the pot, stir-fried it, poured water, and kept boiling it with detoxifying green onions. Now all he had to do was wait for the broth. Slice. While waiting for the broth to be ready, Sejun chopped some green onions. They were for garnishing the rice cake soup. Coyote. I've cut them all. Yep. Good job. Yes. Anything else you want me to do? That's all. Yes. Hearing from Sejun that there was no more work, Iona ran to Theo, wrapped herself up with Theo's tail, and took a rest. Is it ready? Sejun tasted the broth. Now I just need to put in the rice cakes and adjust the seasoning. Sejun put the sliced rice cakes into the pot and seasoned it with salt. Creon. Quenji danced around in anticipation, shaking his butt. Just wait a little. It's almost done. Creon. A little later, you have achieved the achievement of making purple rice cake soup for the first time in the tower. The recipe for purple rice cake soup will be registered in Cooking LV. 4. Your proficiency in Cooking LV 4 greatly increases. The rice cake soup was ready. Shall we see what effects it has? Sejun checked the options of the rice cake soup. Purple rice cake soup. The meat of the purple locust and the detoxifying green onion were boiled at high heat, allowing the nutrients of the two ingredients to permeate the broth. The detoxifying green onions neutralize the extreme poison in the purple locust meat, preventing the dish from spoiling easily. The taste is slightly improved. A feeling of satiety is maintained for an hour. Chef, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 10 days. Grade, D+. There are no effects other than satiety, perhaps because there were no crops included except for the detoxifying green onions. There were no options attached to the food. Well, as long as it tastes good. Here, Sejun filled Quenji's bowl with rice cake soup, and then filled his own. He topped it off with chopped green onions and sprinkled some pepper. Let's eat now. Creon. As soon as Sejun scooped some soup into his mouth, Quenji also hurriedly started drinking the soup. Ah, this is delicious. The soup had a well-seasoned chicken-flavored broth, and the rice cakes, sliced to a perfect thickness, provided a nice chewy texture. Thanks to the dried rice cakes, there was an additional crunch when chewing. Slurp. While Sejun was immersed in his soup, Quenji, who had quickly finished a bowl, ladled more soup from the pot into his bowl and sat down to eat. However, slurp. At first, Quenji would return to his seat to eat, then go back to the pot for seconds, but later, he just started drinking soup straight from the bowl in front of the pot. By the time Sejun finished a bowl, You already finished? Quenji had finished the entire pot. He. Quenji patted his stomach and laughed in satisfaction. Then, sigh. Quenji is now older than me. How does it feel? You've become Grandpa Quenji. Sejun started to tease with a mischievous smile. Creon? Quenji was puzzled when Sejun suddenly called him Grandpa. Why am I suddenly a grandpa? Sorry, I should have told you. For every bowl of rice cake soup you eat, you age a year. Creon? Quenji was startled by Sejun's words. He quickly started calculating how many bowls of soup he had eaten. Judging by the size of the pot, he must have had around 200 bowls. He suddenly became a 200-year and 198 days old crimson giant honey bear. Creon. Quenji was devastated. He was now older than his dad. His brothers Theo and Black Rabbit, and sister Choo Choo were all younger than him. Then, Creon? Suddenly, an idea popped into Quenji's head. Am I now the eldest brother? Meow. Swoosh. Quenji grabbed Theo and ran outside. He was trying to re-establish the hierarchy. Quenji. Sensing that something was off, Sejun tried to follow Quenji, but then, a quest has been generated. Quest: serve 175 bowls of the purple rice cake soup that makes you 1 year older per bowl to the Great Black Dragon, Alien Pradani. Reward: a chance to meet me. If refused, refusal is rejected. Alien, who took Sejun's joke seriously, gave out a quest. Alien, that was just. Sejun hastily tried to correct his joke. Creon. I'm now the eldest brother, because I'm 200 years old. Quenji gathered Theo, Black Rabbit, and Golden Bat in the cave, announcing that he was the oldest and should therefore be the big brother. However, what are you talking about? Meow. How did Quenji suddenly become 200 years old? Meow. And I'm 250 years old. Meow. Stop talking nonsense and go to President Park's lap. Meow. Theo wasn't yet ready to accept Quenji as older. Then, Squeak, squeak. Being older doesn't make you the big brother. We should decide it by who came here first. That's nonsense. Meow. We should establish the hierarchy based on who brought the most help to President Park. Meow. Black Rabbit's words sparked another debate on the criteria for deciding the brotherly hierarchy. We should decide based on who brought the most help to President Park. Meow. Squeak. We should decide by who came here first. Creon. No, let's decide by size. Screech. I'm okay with anything. Even if Golden Bat died, he could never be the eldest brother, so he simply watched from behind. Well then, I'll be the eldest brother. No, eldest sister. Flammy interrupted their conversation. What are you talking about, Meow? I was the first one here, and I'm the biggest. Since she was the first one planted, and she had a gigantic root underground, Flammy's claim was valid. Moreover, I can give assistance to the master. I can't accept that, Meow. Theo yelled in response to Flammy's words. He could accept the rest, but not the third claim. Then, how about this? Along with Flammy's words, the amberjack fish over 10 meters long appeared in the pond. It was a fish that Flammy had directly caught from the Sea of Dimensions with its root. That's a huge fish, Meow. Theo quickly ran towards the amberjack fish. What do you think? You agree? Meow. I still can't accept it, Meow. The hierarchy should be determined by age, Meow. Theo, who could not concede the highest rank to Flammy, shouted, hugging the amberjack fish. Creon. I agree. I also agree. Thanks to Quenji and Flammy's approval, Theo managed to maintain the position of eldest brother. Creon. Quenji was happy to become the second in command. However, Quenji, the thing I said earlier was a joke. Sejun, who had just finished explaining to Alien, told Quenji the truth. Creon. Quenji glared at Sejun with resentment. How could you say that now? Squeak, 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 squeak. The black rabbit was glaring at Quenji, swinging the hammer with angry eyes. Gehohi. If I eat one bowl of rice cake soup, I'll age 1 year. Alien, who was now able to hear voices through the crystal orb as her magic power increased, was excited upon hearing Sejun's voice. Gehohi. If I eat only 175 bowls of that, I can meet Sejun too. Thanks to eating honey jelly every day, Alien's dragon heart was in a better condition. Alien quickly gave Sejun a quest. Quickly make 175 bowls of rice cake soup for me. However, Alien, I'm sorry, I was joking with Quenji. In the place I lived, there's a custom that you age a year if you eat rice cake soup. Sejun said that his words were a joke. Of course, Sejun cooked the rice cake soup for her, but it didn't improve Alien's mood. Kyo. I'm sad, but it's delicious. While Alien was eating the rice cake soup with teary eyes, what? Why is our princess crying? Kaiser, noticing something was wrong with Alien, quickly asked. Kyo. Grandfather. I want to polymorph and meet Sejun. Alien, who burst into tears at Kaiser's words, spoke while sobbing. Okay. If our granddaughter wishes for it, this old man will help. Kaiser, somewhat wanted to keep Sejun a little closer, accepted her request. Really? Of course. But don't block me while talking to your grandpa from now on. Okay? Yes. The reason Kaiser could make such a bold promise to Alien was thanks to the blessing of mana that spread across the 99th floor of the tower as the Harvest Festival began. Due to the blessing of mana, the concentration of mana on the 99th floor was gradually increasing. By the last day of the festival, when the mana concentration on the 99th floor reached its peak, Kaiser thought Alien could stay in polymorphed form for a few minutes if he assisted her. From now on, I'll teach you polymorph. Listen carefully. Yes. Kaiser started to teach Alien the polymorph magic. Squeak. Creon. While the pissed off black rabbit was chasing Quenji, who plotted the coup, Theo, where did this amberjack fish come from? Sejun asked Theo, who was preparing to put the amberjack fish into his bag. Ah, this one, Meow. Well, this is. Just as Theo was about to explain about the amberjack fish caught by Flammy, Master. What's happening here? Flammy hurriedly called out to Sejun, trying to divert his attention. Oh, it's because of Quenji. Are they being noisy while you're resting? I'll take them away quickly. Yes, thank you. While Flammy was responding, swish, one of Flammy's roots grabbed Theo's leg. And, please keep it a secret that I caught the amberjack fish. Flammy, who wanted to hide its size, made a request to Theo. No way, Meow. There are no secrets between me and President Park, Meow. In exchange, I'll catch a big fish like this every month, Big Brother. Pufferfoot. Did you just call me Big Brother? Meow. Theo was pleased with the new term of address. Yes, Big Brother. Alright, meow. I'll keep it a secret, meow. President Park. I caught this amberjack fish, meow. Theo fell for the new term of address, Big Brother. Sigh. Flammy let out a sigh of relief. However, Theo, you hate getting in the water, don't you? Meow. That's. Theo started to stutter all of a sudden. Are you hiding something from me? It's a secret, meow. Theo ran outside in response to Sejun's questioning. What's with him? Sejun muttered as he watched Theo behave strangely. Then, Black Rabbit, please forgive Quenji now. Quenji has probably reflected a lot. Isn't that right, Quenji? Sejun made the Black Rabbit and Quenji reconcile. Creon. Quenji nodded vigorously at Sejun's words. Squeak. The Black Rabbit forgave Quenji, saying only this time. Creon. Excited that the Black Rabbit had forgiven him, Quenji ran around carrying the Black Rabbit on his back, acting as a horse. Then, snap. What? During this, Theo returned to Sejun's knee. Theo, who had run away because he couldn't reveal the secret, couldn't stay away from Sejun's lap for too long. So, in the end, he returned to Sejun's even after running away. Theo, how dare you keep a secret from me? Plop. Sejun pulled Theo's cheeks as punishment for the runaway cat. Prissy. Park saw. Meow. FL. Gave to me. Meow. Finally, Theo confessed, but his pronunciation was all muddled. He. Sejun enjoyed touching Theo's soft chubby cheeks, which felt like sweet rice cake the more he touched. He had long forgotten about Theo's response. Thanks to this, Flammy's secret was kept safe. Morning of the 269th day of being stranded. It's been 6 days since the Harvest Festival began. Is there going to be a competition today? Sejun said, while drinking his morning coffee. Judging from the pattern so far, there were carrot harvesting competitions on the 2nd day of the Harvest Festival and carrot eating competitions on the 4th day. After harvesting and eating, maybe the next one will be something like carrot cooking or carrot carving. As Sejun was thinking about the next competition, squeak. Creon. The reconciled Black Rabbit and Quenji came looking for Sejun, singing together. Thud. Suddenly, the Black Rabbit and Quenji bowed their heads, performing a formal bow to Sejun. And then, squeak. Creon. They put their palms together. It was a polite yet assertive gesture towards Sejun. Do you want food? Squeak. The Black Rabbit shook his head, and Creon. Quenji, who was nodding, saw the Black Rabbit and quickly shook his head. Then what is it? Squeak. Uncle, don't you know about New Year's gift money is? The Black Rabbit quietly asked, after climbing onto Sejun's shoulder. It was a thoughtful question, considering Sejun might not know about New Year's gift money. Ah, is that it? Of course, I know. Here, Sejun gave the New Year's gift money to Black Rabbit and Quenji. On the 6th day of the Harvest Festival, it was a tradition for the rabbits to bow and receive New Year's gift money. Squeak. Creon. Black Rabbit and Quenji were happy holding the New Year's gift money they received from Sejun. I want it too, meow. Theo quickly bowed to Sejun. He thought it was a pretty good deal to just bow and receive money. Okay, since you're the oldest brother, I'll give you a bit more. Sejun gave him twice the amount he gave to the Black Rabbit and Quenji. Thank you, meow. Give me again, meow. Theo thought he could receive New Year's gift money every time he bowed, like a vending machine that dispenses whenever you press it. However, are you willing to have the money you've already received taken away? No, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo quietly put his New Year's gift money in his bag and took out a churro. Open it, meow. Sure. Whoosh. While Sejun was feeding churro to Theo, squeak, squeal, squeep. The rabbits lined up in front of Sejun, bowed, and received New Year's gift money. Right, stay healthy. Before he knew it, Sejun was giving blessings as well. And, swish, ga, na, da, ra. Superscript 1. Behind Sejun, the golden bat was diligently practicing writing Korean on the floor. It was almost time to go back to Earth. Noodles, coffee, cola. He then reviewed the characters that Sejun emphasized to always bring when he sees them. After a while, he felt it. I'll definitely bring something that Sejun likes this time. The golden bat captured the back of Sejun in his eyes and disappeared. Flap. What should I choose? The golden bat hurriedly looked around and found letters he could read. Then, oh noodles, Oh oh, coffee. Familiar characters appeared. Ah, that's it. The golden bat quickly grabbed the items and disappeared. A little later, damn it, who is it? Who ate the ramen? It was here just before I went to the bathroom. The man who came into the break room to eat ramen grumbled while looking at the snack display rack. There's no way someone ate the ramen and disappeared within a few minutes. Plus, there were signs that a packet of coffee had been taken too. No matter how small the happiness is, this is not it. The owner, who was trying to eat in the store because he was too lazy to go out, was furious about the disappearance of the last ramen. Here, this is your New Year's gift money. Live happily. As Sejun was giving out the New Year's gift money to the rabbits who were bowing to him, flap, flap, the black dragon statue approached. And, Park Sejun, why aren't you bowing to me? Kaiser was upset with Sejun, who didn't come to bow to him. Ah, I was going to find you after receiving bows from the rabbits. Sorry for making you wait. He didn't even think about going to seek Kaiser, but he couldn't tell the truth if he didn't want to die. I didn't wait. Being generous, will let it slide this time. Hurry and bow to me. Yes, Mr. Kaiser, may you live a long, squared and healthy life. Sejun politely bowed. What? Park Sejun, are you telling me to die, huh? I'm already over 10,000 years old now, so if I'm to live long squared, it means I should die now. He hadn't considered the long lifespan of a dragon. No, that's not what I meant. Sejun hurriedly explained his words. In our culture, living up to 100 years is considered a very long life. Wishing someone to live long and healthy means to live a very, very long time. Ha ha ha. I see. I didn't consider the frailty of humans. Here's your New Year's gift money. Spit. A black shiny object spat out by the black dragon statue fell into Sejun's hand. I've given you something special of mine. Consider it an honor. Thank you. He didn't know what it was, but he expressed his thanks anyway. Flap, flap. As Kaiser returned to the fountain and Sejun checked the item Kaiser had given. Great Black Dragon Kaiser's scale. The Great Black Dragon, Kaiser Pradani, has put a spell on his own scale. When attached to a desired area, it settles as a tattoo on the skin. When the owner's life is in danger, the Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon Skin, activates automatically to save the owner's life and is then destroyed. Usage restrictions. Park Sejun, acknowledged by Kaiser Pradani. Creator, Kaiser Pradani. Grade, unmeasurable. Wow, it was an extraordinary item. So I just put it here like this. When Sejun placed Kaiser's scale on his left arm, swoosh, the scale seeped into Sejun's skin, and a black dragon tattoo covering up to his left shoulder settled in place. But will I ever need to use this? He already had there. Sejun thought he would never have to use Kaiser's scale, but the time to use the scale came sooner than he thought. Sejun didn't know that he would soon be facing a life-threatening situation, and he continued to receive the bow from the remaining rabbits and gave them their New Year's gift money. Did everyone get theirs? As Sejun looked around to see if there were any rabbits who hadn't received their New Year's gift money, flap, flap, the golden bat flew in quickly. Sejun, I think I've finally found what you wanted. The golden bat came flying, tightly clutching the items in its 2 feet. Huh? Is that? Exclamation mark. Sejun was shocked at the amazing item that the golden bat brought. Is that instant ramen? Mix some coffee? This time the golden bat really brought the right items. First, add 550 milliliters of water. Since there was only one packet of ramen, so failure was not an option. Sejun boiled the ramen according to the instructions on the package. To measure the correct amount of water, Sejun used the water bottle he had brought during the vanishing to match the volume of water, and started boiling it. He. Good job. Good job. Sejun held the golden bat, the top contributor of the day, in his arms and kept stroking its head while boiling the ramen water. Purr. The golden bat happily purred in Sejun's arms. But there was someone who didn't like it. I don't like this. Meow. Theo glared at the golden bat. Bringing necessary items to Sejun was Theo's role, and it was unacceptable for the youngest one to meddle with the responsibilities of the eldest. How should I scold it? As Theo was licking his front paws and thinking about how to scold the golden bat, now is the time. Sejun put the noodles, soup, and flakes in the boiling water, and 269, 270. He boiled it for exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds as stated in the instructions, then removed the pot from the heat and moved the ramen to a bowl. Oh, the smell. He was moved just by smelling it. Who? Sejun lifted a chopstick of ramen and blew into the steamy noodles. It must be cooled down by now, right? Whatever. When the noodles seemed cool enough, Sejun tried them first. Slurp. The taste of ramen he hadn't had in almost 9 months made a smile appear involuntarily on Sejun's mouth. Slurp. Slurp. This time, Sejun took several sips of the ramen broth with a spoon. Wow, no other words were necessary. It was simply moving, as he was eating ramen. Squeak. Creon. The black rabbit and Quenji came towards Sejun. Just one bite. Sejun's eyes wavered greatly at the words just one bite. Here. Sejun first gave a strand of noodles and 5 spoons of soup to the black rabbit. That was enough for the black rabbit. And then, here. Quenji. Sejun pretended to give some to Quenji, but suddenly he put his face in the bowl and started to slurp up the ramen. He couldn't let this be taken away. However, Creon, as Quenji quickly approached and started sucking from Sejun's bowl, the pressure caused the ramen noodles to be sucked into Quenji's mouth like a vacuum cleaner. Slurp. The last strand of noodle connected to Sejun's mouth was sucked into Quenji's mouth, and with that, the ramen disappeared completely. My ramen. As Sejun was feeling despondent, "Excuse me, Big Brother, I brought this for you." The golden bat cautiously handed Theo a bag with a cat picture on it. It was Churu. At that moment, the third competition of the Harvest Festival, the carrot wine drinking competition, will begin shortly. Participants who wish to participate in the competition, please gather in front of the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. The last competition of the Harvest Festival began. TL notes. 1. The characters here are the Korean equivalents of ABCD in order. 2. May you live long and healthy. The blessing here, when translated into English, is a bit different. However, in Korean, it's like living for 10,000 years without sickness and weakness. So, Kaiser misunderstood, hence his anger. "How dare you eat my ramen, take this." Boo 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 boop. Sejun vented his anger at Quenji, who had stolen his ramen, by blowing raspberry superscript 1. However, crowing, hee. This is fun. Quenji, feeling good with Sejun's raspberries, stuck out his belly for more. Just then, a message announcing the start of the third event of the Harvest Festival appeared. A carrot wine drinking competition? If I could just eat the detoxifying green onions, I might be able to win. However, considering that other buffs were deactivated for fairness in the carrot harvesting competition, it was highly likely that detoxifying green onions wouldn't work. Should I give it a try? As Sejun was about to go to the giant carrot altar for the competition, President Park, give our youngest some New Year's gift money too. Meow. Theo, who received a churro as a gift, began to take care of the golden bat. He was even upgraded to be called our youngest. Oh, of course, I should. Sejun readily agreed. It was a golden bat that brought a whole packet of ramen. It deserved not only New Year's gift money, but even more. Sejun, please accept my bow. As the golden bat bowed respectfully, folding its wings. Good. Here's your New Year's gift money. Stay healthy, golden bat. Yes, thank you. Sejun gave the golden bat some New Year's gift money. And then, let's go. He headed towards the giant carrot altar with the animals. At the giant carrot altar, there were already a mother crimson giant bear, black minotaurs, and adult rabbits waiting for the carrot wine drinking competition to start. Quenji ran towards his mother. However, while the two were talking, the mother crimson giant bear shook her head. Quenji began to lie on the floor and started crying. He must be throwing a tantrum to participate in the contest too. It was obvious even without looking. All the contests held at the Harvest Festival so far were eating contests. However, this time it was a drinking contest. The underage Quenji couldn't participate. Sejun silently wished the mother crimson giant bear good luck and headed under the giant carrot altar. Time remaining for registration, 7 minutes 51 seconds. Current number of applications, 532. Certainly, because it was a drinking contest, young rabbits couldn't participate, so the number of participants was low. The black rabbit is obviously participating, and Theo will participate, right? Of course, meow. Although Theo didn't like alcohol, but he participated in the contest to stay on Sejun's lap. Current number of registrations, 535. At that time, Creon. The Mother Crimson Giant Bear sent Sejun an apologetic glance while pointing at him. And then, the crying Quenji started running towards him. Why is she sending him to me, even though I've been taking care of Quenji recently? This isn't right. Sejun thought he would have to talk to the Mother Crimson Giant Bear later as he hurriedly took out honey from void storage. He planned to appease Quenji with honey for now. The cry asking for honey as soon as he pulled it out. As expected of a honey bear, Quenji immediately stopped crying as soon as it saw the honey. If you eat this and wait quietly, I'll give you another bottle of honey when it's over. Can our Quenji wait quietly? Lick lick lick. Creon. While Quenji, who was too busy licking the honey, didn't even raise his gaze, he responded loudly. After calming Quenji and heading under the giant carrot, the competition begins. A message announcing the start of the competition appeared, and a semi-transparent red wall blocked off the surrounding area. And then, boom! A 10 meters size wine bottle filled with giant carrots appeared in the center, along with a drinking glass in front of the participants. Wow! It was the first time he saw such a big carrot. I wonder if the wine tastes good? Sejun, who had never tasted wine made with carrots, looked at the drinking glass that appeared in front of him with eyes filled with anticipation. The transparent liquid in the glass was carrot wine. He lifted the drinking glass and slowly smelled the scent of the carrot wine. He wasn't even thinking about winning, so he focused on enjoying the drink. A delicious sweet aroma, along with the unique flavor of carrot, was felt from the drink. Having smelled it, now it was time to taste it. Sip. He took a sip of the drink. As soon as the drink entered his mouth, the deep flavor of grain and carrot, along with a mild bitterness, filled his mouth. Gulp. The drink smoothly went down his throat, independent of his will. However, as the cool energy of wine slid down his esophagus, a faint sweetness of grain lingered in his mouth, which cleared away any remnants of bitterness left by the wine. It's really delicious. Gulp. Sejun, who had fallen for the taste of carrot wine, ended up drinking another glass that was already filled up. As he proceeded to drink 5 more glasses without any side dishes. I'm feeling a little drunk. Sejun tried to take out a detoxifying green onion to sober up, but for the fairness of the competition, you cannot use other items. As expected, its use was restricted. Should I stop drinking? Sejun tried to stop drinking and leave, but you cannot leave until either you have emptied all the wine in the bottle or all participants have passed out. He couldn't leave until the competition was over. Should I wait? Meow, meow, meow. While Sejun was waiting for the competition to end and stroking Theo's belly, roar, moo, squeak. The animals were making noises in admiration as they drank the wine. Slowly, Sejun's hand, craving more alcohol, gradually moved towards his glass. Just one more glass. Sejun lifted his glass. Gulp. The taste that naturally made him gasp. The more he drank, the more he craved the wine. I want to drink just one more glass. Drink. After all, you only live once. Who knows when you will drink again after today? No, get a grip. What if you make a mistake? You're going to die right away. The whispers of instinct and reason echoed in his head. However, I need to empty the bottle quickly. It was the victory of instinct today. Sejun, looking at the half-full bottle in the center, decided to put his effort into emptying the bottle. 55th floor of the tower. What? Tariq is dead? Grid was startled at the news of Tariq's death. He had been trying to find out his whereabouts after losing contact for a few days, but he didn't expect that he was dead. Yes, he was caught feeding locusts on the 67th floor of the tower by Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association, and was killed on the spot. How dare they kill the elder of our Bort tribe? Bang! Unable to contain his anger, Grid broke the desk in half with his fist. Lord Grid, please calm down. I have received a message that Chairman Mason is moving his agents from the Secret Inspection Bureau in an attempt to link you to this incident and deal with you all at once. You need to quickly erase all connections with Tariq. Mason, who had always regarded Grid as a thorn in his side, moved as secretly as possible to finish Grid off. But Grid's intelligence network was not to be underestimated. Grid had long spent effort turning several of the Secret Inspection Bureau agents, operated secretly by the Wandering Merchant Guild, into his own people. There's no need to worry, there won't be any evidence. As soon as he lost contact with Tariq, Grid ordered all traces connecting him to Tariq to be removed in preparation for this situation. and his assassination team obliterated several villages to eliminate any witnesses. What about the white rabbits that were at the farm? They're all gone. Yes, they disappeared without a trace even though dozens of guards were watching them. It's almost time for the harvest. Either find the missing white rabbits, or catch other white rabbits by any means necessary. Bring me those white rabbits. Yes, I'll get on it right away. As his subordinate hurriedly left to secure white rabbits, Grid stood up from his seat and pushed aside the bookshelf in the office, revealing stairs leading to the basement. Thud, thud. Grid descended down the stairs into the basement. The stairs led to an underground passage, and the passage led to a massive square. And in the center of the square was a white dragon statue. Grid, pay my respects to the great white dragon. Thud. Landlord Grid, with his massive body, bowed towards the 1-meter-tall white dragon statue. I've learned it all. Now I can see Sejun. Alien, who had fully mastered the polymorph spell, shouted with a happy face. Now all she had to do was wait for Kaiser to signal. I can't wait to see Sejun. Alien looked at Sejun through the crystal orb with an excited expression. This is great. Sejun, who participated in the carrot wine drinking competition, kept exclaiming as he drank. Is it really that good? Alien became curious. This is good. It's so good. Good. Sejun kept exclaiming good every time he drank. Alien's face gradually hardened as she watched Sejun. Humphrey, is it better than me? The tower administrator asks if you like the drink more than her. What? What does that mean? The tower administrator is angry, asking why you keep saying it's good. It's good when you drink. Alien is jealous of a drink? The tower administrator denies ever being jealous. Don't worry. You're the only one for me. Sejun, who was drunk and feeling good, spoke playfully. Then, the carrot wine drinking competition has ended early as all the prepared carrot wine has been consumed. The rankings were determined as the participants drank all the wine in the bottles. Carrot wine drinking competition ranking. First, Red Fur, 1000 liters. Second, Minotaur 102, 103 liters. Third, Minotaur 72, 102.5 liters. The amount was incomprehensible considering the small glasses. Sejun didn't know it, but when the alcohol in the glass was emptied, more alcohol kept filling up so he could drink continuously. Rewards will be given to the first, second, and third place winners of the carrot wine drinking competition. The reward was a beer bottle-sized bottle of alcohol filled with carrots. You have received 10 carrot seeds as a participation prize in the carrot wine drinking competition. Sejun received carrot seeds as a participation prize. Then, wait. This time, Sejun called out to the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, Minotaur 102, and Minotaur 72. Who were hurrying to leave without giving Sejun the reward. Why aren't you giving it to me this time? Give me the reward. Sejun, who was drunk, confidently extended his hand. You guys better not move. Although he couldn't control his body and was swaying, Sejun angrily told the innocent animals to stay put. Give me the reward quickly. Creon. At Sejun's demand, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and the Black Minotaurs shook their heads hard with their alcohol bottles. Did you guys plan to eat all the delicious stuff alone? Sejun was convinced. Looking at the animals' reactions, it was clear that the reward this time was something delicious. President Theo, go. Got it, meow. Theo quickly took the alcohol bottle that Minotaur 72 was holding. Normally, Theo wouldn't have been able to take it from Minotaur 72, but now he was drunk. His reaction was slow. Here it is, meow. Well done. Meow. PFFT. Sejun mimicked Theo's way of speaking and opened the cap of the bottle that Theo had brought. And just as Sejun was about to drink the alcohol in the bottle, "You idiot, you'll die if you drink that." Puck. Along with the surprised woman's voice, something hit Sejun's back of the head. Your body has taken a fatal hit. Magic power is consumed to protect the body from breaking. You have an extreme lack of magic power. Dragon Tribe skill. Dragon Skin is activated. The scale of the Great Black Dragon Kaiser has been destroyed. The scale of Kaiser disappeared into nothingness when the carrot wine drinking contest was in full swing. I'm jealous. So jealous. From atop the fountain, Kaiser watched with envy as Sejun and the animals freely enjoyed their drinks. The carrot wine in the bottles, made from 1,000-year-old carrots, tasted quite good. It's a pity. It's so regrettable. If only I had a body. Kaiser expressed his regret at not being able to participate in the contest due to his stature body. Of course, even if he had his dragon body, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the contest. The beings around wouldn't have been able to withstand Kaiser's energy. At that moment, Grandpa, how much more time? Aileen, who wanted to see Sejun as soon as possible, asked Kaiser when she would be able to use polymorph magic spell to appear before Sejun. Be patient. The mana concentration isn't sufficient yet. Kaiser checked the mana concentration and answered. The speed of the increase in mana concentration was faster than expected due to the divine power flowing from the stone of the creator god. Ugh, how much longer should I wait? Just wait a little longer. We're almost there. While Kaiser was pacifying Aileen, the contest ended and the large bottle filled with giant carrots disappeared. The third competition of the Harvest Festival ended, and the mana concentration on the 99th floor of the tower began to surge dramatically. And then, now, the mana concentration on the 99th floor became similar to the administrator's area where Aileen was. Sejun, I'm coming. Polymorph. At Kaiser's signal, Aileen left the administrator's area and used the polymorph magic spell. A bright light exploded from Aileen's black dragon body and then receded. When the light disappeared, success. What remained was not a giant black dragon, but a beautiful girl in a cute black mini dress with black hair down to her waist. Her flawless white skin further accentuated Aileen's beauty. However, Aileen's first polymorph was only half successful. Due to the instability of the polymorph magic, her wings and tail remained unchanged. The tail and wings are. This should be fine. Teleport. Eager to see Sejun, Aileen hurriedly used teleportation magic spell, and when Aileen appeared next to Sejun, she saw him about to drink a bottle of wine. That's fire energy. She felt fire energy coming from the carrot inside the bottle. And it was a considerably strong fire energy, fire carrot wine, a liquor that burns body impurities with fire energy when consumed. But if one doesn't have a sturdy enough body, the body itself could be burned by the fire energy. You idiot, you'll die if you drink that. In urgency, Aileen instinctively moved her tail to snatch the bottle, but her tail moved a bit lower because she was not yet accustomed to her body transformed by polymorph, hitting Sejun on the back of his head. Thud. Aileen regretted hitting Sejun's head with her tail, but fortunately, the scale of her grandfather on Sejun's left arm absorbed the damage and broke. Phew. Thanks, grandfather. Aileen breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. Sejun felt a strong force hitting the back of his head and thought he was truly dead this time. At that moment, the black dragon tattoo on his left arm roared, protecting Sejun before disappearing. What? Feeling as if his head had truly shattered, Sejun quickly felt the back of his head carefully. Luckily, his head was fine. I survived. Only then did Sejun relax and opened his eyes wide to look for the creature that hit him. How dare you hit the back of my head? And then, Sejun found Aileen standing next to him. Sejun, a voice as gentle as a dream whispered into Sejun's ear. Although it was his first time seeing her in person, he knew instantly. He knew that the beauty in front of him was Aileen. Stagger. Thud. Sejun collapsed without finishing his sentence. His life had been saved, but the shock hadn't fully dissipated yet. Aileen quickly propped up Sejun's body. At that moment, meow. Keep your hands off Park Sejun. How dare you hit him? I won't forgive you. Meow. Theo spoke bravely while unsheathing his claws, but his body couldn't hide the truth. Shake, shake, shake. He clung to Sejun's knee, his body shaking like a trembling tassel, unable to do anything about it. It was no wonder, as Aileen's tail attack had turned the surrounding carrot field into a wasteland, and all the other animals had fainted, even the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and the Black Minotaurs. If the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and the Black Minotaurs hadn't blocked the aftermath of the attack, all the rabbits might have died. It was truly fortunate. On top of that, the overwhelming presence unique to the great black dragon that Aileen exuded. Despite feeling this, it was incredible that Theo still wanted to protect Sejun. In a way, it was his real loyalty to Sejun's knee. Shake, shake, shake. The vibration that started from Sejun's knee, from Theo's body, was transmitted to Aileen. It was pitiful, but on one hand, Theo, who risked his life to protect Sejun even in front of the great black dragon herself, was also admirable. Theo, right? Hello. I'm Aileen. You know me, right? In order to reassure Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee and trembling, Aileen spoke gently to Theo, as she always saw him through a crystal orb. Theo felt very familiar to Aileen. You can't be the Great Black Dragon, Aileen, who called our President Park to the Black Tower. Meow. Yes, that's me. At Theo's words, Aileen proudly responded. She thought that bringing Sejun to the tower was the best thing she had done in her entire dragon life. Aileen, I really wanted to see you. Meow. Theo looked at Aileen with admiration. The existence that Theo admired the most after Sejun was Aileen, who had brought Sejun here. I wanted to see you too. It's nice to see you in person. Meow. I'm happy too. Meow. Don't worry, Sejun just fainted. Femo. That's a relief. Meow. So Aileen, supporting the unconscious Sejun, conversed with Theo. Her arms started to turn black. It was a symptom of polymorph magic fading due to lack of magic power. I think I have to go now. Why are you leaving so soon? Meow. Wait until President Park wakes up. Meow. I wish I could, but I can't. I'll go now. Theo continued to look after Sejun. Leave it to me. Meow. I'll protect President Park. Meow. Theo puffed out his chest and said bravely, okay. And don't tell Sejun that I hit him on the back of his head. That's difficult. Meow. There are no secrets between President Park and me. Meow. Okay. Just don't tell him right away. Got it. Meow. Good. Then I'll go. Beck. Teleport. Aileen disappeared after kissing the unconscious Sejun on the lips. Oh my. When will my granddaughter come to see me? In the end, Kaiser, who thought that she would come to see him, was waiting for Aileen on the fountain, not knowing that Aileen had left. Sejun woke up on the last day of the Harvest Festival, the 7th day, at lunchtime. President Park, you're awake. Meow. Sejun, have you woken up? Squeak. Creon. The animals that had been guarding around Sejun, who had been unconscious for almost a day, were worried about him. Yeah, I'm okay. But why am I lying here? Sejun asked. President Park, don't you remember anything? Meow. Right. I remember drinking at the drinking contest, but I don't remember anything after that. Did I black out after drinking? It was a short-term memory loss due to shock, but the only one who knew the truth here was Theo, who hadn't fainted. Squeak. Squeal. Squeep. As evening came, the rabbits began to prepare to say goodbye to the departing rabbits, giving them carrots. Because when the harvest festival ended, the summoned 1,000 rabbits had to go back to where they originally came from. Most of the departing rabbits didn't look sad. They had decided to immigrate with their own groups to the 99th floor of the tower. They had plenty of money for travel, thanks to the New Year's gift money they received from Sejun. However, the rabbits who had to return to the 55th floor of the tower did not look happy. Harsh farming work, requiring them to work even without sleeping, was waiting for them as soon as they returned. Coyote. Coyote, Coyote. Don't worry, the Wandering Merchant Association will soon punish Grid. Iona reassured the rabbits. Iona thought the crime this time was too serious, and even if it was Grid, there was no way for him to stay on the 55th floor of the tower. While the rabbits were greeting each other, I definitely saw a very pretty woman. Thunk. You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 67,951 times left until the job quest is complete. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 5 slightly increases. You have gained 30 experience points. Sejun was trying hard to recall the image of the beautiful woman flickering in his head while he was harvesting cherry tomatoes. Why can't I remember? Sejun sighed with frustration. The woman seemed to be an extreme beauty, similar to the Serang from the Moonlight Fairy, whom he liked, but she now resembled a squid. Will I be able to see her again? She was really pretty. Aileen should have stepped forward and said it was her, but she was sound asleep due to the after effects of polymorph magic spell. At that moment, Squeak, Pipe the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo came to find Sejun. Do you have something to say? At Sejun's question, the two rabbits put their front paws on Sejun's body. Squeak. I want to go down to the 55th floor with Princess Choo Choo. Choo Choo. And you only? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Pipe. We're going to rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Okay, but I can't allow just the two of you to go. Iona said that Grid would soon be driven out of the 55th floor of the tower. But villains are known to be tenacious and survive until the end. It could be dangerous if only the two of them went down. Even now, I had summoned the Black Wolf tribe and the Silver Wolf tribe to protect the migrating rabbits. If they are mobilized, they can rebuild the kingdom more safely. Iona, follow the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo and help them. Coyote, Coyote, Coyote. Yes, I was worried too. I'll go with them. Sejun added Iona to the team. With Iona's tremendous magic, they can fend off all enemies that may come, so there would be no danger. A while later, Coyote, Coyote, Coyote. Goodbye, Sejun. Iona, sad about the fact that she would not be able to get a good night's sleep for a while, said goodbye to Sejun, taking the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo with her. The Black Wolf tribe and Silver Wolf tribe were going to meet at the 75th floor of the tower and go down together. Meow meow meow. Goodbye, Iona. Meow. I'll wait here. Meow. Theo, who now had exclusive rights to Sejun's lap, saw Iona off with a bright cheerful voice. However, thump. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo, who was hanging onto his knee, by the scruff of his neck and moved him next to Iona. President Park, why am I here? Meow. President Theo, it's time for you to go down too. Now it was time to work after a lot of play. Theo's bag was already full of crops. All he had to do was go down. Understood, Meow. Theo obediently replied. He thought that he had been playing too much lately. It was necessary to show his face to the humans waiting for him. And don't forget what I told you. Don't worry, Meow. I remember everything, Meow. As the animals left and time passed, the Harvest Festival of Abundance and Overflowing Mana ends. The 1,000 rabbits summoned during the Harvest Festival returned to their everyday lives. The Harvest Festival ended. It's lonely. The farm, from which 1,000 rabbits had left, looked very empty. Even though they were unfamiliar with where they had arrived, they knew where they were leaving from. Headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association on the 75th floor of the tower. What? The information has been leaked? Yes. Among the Secret Inspection Bureau agents, there was a spy working for Grid. How did you manage the agents? Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, was furious at the report given by Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau. The Secret Inspection Bureau is a secret spy organization created for the Wandering Merchant Association. But the fact that the agent, who should be extracting information from others, was bought by Grid and was leaking information. I apologize. So, did you catch the agents who were bought by Grid? It was most urgent to identify the spy, because if the spy is not caught, all the plans will leak out even if they are changed. Yes, we have caught a total of 9 people, including 5 regular agents, 3 intermediate agents, and Vice Director Itos, and are making them confess in the interrogation room about what information they passed on to Grid. Even the Vice Director was bought. Mason was surprised and asked back. If it's a position of the Vice Director, they would know most of the Secret Inspection Bureau's information. It was fair to assume that all the information about the Secret Inspection Bureau had been passed on to Grid. Yes, and it seems that your son's whereabouts have been exposed as well. What? Geras? Where is Geras now? Well, at Itos's direction, he was deployed on a mission to infiltrate the 55th floor of the tower. But we lost contact with him and the agents 3 hours ago. There is a high possibility that he has been taken hostage. It was a troubling situation. It was highly likely that Grid would demand various things in exchange for his son's life. What should I do? Just as Mason was lost in thought, bang! The office door swung open and animals led by Iona entered. As the Harvest Festival ended, a sense of loneliness swept over. Sejun quickly shook off the gloomy feeling and started doing what needed to be done. It was good to move when he felt down. I have to cut the green onions. Sejun began to cut the onion leaves that had grown lushly because they hadn't been cut during the Harvest Festival. He planned to harvest green onions in the wide onion field until he got tired. Swish, swish. Onion leaves were being cut quickly. Sejun was now much faster at cutting onion leaves than before. It was the effect of his agility increasing by 22.5 during the Harvest Festival. Now, agility was the highest stat Sejun had. When Sejun was concentrating on cutting the onion leaves, swish, swish, he saw other rabbits also cutting onion leaves next to him. The rabbits were feeling the same as Sejun. They were moving their bodies to shake off the gloom, and thus, doing the work in the green onion field slowly faded away the gloom. Phew. Let's call it a day. As Sejun, who had been working in the field with the rabbits until late evening, said this. Squeak, squeal, squeep. The rabbits began to disperse, heading towards their homes. Now the rabbits had houses not only in the cave but also all over the ground. I should wash up and go to bed. As Sejun headed home after washing his face at the tap, zing! He felt a piercing gaze on his back. Ignore it. Sejun tried hard to ignore it but, flap, flap. The black dragon statue flew and landed on the roof of Sejun's house. And, Humphrey, it glared at Sejun again. Phew. Mr. Kaiser, why are you doing this? Sejun, who found it hard to ignore any longer, asked Kaiser. Why? Because of you, I couldn't see my granddaughter. Aileen? Yes. Is she happy just meeting you? How can I meet Aileen when she's in the administrator's area? Sejun, who couldn't remember what happened when Aileen appeared, felt wronged. Before that, please have this. Sejun took out a bottle of carrot wine that he had put in the void storage. When he regained consciousness after fainting, he found 9 bottles of carrot wine in the void storage. It was taken care of by Theo. However, carrot wine, a wine made by soaking carrots, which absorbed fire for 100 years in soju. When consumed, it increases the fire affinity and burns the impurities in the body. If the magic power is less than 100, the body cannot bear the fire energy due to side effects, and the fire energy burns the body as well. Producer, Red Tao Pharma Udon. Expiration date, 500 years. Grade, C+. Because of the option that the whole body would burn due to side effects if the magic power was less than 100, Sejun could not drink the carrot wine. So he decided to gift it to Kaiser, who liked alcohol. Of course, he wanted something in return for the alcohol. You're a sensible human, Park Sejun. When Sejun took out the carrot wine, Kaiser's voice became softer. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The black dragon statue poured the wine from the bottle into its mouth. After a while, this is good. The feeling of my throat heating up isn't bad. The carrot wine had enough heat to burn the body, but for Kaiser, it was just a heat that briefly warmed the throat. Do you want more? Of course. A single bottle won't even be enough to warm my liver. Here you go. Sejun obediently handed over the carrot wine to Kaiser. And when he had handed over 5 bottles of carrot wine, but, Mr. Kaiser, the scale you gave me as a New Year's gift seems to be defective. It disappeared when I woke up. Please give me another one. Sejun showed his left arm and spoke. Sejun obediently gave up his carrot wine to create an atmosphere for bringing this up. What? That can't be. At Sejun's words, Kaiser used his magic to examine Sejun's body, and a powerful mana reaction remained on the back of his head. It's Aileen. He felt Aileen's energy from the mana. Impressive. Very impressive. The mana wasn't strong, but it was impressive that his granddaughter had grown to a level where she could destroy the scale with his magic. All right. I'll make another one for you. Kaiser, who was in a good mood, readily agreed. Spit. The black dragon statue spat out 1 black scale. Thank you. If you're thankful, bring out some more liquor. Yes, here you go. Sejun handed over 2 bottles of carrot wine to Kaiser. Originally, he intended to give only 1 bottle, but since things went smoothly, he gave 2 to Kaiser and still had 2 left. When Sejun returned home, he placed Kaiser's scale on his left arm and re-tattooed the black dragon tattoo. It's reassuring. Sejun appreciated the black dragon tattoo that would protect his life and fell asleep. Iona, hello. Chairman Mason. Yes. But why are you here? I want to know what's happening with Grid's punishment. Well, Mason began to talk about the fact that there was a spy for Grid in the Secret Inspection Bureau and currently his son was being held hostage by Grid. Is this the chairman's office? Meow, squeak. While Iona and Mason were talking, Theo and the Black Rabbit, who had followed Iona, were looking around the chairman's office. Oh, this looks expensive. Meow. Theo, who naturally put the items in the chairman's office into his bag as if they were his. There was no thief like him. And, squeak. The Black Rabbit sat on Mason's rocking chair for rest. Creak, creak. He was rocking back and forth, having fun. They really have no manners. Mason glared at Theo and the Black Rabbit who were boldly stealing items and playing in his office. The chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association. He was furious, but now was not the time to get angry. Iona, I have a favor to ask. Caillou, what kind of favor? Iona was in her second stage of anger at Mason's attitude of making a mess and then asking for a favor. Iona, please calm down and listen. If you rescue my son, We will supply the goods we provide for the reconstruction of the Rabbit Kingdom at a 10% discount when Grid retreats from the 55th floor of the tower. Really? Rebuilding the Rabbit Kingdom required a huge amount of money, so Iona's ears perked up with interest. Meow meow meow. Leave the negotiation to me, you learned from President Park, the god of trading, Theo boasted proudly. Now is the opponent's crisis situation. It was time to use the trading skills that Sejun used against the Raccoon tribe a few days ago. Who are you? Who dares to interrupt? Mason, who had been annoyed by Theo, couldn't contain his anger when Theo interrupted his conversation with Iona. However, ho ho ho, if you ask who I am, it's common courtesy to answer. Theo was just happy that an opportunity to introduce himself had come. I'm the Great Black. He is Theo, an elite wandering merchant. Iona simply introduced Theo. It did no good to spread rumors around that he was the subordinate of the Black Dragon, especially since he just stole Mason's stuff. Revealing his identity would tarnish Sejun's reputation. What? Why is a wandering merchant taking their side? I'm the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association. Mason was irritated by Theo's words. Don't worry, meow. I'm not on Iona's side, I'm on President Park's side. Meow. What? Let's finish with a cool deal, meow, for free in exchange for saving your son. What do you think, meow? That's nonsense. 15%. Give it for free, meow. 20%. Give it for free, meow. What's with this guy? Mason, who had risen from the bottom to this position as a wandering merchant, was baffled by Theo, who consistently called for free. He really was an unreasonable guy. An attitude that doesn't even consider the margin rate of the opponent. He was curious about how he became an elite wandering merchant without even knowing the essence of negotiation. Does he have a backer? It was possible considering that he was traveling with Iona, but it was not in Iona's nature to carry such a burden. President Theo, let's stop here. It seemed that the matter would not progress in this way. Meow. What are you talking about, meow? The negotiation isn't over yet. Meow. Really? Then I can't help it. I will go directly to the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun's knees are. Coyote. You can't do that, meow. Theo was taken aback by Iona's laughter. There was no greater threat to Theo than this. Then shouldn't you finish the deal on the 38th floor of the tower quickly? Okay, meow. Iona should also solve the 55th floor and not go up, meow. Okay, I promise. Then I'll go, meow. Having obtained a promise from Iona not to go directly to the 99th floor of the tower, Theo hurriedly went down to the 38th floor. Day 271 of being stranded. There's not much time left until the blue moon, Sejun said, eating cheese soup and bread for dinner. Sejun's mind was very relaxed as he welcomed the 10th blue moon, because he trusted Alien. Fortunately, Alien, who had been sleeping soundly due to the after effects of polymorph magic spell, opened her eyes in the morning. The tower's administrator asks if you really don't remember what happened during the drinking competition. Yeah, I think I drank too much and blacked out. The tower's administrator is angry and asks why you drank enough to black out. Aileen was momentarily shocked that Sejun did not remember their meeting, but she thought it was a good opportunity to make a good first impression with Sejun again. Thanks for your help today. The tower's administrator shouts loudly to trust her. After finishing his conversation with Alien, Sejun spent the day cutting green onion leaves and did not harvest crops. This was to increase the chances of the energy of the blue moon permeating the crops. And when there was about an hour left until midnight, guys, get into position. Sejun sent the rabbits and poisonous honeybees to various fields. It was to not miss the crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Soon after, the blue moon rose. But time passed and Alien did not appear. Alien, Sejun urgently called Alien. Sejun will praise me again. Alien went up to the roof, thinking she would be complimented by Sejun during the blue moon. And then, scrub, scrub. Alien hummed a tune as Shay earnestly polished the front of the cylindrical searchlight item with a black dragon drawn on it. Soon after, the blue moon rose. It's my time to shine. Thump. Alien confidently pressed the switch on the searchlight item. However, whoosh, fizz. The light switched on and then went out. Huh? Thump, thump. Alien, feeling something was wrong, hurriedly switched it on and off, but, there was no response. Grandpa, help me. Alien urgently called Kaiser. My granddaughter. What's wrong? The searchlight item you gave me isn't working. That's impossible. What I made is perfect. Check how many green squares there are on the switch. Green squares on the switch? Was there something like that? It indicates the magic power storage rate. Is that so? Following Kaiser's words, Aileen checked the squares on the switch. They're all gray. All 5 of the 5 squares were gray. Usually, when Aileen passed out, Kaiser, who came to the administrator's area, had the chance to recharge, but this time, the portal didn't open. Oh no. That means all the stored magic power is used up. You can only use it again if you recharge the magic power. The timing was bad. Normally, Aileen, who had grown a dragon heart, could recharge the magic power, but she was unable to recover all her magic power due to polymorph. Furthermore, Kaiser also used up all his magic power to assist Aileen's polymorph, making it difficult to help Sejun. I'm sorry, Sejun. Aileen quickly looked for Sejun through the crystal orb. The tower's administrator tearfully says she might not be able to help this time. I understand. The tower's administrator says she's sorry. It's okay, Sejun answered, pretending to be calm, and looked around. Complaining and getting angry here wouldn't help at all. Guys, get into the house quickly. Squeak. Whoosh. At Sejun's shout, the rabbits and poisonous honeybees, who had sensed something strange, began to quickly enter their houses. However, thump, thump. There was not enough time. The rabbits and poisonous honeybees were already affected by the blue moon, losing their sanity and their bodies starting to transform. No, if the animals lost their sanity, they would attack each other and many lives would be lost. Create thunderclouds. In his urgency, Sejun created a thundercloud with a radius of 1 kilometer to cover the sky. Fortunately, it worked, and as the blue moon was blocked by the thundercloud, the rabbits and poisonous honeybees began to return to their original state. Go home quickly. Sejun quickly sent the animals home. Just then, bang, bang. The body of Mother Crimson Giant Bear grew even larger as it went on a rampage. Thundercloud. Sejun tried to gather all the thunderclouds above the head of Mother Crimson Giant Bear to cover the blue moon, but it seemed to have no effect in its rampaged state. Bang. The thundercloud was scattered by a single punch of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. We're doomed. Sejun hastily ran towards the cave. At this point, the only option was to hide in the cave and wait for the blue moon to end. Then, suddenly, Creon. While running towards the cave, Sejun saw a Quenji sleeping, using a stone in front of the house as a pillow. Quenji. Sejun hurriedly called out to Quenji, sleeping calmly in such a dangerous situation. Creon. Quenji, who just woke up from sleep, looked around. Follow me, Quenji. Creon. At Sejun's words, Quenji followed Sejun, rubbing his eyes. Master, are you okay? As they descended into the cave, Flammy greeted Sejun. Yeah, I'm okay. Quenji is. Why are you okay? Sejun, who was about to tell Quenji to avoid the blue moon, realized that Quenji had been basking in the blue light of the blue moon while sleeping. Creon? Quenji also asked back as if he didn't know why. Why am I okay? Sejun and Quenji didn't know, but when Sejun became Centurion Landlord, he made the animals as guards, and Quenji became immune to the effects of the blue moon. The guardian had to keep the field safe, so he always had to stay sane. Creon. Perhaps because it was sleeping time, Quenji laid on the rock that used to be Sejun's designated rock and began to sleep again. Roar. Mother Crimson Giant Bear appeared above Sejun's cave. Please just go. Sejun prayed in his mind, but sniff sniff. Mother Crimson Giant Bear sniffed around intensely, looked down, and locked eyes with Sejun. Nothing's going right today. Sejun lamented his bad luck for the day. Just then, a good idea popped into Sejun's head. Flammy. Use the flame of purification on Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Yes, if it was Flammy's purifying flame buff, which purifies negative energy, it might stop the rampage of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. When Flammy used his first leaf with a shout, the green leaf turned white. At the same time, the white flame flew towards the leg of Mother Crimson Giant Bear and was absorbed. Whoosh! The white flame, which started from the leg of Mother Crimson Giant Bear, instantly swallowed the entire body of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Roar. Fortunately, when the purifying flame began to burn, Mother Crimson Giant Bear's rampage stopped. In this way, the white flame gradually faded as it burned off the negative energy Mother Crimson Giant Bear had. A moment later, after the flame disappeared, what remained was Mother Crimson Giant Bear, whose fur had turned pink from red, purified of all negativity. I guess I should rename her Pinky, Sejun spoke looking at Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Raw. It seemed the Mother Crimson Giant Bear liked her changed fur color as she licked her fur and looked around cautiously. Thankfully, no other monsters came until the blue moon ended. Phew. That was a relief. Sejun let out a sigh of relief. It was a dangerous situation, but they had gotten through the blue moon without a major incident. Let's sleep for now. The relaxed Sejun used Quenji's belly as a pillow and fell asleep. Get ready, Iona warned as they were about to enter the 55th floor of the tower. Pipe squeak. Yes, yes. Choo Choo and the Black Rabbit, as well as the Black Wolf Tribe and Silver Wolf Tribe, who had joined on the 75th floor, prepared to enter behind Iona. Then let's go. Oh, power of the wind, prevent any noise from spreading. Silence. As Iona used a silence spell and entered the 55th floor first, the animals followed. Who's there? As soon as the animals emerged from the passage, the Boar tribe warriors guarding the corridor shouted, but their voices did not spread due to Iona's silence spell. Gug, uck. The wolves quickly subdued the Boar tribe warriors. Let's go straight to Grid's mansion. I know the location. Elka, who had been to Grid's mansion before, took the lead. The quicker they moved and the later the enemies discovered their invasion, the better. Their goal was to infiltrate, subdue Grid, rescue Geras. Once Grid was subdued, they decided to leave the rest to Mason. So when they arrived at Grid's mansion, Iona and the animals found Grid's mansion covered by a dome of opaque energy. Thud, thud. It looks like a barrier. Elka spoke, biting the handle of the huge battle axe that had been carried on his back. It was a relic, guillotine, retrieved after killing Tariq. Rumble. Elka swung the guillotine with a movement of his head. Crash. A red energy erupted from the guillotine, tearing apart the barrier, creating a large hole in the barrier. Let's go in. Iona and the animals entered the barrier. After the animals had entered, swoosh, the hole in the barrier started to close. Rumble. Sejun, who had been sleeping using the belly of Quenji as a pillow, woke up due to the loud rumble from Quenji's stomach. Should I sleep with Quenji next time? It was very comfortable sleeping on Quenji's belly. It felt like sleeping on a cloud, and it even had the function of an alarm to wake up in the morning. Creon. I'm hungry. As soon as Quenji opened his eyes, he started looking for food. Let's go eat. As Sejun got up and went outside, wow, he saw crops all over, glowing with a blue aura. They were magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Let's eat quickly and then harvest. Creon. Quenji cheered at the mention of eating. Sejun quickly entered the kitchen and made soup. He wanted to harvest the crops as soon as possible, so he just ate soup. Squeak, squeal. In the meantime, the rabbits woke up and ate breakfast together. After having breakfast, okay, let's go. Sejun started harvesting crops with Quenji. Pop. You've harvested a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. You have 61,287 times left to complete the job quest. Job experience slightly increases. The proficiency of harvesting LV 5 slightly increases. You have gained 150 experience points. Sejun put the harvested blue cherry tomato directly into his mouth. Crunch. Slurp. Juice burst out as soon as he bit into the skin of the cherry tomato. Wow, it's delicious. You've consumed a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your magic power permanently increases by 0.3. Since there were a lot of cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon today, it was okay to eat a few without preying. Creon. Quenji pointed at himself with his front paw, indicating that it was his turn. Alright, here. Sejun found another blue cherry tomato and gave it to Quenji. When about 100 of the blue crops had been harvested, you've harvested 100 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon in a day. Job experience greatly increases. This is new. It was new information that harvesting 100 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon gave additional job experience. Creon. Quenji rushed Sejun to harvest more, pointing at the tempting blue cherry tomato. Got it. Shortly after, the harvesting of the magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon ended. Now let's harvest regular cherry tomatoes. As Sejun was about to harvest the regular red tomatoes, Creon. Quenji called Sejun from the front of the sweet potato field. What? When Sejun arrived at the place where Quenji had called him, 5 blue sweet potatoes had been dug up there. Quenji, how did you find these? Creon. They smell. Quenji pointed to his nose and said, "Smell?" According to Quenji, crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon had a unique fragrance. Thanks to this, they could find crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon even if they were buried in the ground. In this way, they were able to continue harvesting blue crops, and when the number of blue crops that Sejun had harvested reached 200, you've harvested 200 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon in a day. Job experience increases significantly. Again, he was able to earn additional job experience, and your job experience is now full. The rank of Tao Farmer, C, increases. You have become a Tao Farmer, B. As the job rank increases, job characteristics are strengthened. Finally, the job rank has increased. Great. Sejun, who could now harvest higher grade crops, was delighted when, flash, a golden light burst out from Sejun's straw hat. Relic, St. Patrick's straw hat confirms the user's job rank increase. Tao Farmer, B, confirmed. The grade of the artifact, St. Patrick's straw hat, increases to B. The B grade restrictions are lifted. Restriction on skill, Earth's Blessing LV. 5 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Farmer's Body LV. 4 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Bountiful Harvest LV. 3 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Growth Acceleration LV. 2 is lifted. Skill, Farmer's Talent LV. 1 is unlocked. Sejun checked the skills of the St. Patrick's straw hat. Earth's Blessing changed from a slight increase to an increase in the rate of magic power recovery. Farmer's Body increased all stats from 5 to 7. Bountiful Harvest increased the maximum area from 1000 to 1650 square meter for a bountiful harvest. The Growth Acceleration changed the growth period of the crops from a week to 2 weeks without any side effects. And Farmer's Talent, Sejun checked the newly opened skill. 1 more. LV. 1. Every time you harvest 1000 of the same crops, you can get 1 more. It was decent enough. Good job, Quenji. Sejun praised Quenji, giving him a blue sweet potato. If Quenji had not found the blue crops in the ground, it would have taken much longer to raise his job rank. On the 272nd day of being stranded, Sejun became a B-rank Tao Farmer. Meow. Theo's mood suddenly worsened as he descended toward the 38th floor. What? Meow? Who's getting President Park's favor? Meow. Theo's knee detector was evolving. How many are there? Sejun counted the number of crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon that he harvested. 201, 202, 221. There were still 221 crops left even after he had shared quite a few with Quenji. Good. Sejun looked at the harvested blue crops with satisfaction. 150 cherry tomatoes, 31 sweet potatoes, 20 potatoes, 20 carrots. First, I'll eat about 80 cherry tomatoes. A blue, C-grade cherry tomato increases his magic power by 0.3. Sejun's current magic power was 48.75. He was planning to raise his magic power to 70 to unlock the skill. We can share the rest. Creon. When Sejun said he would distribute the crops, Quenji emphasized not to forget his contribution. Of course. I'll make 10 special honey sweet potatoes for our Quenji. Creon. At Sejun's words, Quenji cheered. So, let's get to work. Sejun began to harvest the normal crops with Quenji. They first went to the tomato field to harvest the cherry tomatoes, of which they had the most. And then, snip, snip. A little while after they started harvesting, you harvested 1000 magical cherry tomatoes. 1 more. LV. 1 is activated. You obtained 1 additional magical cherry tomato. When he harvested 1000 cherry tomatoes, the 1 more skill activated and they got 1 more cherry tomato. 1000 plus 1. Although there was no dramatic effect, he thought it would help if it accumulated bit by bit. He continued to harvest in this way. Creon. When the box was filled with cherry tomatoes that Sejun harvested, Quenji, who had been lounging around in the void storage, got up and stacked the box in the storage. Thanks. Crop Gigantification. Sejun used the Crop Gigantification skill on the magical cherry tomato to be given to the hardworking Quenji. The magical cherry tomato is enlarged 5 times. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in Crop Gigantification LV. 1 increases slightly. The cherry tomato became 5 times bigger. roughly the size of a pumpkin. Sejun used crop gigantification on 10 cherry tomatoes to enlarge them and gave them to Quenji. Quenji was happy with the cherry tomatoes that not only tasted good, but also filled his mouth. So, every time Quenji moved a box, Sejun used crop gigantification on the crop he would give to Quenji, and soon the magical cherry tomato is enlarged 5 times. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV1 increases slightly. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV1 is filled, and the level increases. His level quickly increased. Thanks to this, the size of the crops enlarged by the skill increased by 6 times. Let's eat now. At the mention of food, Quenji quickly got up. Creon. As Sejun started cooking while humming, Quenji followed and sang along. And then, squeak, squeal, squeep. The rabbits gathered to eat dinner after finishing their work. Eat these. Sejun handed 20 blue carrots to the rabbits. He had already eaten some cherry tomatoes with Quenji, and during the harvest festival, his agility had increased a lot, so he gave all the carrots to the rabbits. The potatoes were used for soup, and besides the 10 honey sweet potatoes to be given to Quenji, the rest of the sweet potatoes were all made into roasted sweet potatoes. I didn't know the dragons would love roasted sweet potatoes so much. At first, he thought only Alien liked it, but it turned out that Kaiser and Anton also loved roasted sweet potatoes. Chew, chew. While the food was being prepared, the rabbits waited while eating carrots, and Sejun ate blue magical cherry tomatoes to raise his magic power. You have consumed a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your magic power permanently increases by 0.3. By the time he had eaten 71 cherry tomatoes, your magic power has exceeded 70. The seal of Rain Thunder LV1 is unlocked. All the seals on Rain Thunder LV1 are unlocked. Based on the accumulated proficiency, the skill level of Rain Thunder LV1 increases. Your proficiency in Rain Thunder LV1 is filled, and the level increases. Your proficiency in Rain Thunder LV2 is filled, and the level increases. As soon as all the seals of the skill were unlocked, the level of Rain Thunder skill instantly rose to 3. It was thanks to Sejun practicing to make thunder clouds and increasing his proficiency. I should try this in the Western Forest tomorrow. He couldn't use here, so he planned to use it on fire ants. Just then, Quenji started urging Sejun, asking when his honey sweet potato would be ready. It'll be ready soon. Sejun planned to finish the cooking to match the time the soup would be ready. A little later, it's ready. Sejun completed the soup, honey sweet potato, and roasted sweet potato at the same time. Flap, flap. Park Sejun, you rascal. Hurry up and bring out the roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser, who had been waiting for the food to be ready, flew over, shouting. The tower's administrator asks if he is angry with Sejun. What? Angry? Absolutely not. Kaiser, calm down. And you too, Alien. Sejun calmed the dragons and took out the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire. I'll give you 15, Mr. Kaiser, but you'll have to share with the other dragons. Thanks. Rumble. The black dragon statue swallowed the roasted sweet potato that Sejun handed over in one gulp. And then, Alien, I'll give you 5 roasted sweet potatoes and 50 cherry tomatoes. Thanks to the increase in magical talent from consuming honey jelly, the condition of the dragon heart has greatly improved. That's why Alien was now able to eat magic-enhancing crops again. The tower's administrator says thank you. After distributing the roasted sweet potatoes to the dragons, Sejun started his meal with the animals. Sejun sprinkled pepper into the soup and then scooped the soup with chunks of potato. He cooled the soup with his breath and put it in his mouth. The taste of the ingredients, combined with the seasoning of salt and pepper, created a perfect flavor. In addition, the crispy texture felt every time he chewed the perfectly cut potatoes. Wow! It was so delicious. Of course, having light meals for breakfast and lunch played a part in this. As soon as he finished a bowl of soup, you have consumed the purple seps potato soup imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your strength permanently increases by 0.2. The effect was lower than the original, but it appeared even without eating the whole serving. Just as Sejun thought he should eat another bowl of soup, Tong, tong. Quenji appeared disappointed as he tapped the completely empty pot and stared at its bottom. He had managed to eat all the honey sweet potatoes and devour the soup in just a minute after the meal began. Kya-ha-ha-ha. Kaiser laughed heartily as he peeled the skin of the roasted sweet potato. The roasted sweet potato was so hot that steam was coming out it, but Kaiser, who had high fire resistance, wasn't affected by the heat at all and peeled the skin. It was an ability that Sejun would have been very envious of. Kaiser took a big bite of the roasted sweet potato, revealing its yellow flesh. He was supposed to share with the other dragons, but he was eating it all by himself. I can't share something this good. After all, it was clear that the nature of the dragon was greed. Oh, whether it was due to the energy of the blue moon or not, it had a much richer flavor and aroma than the previous sweet potato. As he ate the roasted sweet potato, his throat gradually dried up. That's when, pop, glug, glug, glug. Kaiser opened a bottle of fire carrot wine he got from Sejun, filled a large cup with it, and drank it in one gulp. When the fire carrot wine went down his throat with the sweet potato, the dryness disappeared. At the same time, his mouth felt refreshed and ready to eat more roasted sweet potatoes. Kya-ha-ha-ha. Good. Very good. He. Well done, my granddaughter. Kaiser was enjoying fire carrot wine with roasted sweet potato as a snack, praising Aileen for appointing Sejun as the tower farmer. Whoosh! Kaiser quickly covered the roasted sweet potato. A moment later, Father, what are you eating alone? Anton, who hurried back from the patrolling outside, asked Kaiser with sharp eyes. The room was filled with a strong smell. What do you mean, eating? I was just having a simple drink. Kaiser tried to act as nonchalant as possible. If it was revealed that he had roasted sweet potatoes, he would have had to share with the other dragons. Hand it over. What? What are you talking about? The roasted sweet potato. How did this damn ghost know? Here. Kaiser took out a roasted sweet potato. However, I know you got 15 from Sejun. Eek. At Anton's words, Kaiser grimaced. Kaiser didn't know, but Anton had also been listening to the conversation with the black dragon statue. Thus, Kaiser's plan to monopolize the roasted sweet potatoes came to nothing. After having dinner, Sejun was pondering why Quenji didn't go berserk during the blue moon. He concluded that the only difference was that Quenji didn't change because he was a guardian. So he intended to designate Mother Crimson Giant Bear as a guardian instead of Choo-Choo. But once a guardian is assigned, it cannot be changed. A once designated guardian could not be changed. It doesn't work. Sejun stood up from his seat thinking that he must carefully assign a guardian next time. Quenji, let's sleep together. Having slept with animals continuously these days, it felt somewhat empty to sleep alone. However, at Sejun's words, Quenji shook his head and ran away. He said he would sleep with Mum. What am I doing at the age of 26? Sejun, overwhelmed by Quenji's rejection, regained his senses, went into his room, and lay down. Snooze. He fell asleep easier than he thought. Sejun, I'm here. Screech. In the corner of the bedroom ceiling, a nocturnal golden bat kept watch over the sleeping Sejun. Representative Theo, why are you doing this? Intern Jeff, who had joined on the 67th floor of the tower, asked Theo, who was grimacing. Theo was taking a few of the interns who were helping to rebuild the 67th floor of the tower down to the 38th floor. This is bad, meow. Speed up, meow. More, shut up, meow. Do you want to extend the contract, meow? Theo yelled at the cat interns who were grimacing. Understood. There were no interns who could refuse in front of the cat boss. Thanks to running quickly, Theo arrived at the camp on the 38th floor of the tower 50 hours after leaving the 99th floor. Humans, I'm here, meow. It's Theo. The cat merchant has appeared. Hunters hurriedly ran at Theo's appearance. Pewit, were you waiting for me that much, meow? Theo was pleasantly surprised by the hunter's attitude, who welcomed him more than he expected. Of course. Why haven't you been here lately? Yeah. Do you know how many days we've been waiting here? The hunters responded, forming a circle around Theo. They were preparing for the auction. Bill, Jeff. Yes. Bill and Jeff took out wooden boxes from their bags and stacked them one by one. And then, jump. Theo climbed up on the boxes. Let's start the auction, meow. The first auction is the magical cherry tomato, meow. He announced the start of the auction. Then, make way. Please make way. Hunters carrying hunters who were poisoned and unconscious with blackened skin entered the camp. Move. Meow. Thump. Thump. Theo quickly moved and put a detoxifying green onions into the mouths of unconscious hunters one by one. I thought you only cared about money. You saved people without any hesitation. Theo's unexpected action changed the hunters' view of him. However, Pewit, I made money. Meow. Unlike what the hunters thought, Theo, who had planned to make money regardless of the hunters' thoughts, didn't need any calculations, and among the unconscious hunters was the guildmaster of the Wizard Guild, Lucilia. As the hunters who ate the detoxifying green onions began to regain their original skin color and their rapid breathing started to ease. It'll take time to be fully detoxified. Meow. Theo casually stood up and climbed back onto the wooden box. In Theo's hand was a piece of paper. Pewit, President Park will love it. Meow. Theo had quickly taken thumbprints of the hunters while feeding them detoxifying green onions. His hands were faster than the eye. Theo carefully put the contract into his bag, thinking about how happy Sejun would be. Then, let's start the auction with 500 magic cherry tomatoes each. Meow. Theo shouted charismatically. 870 tower coins for 500 pieces. 890 tower coins for 500 pieces. A higher than usual bid. Due to Theo's long absence, there was no supply outside the tower, so the prices were rising. In addition, after witnessing Theo's good deeds here, the hunters unknowingly spent a little more money to help Theo, who had suffered a loss. Thanks to this, he was able to sell 5,000 magic cherry tomatoes at about 1.9 tower coins each. Next is the power sweet potato. Meow. Theo thought this trade would be a brief as the sweet potatoes didn't receive a good response in the last auction. But 1,500 tower coins for 500 pieces, 1,600 tower coins for 500 pieces, 1,800 tower coins for 500 pieces. Contrary to Theo's thoughts, the hunter's response was explosive. This was because the true value of the power sweet potato had been revealed. It actively stimulates bowel movements. Of course, it helped to promote regular bowel movements, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Consuming the power sweet potato resulted in more active bowel movements and increased absorption efficiency by 5 times. That is, eating one power sweet potato and one detoxifying green onion together produced the same effect as eating 5 detoxifying green onions. 2,500 tower coins for 500 pieces, 3,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 4,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. Therefore, the auction was heated, and the price of the power sweet potato skyrocketed. 50,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 60,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 120,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters fell silent at the sudden doubling of the price. 120,000 tower coins meant buying the power sweet potato for 240 tower coins each. The winning bid for the power sweet potato at the last auction was 1 tower coin, so it increased by a whopping 240 times. But if you think about it, it was cheap. 1 power sweet potato does the work of 4 detoxifying green onions. And the price of the detoxifying green onion at the last auction was about 80 tower coins. Even if you buy the power sweet potato for 320 tower coins each, it's still worth it. Plus, the effect of the power sweet potato isn't limited to the detoxifying green onion. It also applies to the magical cherry tomatoes. Even if you eat one, it feels like you've eaten 5 and keeps your vitality for a long time. Of course, it also applied to ordinary medicines. Sold. Meow. In the ensuing auction, Theo sold the power sweet potato for an average of 250 tower coins each. And then, next up is the detoxifying green onion. The auction for the detoxifying green onion began next. 40,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 41,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 42,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The price was somewhat settled from the last auction, and it didn't rise much when the power sweet potatoes appeared. Then, I'm only selling 5,000 detoxifying green onions today. Meow. What? Why? The hunters, who were leisurely watching, thinking that Theo would sell 10,000 detoxifying green onions as he did in the last auction, were taken aback. And then, 52,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 53,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 60,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters hurriedly joined the auction. Thanks to that, The price went up and Theo was able to sell 5,000 detoxifying green onions for 154 tower coins each. Pewit, I've earned over 2 million tower coins. Meow. Theo, let's take a picture. Female hunters approached Theo, who was happy for exceeding his highest sales amount, asking him to take a photo. It's not possible. Meow. Huh? Why? I still have one more crop to sell. Meow. Really? Upon hearing that there was a new crop, the scattering hunters gathered again. The new crop for sale is agility carrots. Meow. Come and see. Meow. The hunters examined the options of the agility carrot at Theo's invitation. They had already expected that it would increase agility just by hearing the name. The crucial part was the effect when a non-awakened person ate it. It improves eyesight. Can even those who have lost their sight regain it? Puzzled by the vague description, the hunters contemplated whether to buy the agility carrots and return to their positions. Let's start. Meow. 500 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters estimated the value of the agility carrot based on the effect of improving agility, as they could not know how much it improved eyesight. As the auction proceeded, 550 tower coins for 500 pieces. There was one hunter who was buying the agility carrot at a slightly higher price. It was Kim Dong-sik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild's third team. I'm investing all my fortune here. Based on his past experiences, Dong-sik had realized that the crops sold by Theo were cheapest when first introduced and when people were skeptical. And in the next auction, once the value of the crops became known, the price would skyrocket. That's why Dong-sik believed that now was the cheapest time, and he invested all his fortune to buy 3,000 agility carrots. Sold out. Meow. When the auction ended, and Theo and the interns were taking photos and receiving rewards from the hunters, hunters who had been poisoned started to regain consciousness. Wake up. Late at night, someone called Sejun. What is it? As Sejun rubbed his eyes and looked around, flap, flap. A golden bat was flying in front of Sejun. Sejun, you're awake. An int has come for you. Int? Yes. It's waiting outside. Listening to the golden bat's words, Sejun went outside the house. Thump, thump. As Sejun came out, the ant waiting in front of the house extended its head with a blue seed. It looked like a seed imbued with the energy of Blue Moon. Did you come all this way for this? Sejun placed his hand on Int's head and asked. Yes. Seed. Take. Please. Okay. Snap. Sejun plucked the blue seed from Int's head. You've obtained the mimic seed. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV4 slightly increases. Mimic seed. Sejun examined the seed. Mimic seed. A seed produced by an ant that has absorbed the energy of the blue moon, at a very low probability. It mimics the closest seed or crop. Grade A. So it mimics. As Sejun was examining the seed, Th. Ank. U. The ant expressed gratitude to Sejun for plucking its seed, and then, thud, thud, began to return to the western forest. I should be the one thanking you. Sejun waved until and was out of sight. And then, which crop should I plant it next to? Sejun wondered where to plant the mimic seed, but, yawn, he was too sleepy. Let's think about it in the dream. Sejun put the mimic seed in his pocket and went back to sleep. And then, in the morning, Quenji came into the bedroom and woke Sejun up. What's the matter? Yesterday you just left me alone, Sejun said, feigning annoyance. Quenji burst into tears as Sejun didn't welcome it. Daddy is angry. Vroom, vroom. Ku started the engine of crying. No, number. Daddy's not angry. Pat, pat. Sejun quickly patted Quenji's butt to soothe him. If Quenji cried, it would use more energy, and thus would need to eat more, and Sejun has to prepare the food that Quenji will eat. I can't make the child cry first thing in the morning. As Sejun soothed Quenji, I'm hungry. Quenji, who had stopped crying quickly, pushed out his pink belly and said, okay, let's have breakfast quickly. Golden Bat, let's go. Yes. Sejun took Quenji and the Golden Bat to the kitchen and prepared breakfast. During the preparation, the rabbits woke up and helped Sejun. After having the prepared breakfast, the mimic seed. Sejun took out the seed from his pocket. But, what came out from the pocket were 2 5-colored bin seeds. He had completely forgotten about it since he bought it from Emil, the raccoon tribe chief. The mimic seed in his pocket had transformed into the 5-colored bin seeds that was already there. What does it matter, since he didn't specifically have anything to do with the mimic seed? Sejun was not too disappointed. Let's plant them. Since he had only 2 seeds, he didn't want to plant them in the field. Sejun dug the ground with his dagger next to the fragment of the divine stone and planted the seeds. You've planted the 5 colored bean seeds. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV 6 slightly increases. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV 1, your proficiency in seed sowing LV 6 has increased by an additional 5% after planting the 2 5-colored bean seeds. Today, we will harvest cherry tomatoes in the morning and go to the western forest in the afternoon. Got it? Creon. Yes, Sejun told Quenji and the Golden Bat the schedule for the day. Anyway, he has to work alone. Let's work. Sejun went into the cherry tomato field alone and started picking cherry tomatoes. Pop. You've harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 50,017 times left to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 5 slightly increases. You've gained 30 experience points. There's still half left, Sejun said, looking at the job quest message. The progress was slower than he thought. And while he was diligently harvesting cherry tomatoes, Buzz, a poisonous honeybee came. Huh? What's the matter? Buzz. The poisonous bees from the east are swarming. Really? Quenji, let's go. Sejun hurriedly took Quenji and moved east. Can you move now? Meow. Theo, who had returned after taking photos, asked the hunters who regained consciousness. Yeah. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. The hunters expressed their gratitude to Theo. It's okay, Meow. If you're thankful, follow me. Meow. Dong-sik, you follow too. Meow. Me too? Yes, Meow. Theo took Kim Dong-sik and the hunters out of the camp. As they were moving, 1. Be competent. 2. Let's become humans. They could hear someone shouting from afar. Is he going to the master? Upon hearing the sound, Dong-sik realized where Theo was heading. But why is he going to the master? He felt a sense of rejection because he himself had just come from running around with the Black Wolf gang members until a few days ago. Soon after, as Dong-sik expected, they arrived where Han Tae-jun was. Old man, it's been a while. Meow. Theo, why are you here so early? These guys are not ready to become competent yet. Eek. The Black Wolf gang members were shocked at Han Tae-jun's words. I came because I have something important to discuss. Meow. Something important? What is it? First, write a confidentiality agreement that you'll keep what you hear here secret. Meow. Theo handed over a new contract. This contract only contained information about maintaining confidentiality. Should we stand further away? The hunters who had followed Theo asked. They did not want to hear any secrets and complicate matters. There's no need for that. Meow. Theo took out the contract he had put away earlier and began to write the contents of the agreement. Stamp first, then contract. It was a truly crafty way to make a contract. Then, welcome, members. From now on, you are founding members of the Earth Defense Force. Meow. And I'm the Deputy Commander of the Earth Defense Force, codename Yellow. Meow. Theo, having finished writing the contract, shouted to the hunters. Of course, Sejun was the commander of the Earth Defense Force. As Sejun ran towards the east, he saw a large swarm of poisonous honeybees in the distance. How many are there? BZZZ, BZZZ. From the east, 30,000 poisonous honeybees were rapidly approaching Sejun's farm, and buzz, buzz, from the opposite direction, 10,000 of Sejun's poisonous honeybees were warning the enemies not to come closer, making threatening sounds. It was a critical situation. It will be difficult to capture them. The number of eastern poisonous honeybees was too great. If he tried to catch them, his own honeybees might get wiped out first. It was regrettable, but there was no other way. Quenji, blow them away. Creon. At Sejun's command, Quenji enlarged and simultaneously infused magic into the branch it carried. Greek. The branch enlarged. Ku. Just as Quenji was about to swing the 20 meters long branch with all its might. Stop. Flap. Flap. The black dragon statue flew in. Park Sejun, you fool. Why are you trying to massacre these useful creatures? Aren't you going to treat Aileen? Kaiser began to berate Sejun. The more poisonous honeybees there were, the more honey jelly could be produced, and thus, Aileen's treatment could be expedited. I'd like to. But if we try to catch them one by one, our guys will die first. HMPH. Just watch me. In response to Sejun's answer, Kaiser flew towards the east and poisonous honeybees, making a loud noise. Buzz, buzz. The eastern poisonous honeybees were about to attack Kaiser, who had entered their territory. At that moment, obey me. At Kaiser's single command, the attitude of the eastern poisonous honeybees changed 180 degrees. Bzzz, bzzz. Suddenly, the eastern poisonous bees began to escort Kaiser. Flap, flap. Kaiser casually approached Sejun with the eastern poisonous honeybees. Are you satisfied now? Kaiser spoke to Sejun in a pompous manner, as if saying, this much is nothing to me. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. HMPH. I'm doing this for my granddaughter. It has nothing to do with the roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser mentioned the roasted sweet potatoes unnecessarily in response to Sejun's thanks. It seemed that he wanted more in the future. After speaking so brusquely, Kaiser then casually flew away alone. And then, bzzz, bzzz. Sejun stood alone between the 40,000 poisonous honeybees. I should feed them honey and tell them not to eat meat in the future. Clang. Sejun opened the void storage and took out a jar of honey. Click. As he opened the lid, Creon Quenji rushed in front of Sejun, thinking that the honey was for him. Thump. Before Sejun could stop it, Quenji dipped its hand into the jar and scooped up a large amount of honey. Then, slurp, slurp. Bzzz. When Quenji began eating the honey, the eastern poisonous honeybees started showing interest in the honey Quenji was eating. You guys try it too. When Sejun poured honey into several dishes and invited them to eat, Sejun's poisonous honeybees and the eastern poisonous honeybees started eating honey from the dishes together. At that moment, a wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. The 11,931 poisonous honeybees led by the queen decide to follow you. You have obtained the hive owned by the queen of the wild poisonous honeybees. Huh? There was a queen too? There were so many poisonous honeybees that the queen was concealed among them. The number of poisonous honeybees has exceeded 20,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV 5 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV 5 is full, and the level rises. It had been only a few days since the level increased when the number of poisonous honeybees reached 10,000, and the beekeeping level had risen again. But that was not the end. A wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. As Sejun's beekeeping level rose and the number of hives he could acquire increased, other poisonous honeybee queens also decided to follow Sejun. This time, it was a queen who had 17,000 poisonous honeybees. The number of poisonous honeybees has exceeded 30,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV 6 has increased slightly. The number of venomous honeybees has exceeded 40,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV 6 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV 6 is full, and the level increases. Wow! My level has gone up by 2. A wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. Then another poisonous honeybee queen decided to follow Sejun. This time, it was a poisonous honeybee queen who led about 3,000 bees. Buzz, buzz. The 3 poisonous honeybee queens flew towards Sejun, rubbing their abdomens against his body to show intimacy. But why did you all come all the way here, abandoning your hive? Sejun asked the poisonous honeybee queens a question he was curious about. Buzz. We were attacked by enemies and had no choice but to abandon our hive and flee. Buzz. Me too. Buzz. He. I ran away because I saw the 2 of you running away. The smallest and youngest poisonous honeybee queen shyly replied. Enemy? Sejun, who knew that the eastern forest was dominated by poisonous honeybees, asked in confusion. Buzz. We were attacked by hot and red things. Buzz. Not only fire, but the red shell is the problem. Buzz. Buzz. That's right. If you don't sting accurately, the poisonous stinger won't go in properly. After hearing the poisonous honeybee queens, Sejun recalled something. You didn't get attacked by these guys, did you? Sejun brought out the corpse of a fire ant worker from his void storage and asked. The fire ant worker could emit hot fire and had a resilient red shell. Buzz, buzz. The poisonous honeybees were agitated to see the corpse of the fire ant, and it seemed to be correct. What happened? Clearly, they were appearing from the west. But to appear from the east? Is it the south? He was sure about the center, so the only way the fire ants could have come and gone was from the south. Let's go to where the hive is first. Sejun, along with the poisonous honeybees and Quenji, moved east to retrieve the poisonous honeybee queen's beehive. PFFT. One of the Black Wolf gang member couldn't hold back his laugh at Theo's words. Earth Defense Force. It reminded him of a Special Forces movie he watched as a child. Who dares to laugh at the announcement of the establishment of the Earth Defense Force? Meow. Theo, the deputy commander of the Earth Defense Force, tried his best to speak as sternly as he could. I'm sorry. Be careful. Meow. The Earth Defense Force is no joke. Meow. Yes. Then you all should decide your code names. Meow. What? Isn't it obvious? Everyone here is part of the Earth Defense Force. Han Tae-jun had a request left in the contract. Black Wolf gang had to work under Theo until they repaid their debt, and Kim Dong-sik was also contracted with Sejun, so Theo forcibly enlisted all of them in the Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force. This isn't a game. The face of Lucilia, the guild master of the Wizard Guild, turned red with anger at Theo's absurdity. This was not what she signed up for. When Lucilia was about to express her anger, Theo, Earth Defense Force. Can you explain more? Han Tae-jun asked in a serious voice. Earth's destruction is coming. Meow. So, we, the Earth Defense Force, must protect the Earth. Meow. Silence followed Theo's words. Destruction? What destruction? I can't tell you everything. Meow. President Park said not to tell everything. Meow. Releasing too much information could cause chaos and foster confusion, especially if it became known that the tower, like Noah's Ark, would take in survivors before the destruction. Everyone would abandon Earth and create chaos in an attempt to enter the tower. You expect us to believe you without telling us anything? Lucilia, who had been displeased from the start, asked. There was no information to believe Theo's words. You don't have to believe. Meow. What? But just do what I tell you to do. Meow. It didn't matter whether the hunters believed him or not. Theo's goal was solely to complete what Sejun ordered and to receive praise and sell this to raise funds for activities. Meow. Theo took out 2,000 detoxifying green onions and divided them into 100 pieces for each hunter. If he had known that the power sweet potatoes were sold at a high price, he would have saved them. But that was Theo's mistake. Much of Lucilia's dissatisfaction disappeared with the 100 detoxifying green onions given by Theo. If she went outside and sold them, they would almost amount to 15 billion won. There were many benefits to be gained from selling this. Then I'll give you a mission. Meow. Buy as much land as you can. And, as he spoke, Theo took out a sturdy blade green onion from his bag. Plant this. Meow. What is this? Ouch. One hunter carefully touched the sturdy blade green onion leaf and cut his hand. Be careful. Meow. It's very sharp. Meow. Can planting this prevent Earth's destruction? Han Tae-jun asked. That's right. Meow. If we plant a lot of this on Earth, there will be no destruction of the Earth. Meow. Since Sejun's words were all correct, Theo spoke confidently. I understand. Let's try it. Selling the detoxifying onions provided money, and using that money to buy land and plant green onions was all that needed to be done. Since it only consumed one favor, Han Tae-jun had nothing to lose. And as for the Earth Defense Force, there was something majestic about it. So, they decided to meet again, and the Earth Defense Force members dispersed. At that moment, Theo, Han Tae-jun approached. What is it? Meow. I want my disciples to join the Earth Defense Force as well. Han Tae-jun had already trusted Theo's words, and he thought that protecting the Earth was ultimately protecting Korea. So, he wanted his disciples to join the Earth Defense Force as well. In that way, the Earth Defense Force was expected to increase its membership by 10 in the near future. Alright, Meow. I'll write up the contracts when you bring them next time. Meow. Thank you. And Han Tae-jun said cautiously. What? Meow. I want my code name to be Captain K. Han Tae-jun had always been envious of Captain A in Marvel movies. Sejun was guided by the bees to the beehive. Wow, it looks like this. Last time he only went to the entrance, so he didn't know, but the east was mostly rocky terrain. After about an hour's journey, the hive of the youngest queen bee who had fled last appeared. Quenji. Carry it. Creon. Quenji picked up the beehive and they moved again to find another beehive. 30 minutes later, crunch, crunch. Giant ant workers chewing and carrying huge hives appeared, numbering roughly 1,000. Buzz, buzz. The original owner of the beehive, the queen bee and the worker bees, We're ready for battle. Wait a minute. Create thundercloud. Sejun decided to use his perfected thunder skill. The sky darkened with storm clouds, but the worker fire ant paid no attention. Rainfall. Sejun sprayed enough water to enhance the electrical conductivity and then throw thunder. With Sejun's shout, crack, bang, a massive blue lightning bolt from the sky struck the beehive where the fire ants were. Boom, sizzle. The lightning striking the hive spread to the surroundings. You've killed a fire ant worker. You've gained 1000 experience points. Dot. 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 In an instant, 500 ants in the beehive and 300 ants around the beehive were electrocuted and died. The metal shell of the ants was weak against electric attacks. Oh, I'm so strong, huh? Thud. Sejun collapsed. He had carelessly exhausted all his magic power, succumbing to mana exhaustion. Creon. As expected, Dad is too weak. Quenji shook his head and carried Sejun. Thank you. Without the strength to stand up, Sejun was carried on Quenji's back and arrived home. While Sejun was resting at home due to mana exhaustion, "Hi Quenji." Flammy greeted Quenji, who came down to the cave. Quenji was hunting small fish, brought from the Sea of Dimensions by Flammy, twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Creon. Not good. Dad passed out due to mana exhaustion. What? Master collapsed? Flammy asked in a worried voice after hearing the news about Sejun from Quenji. Bang. Creon. He collapsed after dropping a thunderbolt. Dad is weak. I'm so worried he might die. Quenji, while hunting a fish with a single punch, told Flammy about his worries. Although Quenji knew that Sejun was as weak as a sunfish, he didn't know that Sejun had the talent to get into danger by himself. Even now, just in case, the golden bat was guarding Sejun. We can't let this go on. We need to come up with some measures. Creon. Yes, we need a plan. Flammy and Quenji were looking for a way to strengthen Sejun. However, they couldn't come up with a suitable alternative even after thinking for a long time. Tower, 55th floor. Power of ice. Follow my command and conceal the surroundings. Ice fog. To buy time for the group to escape, Iona created an ice fog to obscure sight and slow down the enemies. The group, who had intended to effortlessly defeat the grid and save Geras, encountered an unexpected obstacle inside the mansion. White knights guarding Grid's mansion, made entirely of dragon bones, known as Dragon Knights. There were 100 Dragon Knights. They were neither strong nor fast. But the Dragon Knights, who neither got destroyed nor tired, gradually wore down the fleeing group. They even thought of escaping outside the barrier, but unlike when they entered, the barrier didn't break from the inside, and they kept fighting and running from the Dragon Knights. And just when the group was gradually becoming exhausted, Pipi Choo suggested that there might still be a secret passage in the palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. They evaded the Dragon Knight's pursuit and arrived at the location of the secret passage following Chachu. Screech as Chachu pushed the bottom of the rock. Thud. The rock moved, revealing the hidden entrance to the secret passage. Although their Red Ribbon Kingdom's palace had collapsed, but luckily Grid had not touched the underground, so the secret passage remained intact. Hurry up! Hurry! Elku and Hagel ushered the wolves into the secret passage. And then, Pipi. As soon as all the animals, including the black rabbit, entered the secret passage, Chacha quickly called out to her master. Kaiu. Got it. Power of ice. Bring frost and wind to the enemies. Blizzard. Iona used magic and quickly entered the closing secret passage. Thump. Whoosh. As the secret passage closed, the blizzard magic spell was activated and a snowstorm began to blow. And then, crackle. The Dragon Knights who had been chasing the animals stopped their pursuit as they froze in the snowstorm. The strong wind also erased any signs that the secret passage had moved. Sejun, who had been lying down all day yesterday, woke up. Due to the after effects of mana exhaustion, he didn't feel great today. He had no strength in his body, and didn't feel like doing anything. But I have to do what needs to be done. Swoosh. Barely managing, Sejun added another line to the wall in his bedroom, marking the start of the 275th morning. As soon as Sejun, who had marked the date, went outside, Creon Quenji, who was preparing breakfast for Sejun, noticed him and hurried over. The golden bat, who had been watching over Sejun all night, was asleep on the ceiling of his bedroom. Thud. Quenji, enlarging itself to 3 meters, grabbed Sejun by both shoulders and brought him back to his bedroom. Why, Quenji? I can move now. Sejun tried to leave, But, thud. Quenji lightly pressed its front paw on Sejun's chest as he tried to get up. That alone was enough to fully suppress him. Creon. No. Dad must eat a lot and rest. Sejun had no choice but to eat soup in bed, forced by Quenji. A little while later, Quenji, who had been keeping an eye on Sejun so he wouldn't leave, fell asleep next to him, and the bedroom became quiet. And then, zzz. Only the sound of Quenji and the golden bat's snoring could be heard. They were both exhausted from worrying about Sejun. You guys. Feeling warmth in his heart for their concern, Sejun stroked Quenji's belly. It was cozy. Then he remembered how he was overpowered by Quenji earlier. Receive my revenge. Bubububub. Sejun took revenge by blowing raspberry on Quenji's belly. Krahihihi. Quenji laughed in its sleep, tickled by Sejun blowing raspberries. Thus, Sejun, who had been playing around, carefully got up and went outside. It was too suffocating to stay in the house. Sejun took a deep breath as soon as he got outside. The seed store will open soon. I hope some good seeds come out. Clank. Sejun, muttering to himself, opened the void storage and came out with a single strawberry. And then, chomp. He took a bite of the strawberry. Thanks to the freshness of the strawberry, he felt his energy returning. You have consumed a lucky strawberry. Your luck will increase for 1 hour. I wish the seed store would open late. Then I could eat another strawberry. While Sejun was having useless thoughts, Buzz, the youngest queen bee, who decided to follow Sejun yesterday, flew over with something in her grasp and landed on Sejun's shoulder. It looked like honey jelly, but it had golden specks, like gold dust, embedded in it. It looked very luxurious because of the gold color. Did you sleep well, 7th? Sejun asked the youngest queen bee. As the number of queens increased, he named them in the order they came. Buzz. Yes, I slept well. And this is my token of appreciation. He. Plop. The 7th queen bee placed the honey jelly she was holding in Sejun's hand and rubbed her front legs together vigorously like a fly. Bribing already? It had a talent for flattery. Thank you. Sejun first thanked the 7th queen bee and then checked the honey jelly. Golden royal jelly. This was made by the poisonous queen bee over a long period of time, using her special ability to refine and purify various types of honey jelly. The honey jelly has been refined, enhancing its taste and nutrition. When consumed, it forcibly awakens a dormant talent related to magic. Expiration, 100 years. Grade, A+. It forcibly awakens magic-related talent. Sejun's face brightened as he read the description of the golden royal jelly. This is totally for me, right? It was exactly what Sejun, who was struggling with mana exhaustion, needed. If a talent related to magic was awakened, he could gain effects such as magic power increase or magic power recovery speed increase. In addition, once a talent related to magic is awakened, he could use honey jelly to enhance it. Amazing. Thank you so much, 7th. Buzz. I'm so glad my gift pleased you, master. Was it really a bribe? But did you make this? Buzz. Number. My queens. The 7th queen bee repeated queen 10 times before she stopped. According to the 7th queen bee, it had been stored since then. It seemed they couldn't make it anymore since the flowers had disappeared. Can't you make it? Buzz. Well, I don't know. I tasted honey for the first time yesterday, but I'll try my best. Alright. The enthusiastic response of the 7th queen honeybee pleased Sejun, and without hesitation, he swallowed the queen's bribe. After eating the lucky strawberry and raising his luck, it was the perfect timing to eat the golden royal jelly. Squish. As soon as it entered his mouth, the golden jelly became mushy like dough. At the same time, he felt a smooth yet strong sweetness. Though the sweetness was strong enough to cause a headache, it didn't hurt oddly enough. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to enjoy the sweetness purely. And then, gulp. The liquefied golden royal jelly went down smoothly. Wow. The taste of sweetness didn't linger, leaving a clean finish. You have consumed golden royal jelly, forcing the awakening of a dormant magic-related talent. Blue light clusters circled around Sejun's body. Then, forcing the awakening of a magic talent higher than the dormant one. Along with the message, even larger blue light clusters appeared. Oh, it's exploding here. Just when Sejun was pleased that he had eaten the lucky strawberry, swoosh. One of the blue light clusters was absorbed into Sejun's body. Talent, magic circuit, preparing to awaken. Magic circuit. Just as Sejun was about to check out the new talent, your physical condition is too poor to awaken the magic circuit. Talent, forcing the awakening of the magic circuit. With the message that the talent was forcibly awakened, massive energy spread from Sejun's stomach throughout his body, and he felt a terrible pain as if his whole body was being torn apart. What's this? Sejun couldn't bear the pain and lost consciousness. Buzz. The seventh queen honeybee hastily called for help, leaving out the part that he fainted after eating what she had given. If things went wrong, she could die before Sejun woke up. A moment later, Quenji, who was sleeping inside, ran out and dragged Sejun back into the bedroom. As expected, Dad is weak. Quenji thought weak Sejun fainted from a cold breeze outside. It was an unfair misunderstanding for Sejun. And then, what? Master has fainted again? Those nasty fire ants. When Flammy heard that Sejun had fainted, Flammy decided to scold the fire ants that caused Sejun to faint. Flammy started spreading its roots towards the south. Pufferfoot. The work finished faster than expected. Meow. Theo, who had finished trading and establishing the Earth Defense Force, was happy and was about to go back up to the 99th floor of the tower with the interns when, this is not good. Meow. Huh? Theo's expression, who was laughing a moment ago, changed in an instant. Seeing the serious expression on Theo, Bill and Jeff also became tense. Every time that expression appeared, they had to run non-stop. Park Sejun's knee has weakened. Meow. Run quickly. Meow. Theo started running quickly, and when he was about to enter the merchant corridor connecting the 78th floor to the 80th floor of the tower, handsome wandering merchants, please take a look at an item before you leave. Theo's step halted abruptly at the sound coming from behind. Why did you call me? Meow? Theo asked the wandering merchant who had laid goods on the counter. Huh? The wandering merchant was momentarily puzzled at Theo's words. Although he called another passing wandering merchant, Theo naturally thought he was called. The handsome wandering merchant can only be me. Meow. Ah, I called you to look at the items that would suit a handsome cat like you. The thick-skinned merchant handled the situation aptly. Really? Meow. Theo began to inspect the goods that the wandering merchant had laid on the counter. Meow. There were many eye-catching, splendid sculptures, but Theo didn't even glance at those and focused on the feeling of his front paw. Now Theo knew his advantage clearly. Then, meow. Zap. Theo felt a pull on his front paw. I want this. Meow. Huh? This one? The wandering merchant's face brightened at the statue Theo pointed at. The statue Theo pointed at was a strange statue that looked like it was carved from a small golf ball, so he didn't even know what it depicted. Really? Yes. Meow. I just picked it up on the road and put it on display. I didn't think a merchant would want to buy it. It's cheap anyway, so just give me 3 top coins. The wandering merchant offered a cheap price, but even the most expensive sculpture he sold didn't cost 3 tower coins. However, give me a discount. Meow. He met the wrong customer. No matter how much Theo wanted to buy it, he couldn't just buy it. Then, just 2 tower coins. Give me a discount. Meow. Theo bought the strange statue for 0.5 tower coins after haggling 3 times and started running towards Sejun again. Pufferfoot. President Park, wait for me. Meow. I'm bringing something good. Meow. Where am I? Sejun opened his eyes, looking up at the ceiling of his bedroom. I fainted. Chills ran down his spine as he remembered the excruciating pain before fainting. It was an experience he didn't want to go through again. Then, Sejun, you're awake? Flap, flap. The golden bat, which had been monitoring Sejun from the ceiling, flew itself down and landed gently next to Sejun's face as he opened his eyes. I'm glad you're awake. Flap, flap. The golden bat rubbed its face on Sejun's cheek, making a pleasant sound. Thank you for worrying about me. As Sejun tried to move his arm to pet the golden bat, his arm didn't move. In fact, he couldn't move his body at all. What's going on? Could this be a side effect of his new talent? Suddenly, he was scared. Struggling, Sejun raised his head to look down at his body. What the hell? Sejun was taken aback when he saw himself tightly tied up like a caterpillar with ropes. It was Quenji's handiwork to prevent Sejun from going outside and fainting again. Sejun tried to break the ropes, but it was impossible with his strength as the ropes were made from several layers of green onion leaves. Golden bat, can you untie this? In the end, Sejun gave up trying to untie it himself and asked the golden bat for help. But, Brother Quenji said not to untie you under any circumstances. The golden bat looked troubled at Sejun's request. It could be because of Quenji's threat, as Quenji's fist was big and strong. Is my word more important, or is Quenji's word more important? Sejun could have pressed the golden bat with such childish questions but refrained. I'm an adult. It wasn't that he felt like he'd lose to Quenji. I should buy some seeds. Sejun gave up on untying the ropes and checked the seed shop window that had appeared while he was unconscious. Radish seed x 200 to 3 tower coins. Cabbage seed x 100 to 1 tower coin. Kyongyang chili pepper seed x 100 to 0.7 tower coins. Cucumber seed x 100 to 0.5 tower coins. Altogether that's 5.2. It was slightly over the purchase limit of 5 tower coins. Let's leave out the Kyongyang chili peppers. The Kyongyang chili peppers were already harvested and reseeded. There were about 200 seeds in one Kyongyang chili pepper, so it wasn't a big loss. Sejun purchased all the remaining seeds. You have purchased 200 radish seeds. You have purchased 100 cabbage seeds. You have purchased 100 cucumber seeds. A total of 4.5 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun's seed bank account. You have earned 45 seed shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 151 seed shop loyalty points. Cooking. 3 small leather pouches containing seeds fell onto Sejun's tied hands. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use seed shop LV2 again after 30 days. But what time is it now? It's dawn. Is that so? Should I sleep some more? Sejun closed his eyes to sleep again. But, flap, flap. The golden bat was lying on Sejun's chest, gazing at him with a satisfied look. The gaze was too burdensome for Sejun to fall asleep. I should check my talent. While avoiding the gaze of the golden bat, Sejun looked at the ceiling and checked the talent. Magic circuit that made him faint. Talent, magic circuit. A talent that allows you to construct a circuit throughout your body to efficiently use mana. Magic power stat plus 5%. Magic power recovery speed plus 100%. Effect of magic power increasing items plus 50%. Wow! The talent was so amazing that Sejun couldn't close his mouth. A 5% increase in magic power stat meant that if he had a stat of 100, it would increase by 5, and every single option, including magic power recovery speed increase by 100% and effect of magic power increasing items increase by 50%, was amazing. Is this really my talent? Am I finally becoming stronger? Sejun was full of confidence after checking his talent. With this apostrophe. While thinking about how to use his newly acquired talent, snore, Sejun fell asleep. Zzz. The golden bat too. The secret passage is in very good condition. Iona used light magic to look around the secret passage and said, but where does this secret passage lead? Elko asked Choo Choo. Pipe. This secret passage is connected to the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Squeak. Treasure vault. At Choo Choo's words, the black rabbit asked in excitement. However, Pipe. There are no treasures in the treasure vault. They were all moved a long time ago. Choo Choo shook her head. It was before Choo Choo was even born, so she didn't know where those treasures went. If it's connected to the treasure vault, we should be able to go straight to the bottom of Grid's mansion. From there, we'll go up. At Iona's words, the animals moved along the secret passage. There were traps along the way, but wind's power. Follow my command and drive them away. Wind blow. All the traps were activated by Iona's magic. Thus they arrived at the treasure vault. Who are you? How dare you raise your head in front of me? The white dragon statue in the center of the treasure vault shouted at them. What's going on? My right arm suddenly hurts, Kaiser said, as he rubbed a scar that ran from the front of his right arm to his elbow. That it was a glorious wound obtained from a fight with the White Kellyan 8,000 years ago. He had suffered a major injury when his arm bone broke from a powerful punch to Kellyan's jaw, but Kellyan had all his front teeth knocked out. It was a one-punch knockout. That guy is doomed to eat only soft things for the rest of his life. Kaiser laughed proudly, thinking about that incident. He heard that afterwards, Kellyan, regretting the loss of his teeth, had made a dragon knight with the teeth he had lost. When a wound aches like this, Strong liquor with sweet side dishes is the best. He. I should ask Sejun for some roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser took out a bottle of fire carrot wine and moved the black dragon statue to find Sejun. Swoosh! The golden bat that had been sleeping on Sejun's chest quickly woke up as it heard someone approaching. Its brother Quenji. Flap, flap. As the golden bat quickly hung itself on the ceiling, Quenji entered. Nothing unusual during the duty. The golden bat saluted with its right wing. Creon. Quenji nodded and checked Sejun's appearance. Fortunately, it didn't get caught sleeping. Quenji, untie me quickly. Sejun, who woke up because of the noise, spoke to Quenji. He wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. Creon. Snap. With a little effort from Quenji, the rope snapped easily. Sejun quickly went to do his business, and when he returned, Creon. I'm hungry. Quenji rubbed his face on Sejun's chest while tapping its stomach. Quenji, don't tie Daddy up like this next time, okay? It's a bad thing. Creon. I didn't know it was bad. I won't tie you up next time. Quenji nodded in response to Sejun's words. Let's eat. Sejun washed an empty pot and started boiling a new soup. The pots in the kitchen were all empty because he took a day off yesterday. Who'll cut this? Sejun said as he took out the frozen purple locust meat. Theo had gone down to trade, so there was no animal to cut the meat thinly. As Sejun pondered, I'll help you. The golden bat offered its assistance. Are you sure? Leave it to me. Sejun was initially worried because of the golden bat's rickety appearance. Swoosh! As he watched the meat being cut smoothly, like pudding being sliced by the golden bat's wings, Sejun once again realized that worrying about others in this place was utterly useless. That's right. I just have to do well. From now on, the golden bat will be the cooking assistant. Sejun entrusted the cooking assistant role to the golden bat. The reason was that, unlike Theo, it didn't shed fur, so it was more hygienic. Thank you, Pip Pip. The golden bat was thrilled, as if it were the honor of its family. Thus, the golden bat became an assistant cook. Just then, I'm back. Meow. Theo, who had just lost a job, returned. And, snuggle. As soon as he returned, Theo clung to Sejun's knee, and started rubbing his head vigorously. All other smells, disappear. Meow. While Theo was diligently rubbing his scent onto Sejun's knee, you did well, Sejun said, stroking Theo's head. This is a gift. Meow. I bought it with my own money. Meow. A while later, after thoroughly rubbing his scent onto Sejun, Theo held out a statue he bought from a street-wandering merchant, using his soft front paws. What kind of statue is this? I don't know. Meow. I just felt drawn to it. Meow. Theo proudly answered Sejun's question. He didn't know what it was, but it was natural for him to think it was great because he picked it. Swoosh! Sejun took the small statue from Theo and examined it. Oh? It's a rabbit statue. Although it was worn a lot, on closer inspection, there was a faint outline of a rabbit. Sejun, who confirmed what kind of statue it was, checked the options of the statue. Statue? Question mark. Creator, confidential. Grade, F. Alien. Appraise this. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. The rabbit statue in Sejun's hand disappeared. And then, the tower's administrator says it's a high-grade item. The tower's administrator brags that it was made by her aunt. After the appraisal, Alien sent the rabbit statue back to Sejun. The seal broke, and the statue regained its original cute rabbit appearance. It's not dangerous, right? Since a dragon made it, doubts arose first. The tower's administrator says it is not dangerous at all. Really? The tower's administrator tells you to trust her. Sejun rechecked the rabbit statue's options. Treasure Vault's Guardian Rabbit Statue. A statue ordered and enchanted by the Great Black Dragon Dara Pratani during her time as the guardian dragon of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, made by the dwarves and gifted to the royal family. It controls the entry and exit of the Royal Treasure Vault, allowing you to freely add or remove items from the vault. Creator, Black Dragon Dara. Grade, S. Skills. Inbound LV Max, Outbound LV Max. The Red Ribbon Kingdom's Treasure Vault. The Kingdom's Treasure Vault. Shall we just see what's in it? Sejun looked at the animals and grinned wickedly. Since he could put the items back, there would be no trace left. Great. Let's rob the treasure vault. Creon. I hope there's food. I want to see the treasures. The animals' intentions were different, but they all agreed to take out items from the treasure vault. Alright. Outbound. As Sejun held the statue and spoke. Current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Total 1 item. Unregistered statue X1. A list of items that could be taken out of the treasure vault appeared. There's only one? It looked like someone had already taken everything, leaving only the heavy statue. Let's at least withdraw this one. Sejun selected the unregistered statue. Withdrawing one unregistered statue from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Thud. A portal formed in the sky, and a white dragon statue fell. A menacing energy emanated from the statue. You said this isn't dangerous? The tower's administrator denies that only items she has appraised isn't dangerous. Then, whitey bastard, how dare you come here? Kaiser, who had flown over excitedly for his side dish of roasted sweet potatoes, yelled at the sight of the white dragon statue. 55th floor of the tower. Who's there? Why is there a dragon's energy from the treasure vault? Iona was startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from the white dragon statue that she dared not approach. Then, squeak. I am the mighty Black Rabbit warrior, Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit raised his hammer and shouted. How dare this black-haired creature speak in front of me? Kellyan was furious at Black Rabbit's words. Seeing Black made his gums itch, and he remembered the past fight with that blacky bastard. Everyone run. Power of fire. Obey my command and unleash hellfire on the enemy that never goes out. Hellfire. Iona used magic to buy time for the animals to escape from the intense hostility emanating from the white dragon statue. She completely gave up on the idea of surviving. Iona's sole aim was to save as many animals as possible. That was all. However, stop. At one word from the white dragon statue, both Iona's magic and the movement of Iona and the animals stopped. You deserve to die just for reminding me of bad memories. How dare you attack me, the great white dragon Kellyan. Abandon any thoughts of an easy death. Grid. Kellyan, who hates color black, burst into the roar and called Grid. A moment later, thud. Grid, who received Kellyan's call, ran hastily with ground trembling beneath him. Thud. Did you call me, Great White Dragon? Grid bowed his head and knelt before the white dragon statue. Grid, how could you guard so poorly that I must deal with these insignificant creatures, huh? Grid slowly raised his head and looked around. Around him, he saw animals that could not move besides the statue. Is that the great destructive wizard Iona? SSSK. Seeing Iona and the other animals, Grid laughed wickedly. He had ordered his subordinates to search for intruders outside, but he didn't expect them to be here. Today is your day of reckoning, Iona. Grid's eyes were filled with anger and the madness as he looked at Iona. It wasn't once or twice that Iona had hindered his work. I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. Grid stood up to deal with Iona and the animals. But just as he turned his back on the white dragon statue to deal with Iona, swoosh! A black hole appeared on the floor and swallowed up the white dragon statue. Huh? The white dragon statue disappeared. The animals witnessed the white dragon statue disappearing, and their bodies slowly began to move. The magic was lifted as the white dragon statue disappeared. However, entering this place without even knowing who's here, and without fear. I won't kill you, Iona, easily. I'll start by peeling off your skin. Grid was spewing out vulgarities, not even realizing that the white dragon statue had disappeared. Then, Chew, the Black Rabbit, whose nose was tickled by the fur of the wolves, sneezed. Huh? It moved? Grid was startled, seeing the Black Rabbit sneeze. And then, creak. Struggling to turn her head, Iona looked over. Thank you for saving me, Sejun. Iona intuitively knew that Sejun had resolved this situation, and she wondered if this might be the effect of Sejun's knee that Theo had been talking about. Swish. Iona thanked Sejun in her heart, moving her shoulders and loosening her body. How? Kellyan. Sir? Grid frantically looked behind. However, the white dragon statue had vanished as though it had evaporated into thin air. Hey Kellyan, the dragon bastard. What am I supposed to do if you leave me alone? Grid called out desperately for Kellyan, but Grid's desperate cries only echoed in the treasure vault. Thud. Kai-oo. Grid, I won't kill you easily. Iona stared at Grid, clenching her fist as she threw his words back at him. As her anger exceeded its limit, reaching the 5th stage of rage, Iona became calm instead. Everyone, get out! Squeak. Pipe. Yes. The animals who couldn't dare defy Iona quietly left the treasure vault. Thud. They even kindly closed the door of the treasure vault on their way out. An hour later, Iona emerged from the treasure vault with a refreshed expression. The treasure vault's outbound inventory list was updated to include wild boar skin, meat, and bones. You couldn't be Blackie Kaiser? The white dragon statue was startled when it discovered the black dragon statue. He had even created a barrier to avoid the tower system while exploring the Black Tower. But all of his efforts were rendered useless when he was suddenly summoned here. So that's why my arm was aching. Whitey Kellyan, why did you come crawling in here? What? Aching? Kaiser, I can't even eat meat because of you. Who told you to steal my side dish? Kaiser, it's your personality that's filthy. Who throws a fit over a single side dish? That was something special I had saved for my 40,000th birthday. The two of them, who together are nearly 100,000 years old, were fighting like this. It was a sight to behold, almost unbelievable. PSSH. As the two of them argued verbally, their powers clashed and the crops and buildings caught in between began to turn to dust. These dragons. Sejun stepped forward to stop the fight when he saw his house being destroyed and his crops dying. Lord Kaiser and the other dragon. Calm down. Since he couldn't get any closer, he climbed onto a fragment of the divine stone and shouted. Strangely enough, only that spot was quiet and unaffected by the power of the two dragons. Kreon Quenji stood next to Sejun, firmly holding onto his leg. The moment they left the fragment of the divine stone, they could get caught up in the clash of the two dragons' powers and die. Meow, meow, meow. On the other hand, Theo was resting on Sejun's lap, humming a tune regardless of the power clash happening around them. Park Sejun, you rascal. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. Your hair is black, huh? Very unfortunate. Your bad luck. Now die. Stop. How dare you attack our Sejun? Kaiser blocked Kellyan's attack, which was aimed to kill Sejun just because his hair was black. Sejun could have lost his life in an instant. What? You blocked my attack? The white dragon statue began to gather more power. How dare you, Whitey, try to use your power inside the Black Tower. Roar. The black dragon statue also began to gather power. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the ground and the pillars of the water canal began to collapse, causing water to leak from the canal. Sigh. What a mess. Alien, I need to call her. Sejun decided to ask Alien for help as it seemed like the farm would be destroyed if he left things as they were. Alien, the best cheat key to stop one of the two dragons, Kaiser. At that moment, the soul of a dragon that has illegally invaded the Black Tower has been detected. Analysis results show that it has 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul. As a mid-level administrator, you can expel 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul. The expelled 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul will not return to the main body and will be annihilated. Would you like to expel 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul? Sejun received a cheat key that could stop Kellyan. Alien, please stop Kaiser. The tower's administrator says that they will calm down their grandfather. He left Kaiser to Alien and said, Mr. Kellyan, withdraw your power if you don't want to be expelled from the tower and have your soul extinguished. Sejun spoke firmly to Kellyan. What? Kellyan was furious at Sejun's audacity in speaking so boldly before the great white dragon. How dare you, you lowly creature. Die. Bang. With Kellyan's words, an irresistible power invaded Sejun's body. You have received a life-threatening blow. Dragon Tribe skill. Dragon skin is activated. The scale of the great black dragon Kaiser has been destroyed. Roar. The black dragon tattoo on Sejun's left arm roared and disappeared. It was an attack that couldn't normally be blocked, but Kellyan couldn't exert his full power because he was confronting Kaiser. Did you just try to kill me? Prepare for expulsion. With Sejun's words, a black hole appeared beneath the white dragon statue. What? Why? Kellyan was startled as a hole to expel him appeared. According to Kellyan, the administrator of the Black Tower was Alien, and since Alien couldn't leave the tower, there was no entity to expel him. While Kellyan was bewildered, President Theo, take out the contract. Meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo took out the contract and approached the white dragon with a blank contract, unfolding it. Hurry up and stamp it. Meow. He shouted at the white dragon statue. I'm invincible when I'm near Park Sejun's knee. Meow. Even in front of a dragon, Theo, who had received Sejun's knee buff, was in a state of courage plus 1000. Swear you won't kill me, President Park. Don't forget to add the value of your life. Meow. Theo hastily exclaimed. Of course I didn't forget. And as a price for targeting my life, Give me 100 million tower coins as compensation. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Black Tower. Sejun spoke, showing the tattoo of the mid-level administrator with the black dragon drawn on his right hand. No way. Are you a mid-level administrator? Kellyan asked as if he couldn't believe it. There was not a single place where the dragons, who were managing the tower, had a mid-level administrator. It was because of the dragon's arrogant nature. But Kaiser allowing a mid-level administrator? And not to some insignificant yet strong monster, but to an insignificant and weak human. It was truly astonishing. What will you do? The answer to Sejun's question was already there. Losing 30% of one's soul also meant losing the same amount of power and memory, and it was a blow to the soul. In severe cases, the main body could be extinguished. There was nothing good about it. I understand, Park Sejun. I swear not to kill you. I will also give you 100 million tower coins as compensation. Along with Kellyan's vow, the content that Kellyan spoke started to be written on the contract. And, thud. When the contract was completed, the white dragon seal was stamped. Dragons are noble beings. The very weight of the words themselves formed the contract. Here, meow. Theo ran over with the contract and handed it to Sejun. President Theo, well done. Please restrain your power for now. Got it. As Kellyan began to restrain his power, HMPH. Whitey bastard. Consider yourself lucky. Kaiser also restrained his power in response. And while an awkward atmosphere was flowing, you have completed the Purple Seps sweet potato soup. Your proficiency in cooking LV4 increases slightly. Sejun's prepared breakfast was ready. I was preparing breakfast. Why don't we eat together? Sejun invited the two dragons to eat, to break the awkward atmosphere. Do you have roasted sweet potatoes? Kaiser, remembering the original purpose of coming here, asked. Instead, I made sweet potato soup. Park Sejun, you rascal. You should have prepared roasted sweet potatoes. HMPH. But since you've offered, I'll give it a taste. Kaiser grumbled unnecessarily and followed Sejun into the kitchen. Fortunately, only the roof of the kitchen had disappeared due to the mana collision, and the inside was intact. Here you go. Sejun ladled soup from the large pot into a bowl and handed it to Kaiser. Humphrey, enjoy your meal. Gulp, gulp. The black dragon statue poured the soup into its mouth. The moment the soup passed the black dragon statue's throat, it would teleport in front of Kaiser. Sejun also poured a bowl of soup in front of the white dragon statue, then hurriedly scooped some soup into a small pot, and gave the large pot to Quenji. Gulp. Creon. As soon as Quenji received it, he drank about a third of the soup from the large pot and put it down. It's delicious. Burp. Okay, I'll eat too. Meow. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Sejun ripped open a packet of cheru and gave it to Theo on his lap, and started eating the soup. Is it good? Watching the animals eat fervently, Kellyan was curious. Gulp, gulp. The white dragon statue swallowed the soup. Since it had the same form as the black dragon statue, the soup swallowed by the white dragon statue was teleported in front of Kellyan's main body. Is there more of this? Kellyan looked for more soup, but zzzzzzz. Inside the kitchen was only Quenji, who had been keeping an eye on Sejun for several days, hadn't had a proper rest, and was now asleep, clutching the large pot from which he had been eating the soup. Being the son of a weak father was quite exhausting, and carefully, the two dragon statues. Eh? You too? The two dragons eyed the soup left by Quenji. Is this really delicious? A handsome white-haired man, who looked pitiful with 10 missing front teeth, skeptically looked at the purple soup and took a cautious sip. Slurp. Carefully taking a sip. Flash. Kellyan's eyes widened, unbeknownst to himself, after tasting the sweet potato soup. Delicious. He felt the sweet taste and aroma of sweet potatoes in his mouth. There's meat in it too. He chewed on the locust meat, which had been boiled for a long time until it was tender. It was so tender that Kellyan could swallow it without chewing, and it wasn't burdensome to eat. Gulp. As Kellyan, who savored the taste, swallowed the soup, a warm energy flowed through his throat and into his stomach. Ha! Unknowingly, Kellyan let out an exclamation of admiration after finishing the soup. Shall I have one more bowl? Kellyan quickly moved the white dragon statue to serve himself more soup. Meow, meow, meow. Sejun, who had finished his breakfast, had Theo hanging on his leg. Pluck. You harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 48,792 times left to complete your job quest. Your job experience has increased very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 5 has increased very slightly. You have gained 30 experience points when he was busy harvesting in the tomato field to complete his job quest. Quenji's crying sound came from the kitchen. Huh? What's going on? Sejun, who had left Quenji sleeping after he finished his soup, hurriedly ran to see what was wrong. When Sejun entered the kitchen, he saw Quenji, clinging to the empty large pot, was crying pitifully. Quenji, what's wrong? The soup disappeared when I woke up. Didn't you eat it while you were asleep? It was a reasonable suspicion, as he had seen Quenji eating in his sleep several times before. No, I didn't eat it. Quenji was upset by Sejun's words. Really? Yes. I'm sure the dragon grandpas stole it. Quenji's suspicion was also quite reasonable. Dragons could do such a thing. They've clearly shown that they eat when pretending not to. Yet, they have too much pride to admit that they like to eat. I see. Wait a bit, I'll make it again. Meanwhile, eat this. Crop gigantification. Sejun used his skill on a power sweet potato, turning it into a giant sweet potato and gave it to Quenji. Chomp. Creon. It's delicious. As soon as Quenji got something to eat, he showed a bright smile and looked happy. That's right. Eat a lot. As he stroked Quenji's head, Sejun took out some purple locust meat from the storage space. Hee. It's my turn. Meow. Theo unsheathed his claws, ready to cut the meat. However, no, you don't have to do it. Theo. Golden bat, could you cut this? Yes. Flap. The golden bat, which had been circling around Sejun, quickly flew over in response to Sejun's call and started cutting the meat. What? Meow. It feels like my roll is disappearing. Meow. I can cut well too. Meow. Theo complained to Sejun. Although he didn't really like the task, Theo felt angry when he was not allowed to do it. Alright. Then, Theo, you can peel the potatoes. Okay. Meow. Russell. Sejun, who was thinking of having crispy potato pancakes for lunch, piled up about 1,000 potatoes in front of Theo since he asked for a task. The potatoes could be easily peeled by rinsing them with water. Meow. Isn't this too much? Meow. Theo was discouraged by the large amount of potatoes he had to peel. However, don't want to do it? Then I'll ask the golden bat. No, Meow. I'll do it. Meow. He didn't like the idea of his job being taken away by others. Peel. At Sejun's words, Theo started peeling the potatoes in a hurry. Because of his greed, he was putting himself into potato peeling hell. While Theo was peeling the potatoes, Sejun, I've finished cutting. The preparation for the soup ingredients was completed. Splash. Ingredients were put into 3 large pots. Now all that was left was to boil and season them. And then, thud, he took out a fire ant's carapace from his void storage. Since it was a metal material, it was perfect for creating a grater to shred the potatoes. President Theo, can you make holes in this? I got it. Meow. Bam. Theo's claws pierced the fire ant's carapace, making the holes Sejun wanted. How's that? Meow. The power of my claws? Theo, who was bored of peeling potatoes, snuggled up to Sejun's knee proudly. I knew he would do that. Sejun smiled and hung Theo on his leg and began to grate the 100 potatoes that Theo had peeled. Screech. Potatoes were being grated through the holes Theo had made, and the shredded potatoes fell below. Good. It grates well. It's obvious because I made it. Meow. Sure. Then, since I did well, give me a churro. Meow. Number. I don't have a free hand now. I'll give it to you later. Theo really didn't know modesty or timing. While the soup was being prepared, Sejun grated potatoes. And then, Quenji, could you wring this out? Sejun handed over the grated potatoes to Quenji. It needed to be drained of water to make crispy pancakes with a soft inside. Creon. At Sejun's request, Quenji lightly grabbed the grated potatoes and applied some pressure. Drip. The water was removed from the potato pancake batter. It was made into a dough state, almost as if it had been put in a dehydrator. Keep wringing it like that. Creon. Sejun left the potato dough to Quenji and seasoned the soup, which had turned purple after being boiled enough. A moment later, you have completed the purple Seps sweet potato soup. Your proficiency in cooking LV 4 has slightly increased. The soup was ready. Here you go. Sejun ladled soup into Quenji's bowl and slowly discarded the batter water Quenji had wrung out, leaving only the settled starch to be added back into the potato batter. Now all that was left was to fry it. At that moment, it's already lunchtime. Kellyanne, shall we have a bowl of soup? Shall we? Oh my, Kaiser, we've timed it just right. The 2 dragon statues that had been waiting for the soup to be finished, flew over leaving a trail of smoke behind, and sat down at the table as if it was only natural. I thought dragons didn't eat much. Didn't you say you only like roasted sweet potatoes? Sejun asked while looking at Kaiser. Kaiser had said that dragons don't often feel hunger and therefore don't eat often. But he was back to eat again not even a few hours after eating. Something was suspicious. Did you find the soup to your liking? In response to Sejun's question, the 2 dragons awkwardly avoided answering and looked away. Sejun was sure that the culprits who had stolen Quenji's soup were the 2 dragons right in front of him. Here you go. Don't steal the kids' food in the future. Sejun ladled the soup and gave it to the 2 dragons. Embarrassed by Sejun's words, the 2 dragons coughed awkwardly and swallowed the soup, transporting it to their main bodies. After serving the dragons, Sejun served the soup to the rabbits who had come for lunch and started to make potato pancakes, heating up the frying pan. Although there was no cooking oil, there was fat collected every time they caught an eel. Shush! Sejun brought his hand close to the frying pan to check if it was hot enough. It's ready. Feeling the hot air from the frying pan, whisk. Sejun threw a piece of eel fat the size of a thumbnail into the pan. Sizzle. The fat melted in the heat of the hot pan and quickly turned liquid, coating the pan in oil. Squeak, squeal, squeak. The sound of the fat melting and emitting a savory smell made the rabbit's ears perk up. Good. Sejun scooped up a large ladle of potato dough and put it in the pan. Sizzle. He started to flatten the rising potato pancake batter with the ladle, spreading it wide. And when the front side was adequately fried, he gave a snap of the wrist to flip the pancake. Check. Thanks to his high agility stat, the pancake, beautifully drawing a parabola, landed perfectly on the frying pan, flipped 180 degrees. Sejun enjoyed a moment of self-satisfaction at having flipped the pancake without ruining it when, squeak, squeal, squeak, the rabbits, holding their bowls, called Sejun from behind him. Oh, you want to try it? Just a moment. Sejun placed the pancake on a large plate, tore it into long strips with chopsticks. Glug, glug, glug. He poured 3 dollops of honey into a bowl. You can eat it as it is, but when it cools down a bit, dip it in this honey. It will taste even better. Sejun explained how to eat the pancake to the rabbits and he added eel oil and prepared the next pancake. After frying about 10 pancakes like that, the rabbits left to go back to work after eating their fill, and only Quenji was left, busily dipping the pancake in honey and eating. Quenji, who had dunked an entire pancake in honey and put it in his mouth, couldn't contain his joy and waved his arm, expressing his excitement. Is it that good? Quenji nodded his head vigorously in response. Seeing Quenji enjoy his meal so much, he couldn't hold back any longer. I should try one too. Drip drip drip. Sejun took out the new sauce that Theo had brought this time and poured the black liquid into a small dish. It was soy sauce. Chop chop chop. He then chopped a Kyongyang chili pepper into it. This would make the pancake more appetizing, adding a spicy taste to the salty, allowing you to continue eating without feeling greasy. Shall I give it a try? Sejun picked up a piece of pancake with chopsticks and dipped it in soy sauce when, what is that? What is that made of? The 2 dragons, who had finished their soup, showed interest in the pancake. Although dragons are known to be picky eaters, they decided to try Sejun's food first and then make a judgment. 55th floor of the tower. While Iona was killing Grid, the wolves, the Black Rabbit, and Choo Choo took care of the guards protecting the mansion. The barrier and dragon knights disappeared the moment Kellyanne moved to the 99th floor of the tower. Thanks to this, they were able to capture the mansion smoothly. Grid's mansion was full of incredible treasures, and the crops filled the warehouse. Seeing these, Iona was once again reminded of how greedy Grid had been. Let's ask Sejun about what to do with these later. Seal. Iona sealed the mansion with magic and went outside, starting to liberate the rabbits in nearby villages. Of course, there was resistance from the wild boars, but they were just the lazy guards who were managing the farm rabbits. They were no match for Iona and the animals. As they took over a few villages, the number of rabbits that had joined increased to 300. There were more rabbits caught by Grid than expected. Power of magic. Obey my command and attack the enemy. Bombardment. With Iona's magic, thousands of magic missiles were launched at the wild boar tribe at the forefront of the defense line. Iona chose the magic spell that caused the least damage to avoid harming the crops. Drive out the wild boars. Defeat the enemy. The Black Wolf tribe and the Silver Wolf tribe ran towards the broken defense line. Squeak, squeal, squeep. On the backs of these wolves, the Black Rabbit holding a hammer and the enslaved rabbits, who had joined on the 55th floor and holding farming tools, joined in. The rabbits looked exhausted from their long life of slavery, but they willingly put their effort into driving out the wild boars. As the battle continued, the wild boars began to flee to other floors. Having lost their core, they would never target for the 55th floor again. Thus, 100 years after the fall of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the flag of the Red Ribbon Kingdom once again began to fly on the 55th floor, and the news of the kingdom's reconstruction began to spread to other floors. Ahem, Sejun, could you cook one more potato pancake for me? Huh. Me too. Kaiser and Kellyan, who had tasted the potato pancakes, asked Sejun for more. Glancing at him, Kaiser had stopped calling Sejun rascal. The three-stage combo of roasted sweet potatoes, sweet potato soup, and potato pancakes had a powerful effect. However, no, I can't. I have to work now. Sejun firmly refused the requests of the two dragons. Sejun's priority now was to complete his job quest and reach level 51. Instead, he gave them each one more bowl of sweet potato soup. I need to eat it with alcohol quickly. Alcohol again? He. I have fire carrot wine that I received from Sejun. What? Fire carrot wine? How did you get that? Kellyan was greatly surprised at Kaiser's words. Fire carrot wine? It was alcohol produced by the Red Tower's tower farmer, and the Red Dragons strictly prevented its exportation from the tower, making it as hard to find as plucking stars from the sky. Kellyan himself had barely managed to taste a single bottle 1,000 years ago. There was a harvest festival a few days ago. You'd need 10 kinds of crops for a harvest festival. Jealousy was not hidden in Kellyan's voice. He was envious of Kaiser having such an excellent tower farmer like Sejun. As for his tower, sigh. Thinking about his tower's tower farmer, all Kellyan could do was sigh. That damn fool claimed to be a tower farmer. Ha ha ha. Cheer up, Flap, Flap. Kaiser laughed boisterously and flew up to the fountain. Seeing Whitey's jealousy, he thought the alcohol would taste really good today. Damn. Envy is a losing game. Kellyan was envious of Kaiser, who received delicious foods every day from Sejun. I need to call and check on the progress. After Kaiser left, Kellyan went up to Sejun's house roof, settled in his spot, and moved to his main body into the White Tower. And then, snip, snip, Sejun continued harvesting cherry tomatoes for several hours. Phew, it's finished. As Sejun finished harvesting the cherry tomatoes, Flap, Flap. The golden bat flew to Sejun. Sejun, I think I'll be going to Earth soon. Really? It had already been a week since the golden bat brought the ramen. Golden bat, keep revising what I taught you. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh. Ramen, cola. At Sejun's words, the golden bat saluted and diligently revised the essential keywords like an exam-taking student. Meanwhile, Sejun took out wooden planks from the void storage. Here, take these with you. Yes. The golden bat grabbed the palm-sized wooden plank with its foot. On the wooden plank, Sejun had written a message and phone number. If you find this, please contact 010 XXXX XXXX and I will give you 10 million won. Han Tae-jun, president of the Korean Awakened Association. Sejun thought it might take too long to locate where the golden bat appears, so he decided to leave the contact information where it appeared. The contact information was Han Tae-jun's phone number, and Sejun had explained this matter to Han Tae-jun and obtained his number. He used Han Tae-jun's name as the offer of money looked suspicious, and Han Tae-jun was famous, sometimes even appearing on the news. Theo, this is President Han Tae-jun's number, right? It is. Meow. You don't trust me, meow? Theo was angry at Sejun's lack of trust. Of course I trust you. Sejun stroked Theo's head. His impatience grew, thinking he could soon eat ramen, cola, and more. Of course, meow. President Park, just trust me. Meow. Theo clung closer to Sejun's lap, shouting loudly. Okay, let's get started. Yes. Golden bat, what's this? Sejun showed a drawn picture on the wooden plank and quickly asked. Chicken. Correct. What about this? Sejun quickly turned the wooden plank to show another picture. Sobra bread superscript 1. Good. Well done, Pat. Pat. The golden bat laughed at Sejun's praise. It didn't know why they were doing this, but answering correctly and getting praised felt good. Sejun continued the speed quiz with the golden bat. Ganak cake. All the pictures were of food Sejun wanted to eat, like pizza, burgers, and black bean noodles. By the way, Sejun's drawing skills were terrible, so getting the exact item from the picture was 100% impossible. If the golden bat managed to bring what was in the picture, it was solely because it was a genius. You got them all right. Well done. Sejun praised the golden bat for correctly guessing all the wooden planks. Pat. Pat. The golden bat's mood lifted at Sejun's praise. After the speed quiz was over, Sejun, I'll be back soon. Be careful. The golden bat disappeared. Flap, flap, thud. The golden bat that had moved to earth quietly dropped the wooden plank it was holding in its feet and quickly hid. This place was crowded with people. The hidden golden bat quickly looked around and found the word ramen. Having received high praise from Sejun for bringing ramen last time, it wanted to bring ramen again. Flap, flap. I must bring what Sejun likes. But, gone. This time, there was no sign of ramen anywhere. Fortunately, there was coffee. Let's take that at least. The golden bat quickly moved, picked up 10 coffees, and hid them in a corner. Now, I should wait until I return to the tower. Just then, creak. A woman opened a drawer, revealing a small box with a picture of a fish visible on it. Ah, fish. It was Brother Theo's favorite, fish. There was only about 10 seconds left. It seemed possible to take it. Flap, flap. The golden bat quickly flew and grabbed the box. Poof. The golden bat disappeared and returned to the tower. And, am I still drunk? Kim Kyung-mi, an employee at Han's Young Bank who had partied at a club until dawn, was startled when the Garabab squared snacks she had placed in the drawer suddenly vanished before her eyes. Ah, is it a hoax? The assistant PDB Jong-ho of There's Such a Thing in the World said, smoking a cigarette outside the building. While watching the CCTV footage sent from the coin karaoke room, he thought that if done well, it could get some airtime. However, after installing a camera in the coin karaoke room and waiting for several days, nothing was captured on video. Just then, hey, Mr. Kim, did you know that a ghost appears in this building? A ghost? Yes. The building owner is investigating, but this building is famous for a golden ghost. The security guards were outside, talking to a newbie while smoking. Others might have dismissed it as an old guard trying to intimidate a newbie, but to the PD of There's Such a Thing in the World, a ghost was a great subject for broadcasting. Jong-ho's ears perked up to hear the guards' conversation. And, what? The disappearing objects aren't limited to the coin karaoke room. Jong-ho discovered new information. According to the guards, the golden ghost appeared once a week in the building to take things. Its favorite object was a shiny tumbler, but lately, its taste seemed to have changed, and they warned the newbie that it might target people next. If this goes well, it could be a huge hit. The corner of B. Jong-ho's mouth curled up. Ajax, come here at once. Kellyan, having entered the administrator's area of the White Tower, called for his grandson. A moment later, why did you call me, Grandpa? Don't you know I'm farming? A handsome teenager with lustrous white hair and covered in dust appeared, grumbling. Farming? Then can you show me even one of the fine crops you've grown? No. You want to see the crops? Ajax was visibly flustered by Kellyan's words, so much so that he started talking with honorifics. He clearly looked very guilty. Sigh. Kellyan sighed at Ajax's behavior. It was obvious without seeing. Why did you insist on becoming a tower farmer? I thought I'd do well because I'm a great white dragon, Ajax replied, looking downcast. Dragons and farming did not go well together. The powerful energy of the dragon killed all the crops. That's why Ajax's harvested crop count was 0. No matter how many seeds were sown, none sprouted. Try eating this. It's a sweet potato dish made from a crop grown by the Black Tower's tower farmer. It's tasty. Kellyan handed Ajax the sweet potato soup that Sejun had made. Sweet potato? Slurp. Ouch. Hey, eat slowly. Absolute heal. As Ajax burnt his tongue, Kellyan quickly cast a healing spell. It was an excessively healing magic for the injury. He. Grandpa, this is delicious. Ha ha ha. Eat up and regain your strength. Okay. No matter what mischief Ajax got into, Kellyan couldn't help but smile and feel his anger dissolve. If Kaiser was a fool for his granddaughter, Kellyan was a fool for his grandson. A minute after the golden bat disappeared, Sejun, I'm back. It returned from Earth. Oh, good job. Sejun's face lit up as he looked at the items caught on the golden bat's feet. Whoa, is that Garabab's snack? It wasn't a snack he normally ate, but he was delighted to see it here. Here you go. The golden bat placed only the coffee in Sejun's hand. Huh? What about my snack? While Sejun was puzzled, flap, flap. Big brother Theo, here's something you like. The golden bat handed the Garabab snack to Theo. But, you fool, there's no fish here. Meow. Theo, who instinctively detected that there was no fish inside, sharply refused the golden bat's gift. Is that so? The golden bat was disappointed at Theo's words. It's okay. That's mine. Sejun tore open snack box that the golden bat was holding and took out a bag from inside. And, rip, as he opened the bag, the artificial seasoning smell tickled Sejun's nose. This looks delicious. Sejun picked up one of the snacks and put it in his mouth. Crunch. The taste and texture was something he couldn't easily find here. Golden bat, well done. Sejun praised the golden bat while eating the snacks. Really? I'm so happy that you like it. Sejun, flap, flap. The golden bat happily flew around Sejun at his praise. Now let's go to the western forest. Quenji. Having finished the snacks, Sejun called Quenji, who was hunting in the pond, to harvest the ants' seeds. Creon. Quenji came running right away. Dear. Sejun climbed onto the enlarged Quenji's back. And just before departure, Sejun realized that his lap was empty. Where did Theo go? Sejun looked around for Theo. President Park, where are you? Meow. Sejun found Theo behind the house, his head stuck in a box of Garabab snack, flailing his front paws. He seemed to have wandered there because he couldn't see. President Theo, here. Come quickly. Sejun called Theo. But, President Park, I can't see. Meow. Help me. Meow. Theo didn't think to remove the box, even though it was the obvious solution. You fool. Just take the box off. Pull. Frustrated, Sejun pulled off the snack box that Theo was wearing. President Park. I missed you. Meow. Theo quickly clung to Sejun's lap. Theo's eyes were moist. You've been crying. Creon? Big brother, were you crying? Big brother Theo, were you really crying? No. No, meow. I didn't cry, meow. Hey, don't deny it. You even have a runny nose. No, meow. I really didn't have a runny nose, meow. Sejun teased Theo as they moved to the western forest. Kenya, Africa. Suk. Damn it. Why am I planting this? Having been saved by Theo and forcibly drafted into the Earth Defense Force, Nuji grumbled, looking at the sturdy blade green onions planted around him. Around 1,000 sturdy blade green onions had been planted in the vicinity. Before leaving the tower, hand over all the detoxifying green onions. Han Taejun had taken all the detoxifying green onions that Theo had provided to the Earth Defense Force. Believing Theo's words that the Earth was facing destruction, Han Taejun planned to mobilize all resources. Naturally, at first, the hunters, led by Lucilia, the guild leader of the Wizard Guild, had defiantly exclaimed, "Who do you think you are?" But they had met more than their match. Indeed, there were many hidden powerhouses in the world. Lucilia and the hunters had to surrender after being bombarded by Han Taejun's magic missiles. That huge guy using magic. Nuji shivered, recalling memory of that time. Within 24 hours of arriving on Earth, Han Taejun began to seize lands all over the world and founded the Earth Defense Force. He then designated land for the members to plant sturdy blade green onions. Nuji hadn't even seen the money from selling the detoxifying green onions, but he was hopeful because there was a bonus for each green onion planted. Maybe this job is better. I don't have to risk my life here. Suk. As Nuji was planting the sturdy blade green onions with such thoughts, Flutter, a green locust, about the size of a fist, flew towards Nuji. What? Nuji was startled to see the locust. Green locust. What's going on? He could see the name above the locust's head, just as he had seen it above the heads of monsters inside the tower. Swoosh. Nuji attacked and killed the green locust with his jungle knife, gaining experience points. It was indeed a monster. How is there a monster outside the tower? Is Earth really going to be destroyed? As the chilling thought that Theo's words might be true crept into Nuji's mind, flutter, flutter. About 100,000 green locusts filled the sky, flying towards Nuji. Swarms of locust monsters, apostrophe. Non-awakeners probably couldn't see the names above their heads and were unaware of this. Damn! I should have brought my weapon. Nuji regretted leaving his primary weapon, a bow, at home, since there was no need to carry it on Earth. Swish, swish. He had no choice but to kill the green locusts with his jungle knife. They weren't very strong, so there was no danger in killing them. As he was busily killing the green locusts, what? Thud, crunch, crunch. He saw the green locusts getting cut and killed as they approached to eat the leaves of the sturdy blade onions. Even as they died, they still tried to eat the leaves. It was a truly terrifying appetite. And the sturdy blade green onions were killing the monsters faster than Nuji himself. So that's why we were told to plant sturdy blade green onions. Nuji, who had gained a great realization, reported the situation to the Earth Defense Force headquarters. More sturdy blade green onions were needed. As Sejun arrived at the western forest, oh, there are so many now. Thump, thump, thud, thud. The number of ants had increased to 7,000. It was thanks to not being attacked by fire ants. Thump, thump. The little ants greeted Sejun, jostling each other to extend their heads. Seed. Pluck. Please. Seed. Pluck. Give. You got it. There was a reason why the ants asked Sejun to pluck the seeds that they could pick themselves. Farmer's Touch OV 2 is activated. The growth of the purified ant accelerates while being touched. The ants liked the feeling of growing faster when Sejun plucked their seeds, thanks to the Farmer's Touch skill. As Sejun was plucking the ants' seeds, it's a duel. Meow. Vroom, vroom. Theo was running around, wanting to have a rematch, grabbing at the branches the ants were swinging. And then, Creon. The bored Quenji dug into the ground and played. As he dug deeper, it became dark without light. But, Quenji, brother, I will light a fire. Bat light. The golden bat, which had not had a chance to show its abilities until now, used its hidden skill. Flash. A weak golden light emanated from the golden bat's body, illuminating the surroundings. Creon. Good job. Thump, thump. Thanks to this, Quenji was able to dig deeper underground with the help of the golden bat. And when Quenji had dug about 10 meters down, Greek. Brother Quenji, I hear a strange noise over there. The golden bat heard a suspicious noise. Creon, which direction? Over there. The golden bat pointed south with its wing. Thump, thump. And Quenji started digging a tunnel in that direction. And when they had dug about 300 meters, thump, crash. The wall collapsed. And then, Creon, huh? Quick. Quenji and the golden bat encountered black ants digging a tunnel from the opposite side. Hey guys, gather around. Sejun, who had picked all the ant seeds and replanted them, called the animals. It was time to return. I'm already here. Meow. Theo, who had tiredly returned to Sejun's lap after chasing branches, proudly said, Right, Meow, take this. Meow. Theo remembered the items he had brought from the Wandering Merchant Association's office and carefully took them out of his bag. Furniture. When Sejun looked at the items Theo pulled out, he found chairs, lights, and a desk. It seemed like they would be good for decorating the bedroom. You did well. But where did you buy it? I didn't buy them. Meow. I just picked them up. Meow. Theo, who had clearly stolen them, confidently said he had found them. He was indeed a scoundrel. Is that so? Well done anyway. Thank you. Meow. Now give me some cheru. Meow. Okay. Sejun put the items that Theo had brought into the void storage and fed Theo the cheru. Chomp chomp chomp. Almost 10 minutes passed by the time Theo finished eating the cheru, but Quenji and the golden bat had not returned yet. Where have they gone? When Sejun got up to look for them, Creon screeched. Quenji and the golden bat, who was perched on Quenji's shoulder, appeared from underground, singing. And then, quick, following them, about 10 black ants, each roughly 30 centimeters in size, came along, singing in chorus. Mushroom ant. Mushroom ant? Upon seeing the name above the black ants, Sejun looked closely at them. How cute. Unlike fire ants, which have a sharp triangular face, the mushroom ants had a round face and blunt front teeth, giving them a cute appearance. They looked completely non-threatening, rather innocent. Since they were called mushroom ants, They seem to be a good fit for farming. Where have you guys been? And what's with those ants? Creon, we met them while digging. They said they would give us something to eat called mushrooms if we saved them. Sejun, these ants want to work on your farm. Quack. At the words of Quenji and the golden bat, the black ants vigorously waved their antennae up and down. Let's go to the farm first. Sejun took the ants to the farm. On the way to the farm. So they were originally slaves to the fire ants, but escaped. Sejun talked to the mushroom ants as they moved. Quack. In response to Sejun's words, the mushroom ant moved its antennae up and down. There were that many fire ants, according to what the mushroom ant told him. The fire ant force was substantial. There were dozens of fire ant colonies, each comprising hundreds of thousands of fire ants. Fortunately, there was no fire ant colony strong enough to unite the fire ants, so they did not usually invade other territories. If all the fire ants had been unified into a single force, they might have ruled the 99th floor of the tower. Then, Quack. They encountered other mushroom ants on the road. And then, they want to work on President Park's farm. Meow. The mushroom ants somehow knew they wanted to work on Sejun's farm. Sejun didn't know, but when he fell unconscious, the roots of Flammy, which had moved in anger, had freed some mushroom ants that were slaves to the fire ants by defeating a few fire ant colonies. If you have nowhere to go, head south and entrust yourselves to Sejun's farm. Following the words of Flammy, who had released them, the mushroom ants were on their way to find Sejun. Thus, by the time they arrived at the farm, Sejun had met more mushroom ants, and their number had exceeded 500. Let's rest here for today. Sejun provided a vacant land for the mushroom ants to rest. Quack. At Sejun's words, the mushroom ants lay down on the vacant ground, resting comfortably for the first time since they were born. All right. Gulp, gulp. Aha. Sejun woke up from his sleep and drank the water that Theo had left on the desk yesterday. President Theo, wake up. Sejun woke Theo up after drinking the water. But I'll sleep for just 5 more minutes. Meow. Since Theo never got up at once, Sejun placed Theo on his leg. And then, swoosh, he added one more line to the wall and went outside. As Sejun went outside, Creon, Flap, Quenji and Golden Bat that were playing around after waking up early greeted Sejun in the morning. Let's have breakfast. Creon. Quenji responded loudly to Sejun's words. Let's have breakfast. Great. While Sejun was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, squeak, squeal, the rabbits also started to get up one by one and gathered in the kitchen. Today's breakfast menu was Sayuk Superscript 1, boiled pork. Originally, they were to have the usual soup, but upon accidentally finding wild boar meat in the treasure storage, Sejun quickly changed the breakfast menu. Hum hum hum. Sejun hummed a tune while tying the wild boar meat with detoxifying green onions and putting it in the pot. And then, bang, Creon, bang, Creon. Following Sejun, Quenji tapped on the table and sang, Daddy is making a new dish. It must be delicious. Splish splash. During Quenji's singing, Sejun put the whole bottle of carrot wine, including the carrot, into the pot. Alcohol is the best for removing odor. He also added enough water to cover the wild boar meat and then closed the lid to start boiling. At that moment, no, that precious wine. If you were going to do that, you should have given it to me. The 2 dragons who had come to the kitchen at mealtime to see if there was anything for them to eat lamented the carrot wine in the pot. But what do the mushroom ants eat? Sejun remembered the ants. Should I go and check? The pork stew needed to boil for at least 20 more minutes to be ready, so Sejun left the kitchen and moved to where the ants were resting. When Sejun arrived at where the mushroom ants were, quack, quack. The ground, which was spacious yesterday, was now swarming with mushroom ants that had joined overnight. There must be around 3,000. While Sejun was estimating the number of ants, the color? Sejun's eyes caught a difference in the mushroom ants from yesterday. The backs of the mushroom ants were a different color than yesterday. Upon closer inspection of the mushroom ants' back, is that a mushroom? Sejun saw mushrooms growing on their backs. Each mushroom ant had a different type of mushroom growing on its back. And then, quack, the mushroom ants were harvesting the mushrooms from each other's backs. At that moment, quack, a mushroom ant growing a king oyster mushroom on its back approached Sejun and stopped in front of him. And then, it just stood still. Do you want me to pick it? When Sejun cut a king oyster mushroom from the mushroom ant's back with his dagger, You have harvested a king oyster mushroom. You have 47,812 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 increases very slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. A crop harvesting message appeared. "Oh," Sejun exclaimed in joy after seeing the message. There were about 100 mushrooms growing on the backs of the mushroom ants. Since they had grown like that overnight, he might be able to harvest them again in the evening. He thought he might be able to complete the job quest today. "Guys, stop!" Sejun hurriedly yelled to stop the mushroom ants from harvesting the mushrooms. Quick! At Sejun's command to stop, the mushroom ants that had been picking mushrooms stopped. "I'll pick the mushrooms, so don't." Quick! The mushroom ants began to line up towards Sejun. "Not now, but in a little while. I need to eat breakfast." Quick! The mushroom ants looked disappointed at Sejun's words. "But what do you guys eat?" Quick! In response to Sejun's question, one of the mushroom ants repeatedly pointed to a pile of cherry tomato branches next to the field and then at its mouth. "Oh, you eat those?" Quick! At Sejun's words, the mushroom ant nodded with its antennae. "Then you can eat them." "Eat them all." The cherry tomato branches had been too numerous to deal with after the rabbits pruned the tomatoes to prevent nutrients from going elsewhere, so it was great that the ants would eat them. Quack, quack. Excited by Sejun's words, the mushroom ants excitedly rushed towards the cherry tomato branches. It was fortunate that the mushroom ants had something they liked. "Then let's quickly eat breakfast and start harvesting." As Sejun approached the kitchen to eat sayuk, boiled pork. "Wow, it smells amazing." The scent of wine boiled with meat filled the air outside the kitchen. Just by smelling it, one could tell that the sayuk was cooked perfectly. At that moment, Creon Quenji, who had been guarding the entrance of the kitchen waiting for Sejun, called him. It seemed that the dish was almost done. "Got it." As Sejun entered the kitchen, he found the rabbits gathered around the pot of sayuk, their hands clasped together, reciting a chant-like spell, and staring only at the pot. Creon Quenji grabbed Sejun's pants, leading him to the front of the pot. Everyone was focusing their entire attention on the sayuk, except for the 2 dragons, who couldn't smell it. Click. "It's my turn now." "Give it to me." The 2 dragon statues were alternately drinking 1 drop at a time from the bottle that contained the fire carrot wine, shaking it. Who knew what they were doing, with such a powerful magic? "Is it ready?" When Sejun opened the lid of the pot, steam so thick he could not see in front of him rose up. Then, as the steam cleared, the lustrous, milky meat that was half submerged in the water came into view. The wine carrot had completely melted, nowhere to be seen. "It's done." Just as Sejun was about to scoop out the sayuk, "You have achieved the feat of making greedy and hot wild boar sayuk for the first time in the tower. The recipe for greedy and hot wild boar sayuk will be registered at Cooking LV4. Your proficiency in Cooking LV4 greatly increases. Your proficiency in Cooking LV4 is filled, and your level increases." A message appeared, indicating that the dish was complete. "Let's see." Sejun checked the options of the sayuk. Greedy and hot wild boar sayuk. Expertly cooked with wild boar meat, detoxifying green onions, and fire carrot wine. It's moist and tender. All the fiery energy of the fire carrot wine is concentrated in the wild boar meat. The remaining greed in the wild boar meat minimizes the loss of nutrients. When consumed, it greatly increases your affinity with the fire attribute and burns bodily impurities. The detoxifying green onions halve the side effects of the fire carrot wine. If your magic power is below 50, the side effect will cause your body to burn with the fiery energy. Chef Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 100 days. Grade, B+. Oh, the side effects were halved while keeping the effects of the fire carrot wine. It was good news. Swoosh. Sejun hurriedly took out a chunk of meat and cut a piece with his dagger. The tender meat was sliced smoothly without resistance. Slurp. He put the cut meat into his mouth. Swallow. Gulp. Oh, words were unnecessary. The meat just melted in his mouth without even needing to chew. He regretted not having lettuce wraps, kimchi, and salted shrimp to eat with the sayuk. Creon. Behind him, Quenji and the rabbits were drooling, curious about the taste. "Here you go." Sejun quickly cut the pork into sizes suitable for the animals to eat and gave it to them. Creon. Squeak. Squawk. The animals began to eat the sayuk hurriedly. "Golden bat, slice this." "Yes." Meanwhile, Sejun had the golden bat thinly slice some green onions, and he made a simple seasoning with red pepper powder, soy sauce, salt, and honey. Then, the golden bat mixed the seasoning with the sliced onions to complete the green onion salad. Let's try it. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun sliced about 10 pieces of pork, placed them on his plate, and ate them with the green onion salad. This is it. This is the taste. Although it was good before, eating it with the green onion salad added a crunchy texture and enriched the flavor, making it even more delicious. The green onion salad also cut through the greasiness, leaving a refreshing aftertaste. Quenji quickly followed Sejun's lead, placing the green onion salad on a piece of pork and putting it in his mouth. The only time he had failed to imitate Sejun's eating was with coffee. Dad said that tastes good when you become an adult. He didn't understand why it would taste better when he was older, but he trusted his dad's words. Once again, he succeeded. Quenji, who had discovered a new world of flavor with the combination of sayuk and green onion salad, excitedly shouted out. And seeing Quenji's reaction, the other rabbits began to take an interest. You guys, Sejun smiled contentedly as he looked at the animals. He felt good seeing them enjoy the food he had made. Alien, you should try it too. Sejun sent a bowl filled with sayuk and green onion salad to Alien. A moment later, the tower's administrator is shocked, saying this is the first time she has eaten meat so tender. Eat it with the green onion salad. It'll taste better that way. The tower's administrator says you are surely a genius in cooking. No, I'm not that good. Sejun was embarrassed about Alien's praise. And honestly, Alien's cooking skills were below average. But he couldn't bring himself to say that. Thus, while Sejun was sharing the pork with everyone, SSSS. Steam began to rise one by one from the rabbits' bodies. Ugh, along with a foul smell. It stinks. Go wash up quickly. Sejun deliberately spoke more hysterically. It was revenge for them avoiding him earlier because his breath had smelled like shit. Sejun was quite vindictive. Squeak, splash. The rabbits panicked and hurried to the fountain. Then, you have consumed the greedy and hot wild boar sayuk. Your affinity for fire attributes increases. Talent, fire mastery awakens. The impurities in your body are being burned and expelled out. SSSS. Steam began to rise from Sejun's body too. Meow. President Park smells like shit again. Meow. Theo quickly pulled a nose plug from his bag and plugged his nose. He had prepared it in anticipation of the same situation. Squawk. Quenji screamed, covering his nose with his front paws. Daddy smells like poop. Ugh. Sejun too hurried to the fountain. Even though the smell was coming from his own body, it was truly horrible. Splash. The rabbits glared at Sejun as he entered the fountain. They gave him a reproachful look, as if to ask why he had yelled at them when he was going to come in as well. Sorry. A little later. Splash. Quenji also entered the fountain, giving off a foul smell. I'm sorry. Quenji, who had teased Sejun about the smell, rubbed Sejun's shoulder in apology. Thus, everyone left the cooking site. Shall we taste it? Shall we? The two dragons that had stayed behind in the kitchen helped themselves to the sayuk and the green onion salad, too. Shake, shake. Ah, so refreshing, Sejun spoke, shaking the water off his body. He had inadvertently taken a group bath with the animals. Squeak. The animals were all shaking the water off their bodies, looking refreshed because all the impurities had been removed from their bodies. But it's uncomfortable. Meow. Theo, who didn't need to go into the water, grumbled as he vigorously shook off the water. He had been dunked along with Sejun since he was clinging to Sejun's knee. PFFT, President Theo, you're a complete mess. Really pathetic. Sejun laughed at the bedraggled Theo without noticing his irritation. Meow. I'm not pathetic. Meow. Theo's spirit was immediately dampened by Sejun's words. Sorry, I was just joking. Our President Theo is so cool. As Sejun lifted Theo and manually shook the water off his fur. PFFT. I know. Meow. I'm the coolest cat in the world. Meow. Theo's confidence was quickly restored, and he boasted loudly. He really had the confidence of a reed. Then, Sejun, I'll dry your hair for you. The golden bat flew around Sejun's head, flapping its wings hard to create a breeze. Flap, flap. The wind was weak, so it wasn't much help, but pant pant. How is it? Oh, it's cool. Sejun made a white lie for the golden bat, who was flapping its wings to the point of breathlessness for him. His heart warmed instead. "Let's get to work now," Sejun, after drying Theo's fur, massaged the tired golden bat's shoulders and went to look for mushroom ants. "You have harvested a oyster mushroom. You have 42,871 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point." "Okay, next." Quack. At Sejun's words, the harvested ant left, and another ant behind it showed its back for Sejun to harvest more easily. Sejun just stayed still, and it was easy to harvest because the mushroom ants moved themselves. Quack, quack. On top of that, Sejun's harvested mushrooms were sorted by the mushroom ants according to their type and condition. Shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, yongji mushrooms. There were many types of mushrooms growing on the backs of the mushroom ants. Although it was a bit disappointing that the mushrooms had no item effects, Sejun was satisfied since he could use the harvesting skill and eat the mushrooms. Nice. Thanks to that, Sejun only focused on harvesting. As he was doing so, lunchtime approached. "Quenji, bring me some dry straw and branches." Creon. At Sejun's command, Quenji, who had been lying on the ground gazing at the sky, quickly jumped up. Asking for dry straw and branches meant starting a fire, and that meant cooking. Creon. Quenji hurriedly ran off, and "Brother Quenji, I'll help too." The golden bat followed Quenji, flying after him. A moment later, Creon. Rumble, rumble. The giant Quenji laid down a huge amount of dry straw and branches. "Here they are. I brought some too." Flap, flap. The golden bat also brought a thin branch, following Quenji. "Good job." Sejun stacked the branches well and placed dry straw between them to catch fire easily. And then, snap, whoosh, Sejun snapped his fingers to create a small flame the size of a 51 coin, diameter 21.60 millimeters. This was thanks to his newly acquired talent, Fire Mastery. Talent, Fire Mastery. A talent that allows you to use fire more skillfully. You can create a flame by snapping your fingers. Although not powerful enough for battle, being able to create flames was a great help in daily life. Sejun used the flame on his finger to light the thin branch that the golden bat brought, and put it in the pile of firewood. Whoosh! The fire caught on the firewood strongly. And then, thump, Sejun took out the back of a fire ant from void storage. Today's lunch menu was grilled mushrooms. The back of the fire ant was flat and perfect for a grill. Sizzle. As the mushrooms grilled, spreading their aroma, the rabbits found their way there on their own. Squeak, quack. At first, the rabbits and mushroom ants were wary of each other, but workers recognize workers. The rabbits and mushroom ants quickly became friends. "Huh? Why am I sleeping here?" Aileen, waking from her sleep, looked around. And then, I came here to bathe." She remembered that she had fallen asleep in the lake after washing off the waste that had been expelled from her body after eating the wild boar meat that Sejun had given her. It was really dreadful. No comment on the waste, for the sake of Aileen's image. It was indeed fortunate that a powerful purification magic was cast on the lake. Splash. He. It's easier to use my mana now. Aileen came out of the lake, examining her body, and spoke, feeling the mana inside her moving smoothly. In Aileen's case, her dragon heart hadn't been beating for a while, preventing the infused mana from flowing and hardening along with the impurities, hindering her use of magic power. So, this time, the hardened mana inside her body was expelled along with the waste after eating the pork Sejun had given her, making it much easier to move the magic and increasing its efficiency. And with the increased efficiency, she was able to do more. Aileen left the administrator's area for about 5 seconds, then hurriedly came back when she started to feel weak. Huff, huff. I went out of the administrator's area. Aileen was thrilled with her achievement. Now, although only for a short time, she had enough mana flowing within her body to endure outside the administrator's area. She thought she could open the portal if she tried, but "I will never open it." Never. Aileen had no intention of opening the portal. If she opened the portal, her grandfather or father might come in and interfere with her and Sejun's relationship, or they could change her role as the tower administrator to another dragon now that her dragon heart's condition had improved. Since I won't be able to see Sejun, I will definitely not open the portal. Thus, Kaiser's long-awaited reunion with his beloved granddaughter did not happen for a long time. After eating a delicious lunch of grilled mushrooms, squeak, as the rabbits were about to go back to the fields to work, Quack the ants, having finished harvesting mushrooms, gave the rabbits a ride and moved together. And then, you have harvested shiitake mushrooms. You have 37,123 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Sejun also harvested mushrooms again. Then, about 2 hours into harvesting mushrooms, roar from a distance. The roar of the mother crimson giant bear was heard. What's happening? She's shouting, don't come here, it's our territory. Meow. When Sejun was curious, Theo translated the words of the mother crimson giant bear. Don't come here? It meant something was coming. Guys, let's go. Sejun ran to where the mother crimson giant bear was, taking his bodyguard Quenji with him. As usual, the mother crimson giant bear, Pink Fur, was patrolling around the farm. Her name had been changed from Red Fur to Pink Fur as her fur color had changed. Roar. Pink Fur was diligently patrolling around the farm today as well. Then, roar, from afar, about 2,000 mushroom ants could be seen approaching. Since Sejun had told her not to stop the mushroom ants if they came, Pink Fur was waiting to guide them as they drew near. But, creak, eek, as they got closer, the mushroom ants were being chased by an enormous number of fire ants. Roar. So Pink Fur, in a warning to the fire ants that had invaded Sejun's farm, roared and prepared to fight. As Sejun arrived at the scene of the commotion, roar, moo, eek. Like Sejun, 30 black minotaurs who had heard the roar of the mother crimson giant bear joined in and were in a standoff with the fire ants, protecting the mushroom ants in a circle. However, the number of fire ants that had followed the escaped slaves was nearly 100,000. They were not merely confronting. They were surrounded by the fire ants. Roar, moo, as the crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs attacked the approaching fire ants by kicking them. Eek. The fire ants retaliated by spewing from their antennae towards them. A single attack wouldn't have been felt, but with 100,000 fire ants, it was a completely different story. When tens of thousands of fire ants focused their fire on one spot, the firepower intensified, and flames caught onto their bodies. Roar, moo, as the crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs, their bodies aflame, cried out, "This is dangerous." Sejun quickly moved to save them. Create thunderclouds. With Sejun's shout, clouds covered the sky. Rainfall. Sejun made it rain to extinguish the fire on the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs and to drench the fire ants so that electricity could flow better. However, it's not going out. The fire was so strong that it didn't go out easily. Throw thunder. Sejun decided to deal with the fire ants first. Along with Sejun's shout, blue lightning bolts fell from the thunder clouds towards the fire ants. Crash. You have defeated a fire ant worker. You have gained 1,000 experience points. About 1,000 fire ants were electrocuted and died. This time, his legs didn't give way due to exhaustion as before. His magic power had increased by 5% with the acquisition of the talent, Magic Circuit, and the efficiency of his magic improved as his body's waste was expelled. Throw thunder. Sejun used throw thunder again to save the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs. Crash. Stagger. But he could only do it twice. Creon. Why does Dad, being weak, stepping up? Quenji supported the collapsing Sejun and scolded him. What are you talking about? Can't you see your mom and the minotaurs screaming? Roar. Moo. Sejun pointed angrily at the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs, whose bodies were on fire. He was disappointed in Quenji. Just then, why is that a scream? Meow? Theo asked Sejun in a lazy voice. If that's not a scream, then what is it? They're saying it's refreshing. Meow. What Sejun thought were screams were cheers from the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs, who were happy to burn off the old grime on their fur with the strong fire they had encountered in a long time. Ah! What have I done? He had briefly forgotten that there was nothing as pointless as worrying about others on the 99th floor of the tower. He had misunderstood and stepped forward for no reason. If I do well, That's enough, Sejun muttered to himself in self-reproach when Creon Quenji called out to the Crimson Giant Bear. Dad has collapsed again. Roar! The Crimson Giant Bear was surprised at Quenji's words. Again? Roar! Deciding to end the battle, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear struck the ground with both hands. Boom! Magical power erupted from the ground, perfectly targeting the area where the fire ants were, in the shape of a donut with a hole in the middle. Most of the fire ants disappeared without leaving a trace. Moo! The remaining fire ants were taken care of by the Black Minotaurs, ending the battle. Indeed, when Sejun checked later, the fur that had caught fire on the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and the Black Minotaurs which had caught fire, has become shinier. Floor 55 of the tower. Great job, everyone. After driving out all the wild boars and freeing the captive rabbits, Iona spoke, looking at the wolves and rabbits. The number of rabbits had increased to about 5,000. They were the freed rabbits and those who had joined them after the harvest festival. The original plan was to go to the 99th floor of the tower, but after the death of Grid, the owner of the 55th floor, they headed back to their hometown on the 55th floor. Hagel and Elka, stay here and help the rabbits. Yes. There were a lot of crops to be harvested at the farm on the 55th floor, so Iona had the wolves help with the rabbits' harvest. And then, coyote. She headed towards Grid's mansion, humming a tune, to bring his wealth to Sejun. However, it's too much. The items inside the mansion couldn't all fit into Iona's pocket space, so she decided to take only a part of it and put the rest in the treasure vault. It's all moved. Having placed all the items in the treasure vault, Iona went outside and used magic wind, obey my command and sweep it away. Tornado. Whoosh! A massive typhoon tore down Grid's mansion. It was for building a new royal palace in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Pipe. Choo-Choo gathered the rabbits in the vacant lot and proclaimed the re-establishment of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Squeak! At Choo-Choo's declaration, the Black Rabbit and other rabbits cheered. There would be many hardships ahead to restore their former glory, but Choo-Choo thought that with the current momentum of the rabbits, they would be able to restore the glory of the Red Ribbon Kingdom one day. A little later, I'll go back to Sejun now. Queen Choo-Choo, please lead the kingdom well, Iona said, looking at her disciple Choo-Choo. Pipe. Choo-Choo looked sad as Iona announced her departure. Squeak. The Black Rabbit comforted Choo-Choo by patting her shoulder. I'll visit often. Farewell for now. Iona then headed back to the 99th floor. Coyote. I can finally get some good sleep. Iona's steps toward the 99th floor, where Sejun's lap and Theo's tail were light as a feather. Guard Choo-Choo has established the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the tower. The farms belonging to the Red Ribbon Kingdom are included in the farms of Tower Farmer Park Sejun. It seemed that the tidying up of the 55th floor was complete. Your farm size has exceeded 1 million square meter. Talent. Centurion Landlord grows into Millennium Landlord. Nice. The farm Sejun had created on the 99th floor was about 670,000 square meter. The 55th floor's farm must have been large, as Sejun's talent rapidly grew into Millennium Landlord. Appoint Guard Choo-Choo as the 55th floor's caretaker. When new information he didn't know appeared, Sejun checked his newly transformed talent. Millennium Landlord. Talent. Millennium Landlord. A talent acquired only by a farmer with more than 1 million square meter of farmland. You may designate one caretaker to manage the farm in your stead. A caretaker can appoint 100 tenant farmers and 3 guards of their own. You can designate up to 1,000 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use landlord's farming skills. If a tenant farmer uses the skill of the landlord receives a 5% skill proficiency reward. You can designate up to 10 guards to protect the farm. The landlord receives 50% of the experience gained by the guards in combat within a 3 kilometers radius around him. The talent grows with the size of the farm. The significant change was the role of a caretaker, managing the farm in his stead, and an increased number of tenant farmers and guards. Appoint guard. Sejun first appointed Mother Crimson Giant Bear as a guard. Then, it won't work, right? Sejun muttered, looking at the 2 dragon statues chattering above the fountain. Just mentioning it might get him killed for daring to consider dragons in such a way. Let's talk about it when we're a bit closer. Giving up on making the dragons into guards. Appoint tenant farmers. Sejun initially appointed 100 mushroom ants as tenant farmers. He planned to see how the mushroom ants worked before deciding whether to appoint more. Then, the tenant farmer mushroom ant used seed harvesting LV. 4 to obtain mushroom spores. The tenant farmer mushroom ant used seed sowing LV. 5 to plant mushroom spores. Millennium Landlord receives a 5% skill proficiency reward. Millennium Landlord's seed harvesting LV. 4 proficiency slightly increases. Millennium Landlord's seed sowing LV. 5 proficiency slightly increases. The tenant farmer mushroom used seed harvesting LV. 4 to obtain mushroom spores. This is amazing. While the designated mushroom and tenant farmers remained still, messages about continuous skill usage appeared suggesting they harvested and sowed mushroom spores from their backs on their own. Day 277 of being stranded. Sejun became Millennium Landlord. Day 278 of being stranded. Morning. President Park. Can't you sleep a bit more? Meow. Dangling. No, I can't. There's something we have to resolve quickly today. Sejun picked Theo, who was whining to sleep more, and placed him on his knee. Cling. Theo naturally slipped into sleep mode, clinging to Sejun's leg. He always whined like this when sleeping soundly. Then, meow, Theo discovered something stuck to his tail. It was Iona, who had sneaked in at dawn. Iona, when did you get here? Meow, Theo asked, looking at Iona clinging to his tail. Coyote. I came at dawn. I'll sleep just a little more. Iona curled up, wrapping her body with Theo's tail and fell asleep again. Sejun then went outside, carrying Theo and Iona on his leg. Then, let's eat breakfast. He heated up the soup made yesterday and quickly ate breakfast. Then, he headed to where the mushroom ants lived. They had begun building their home on the land that Sejun provided since yesterday. When Sejun arrived at the place where the mushroom ants were, quack, quack. The ants were building walls, piling up the dirt from the underground tunnels they were digging. They indeed displayed the qualities of workers. Guys, let's harvest. Quack. At Sejun's call, some mushroom ants with mushrooms on their back neatly lined up, while the rest continued building. It seemed they had already decided among themselves who would harvest and who would work. The more I see, the more I like them. Sejun found himself nodding in approval at the diligent mushroom ants, who were always eager to work. Without wasting a moment. After about 3 hours of harvesting, you have harvested a oyster mushroom. You have 1 time left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Finally, the completion of the job quest was near. Then, pop. He harvested the last mushroom. You have completed the job quest. Level 51 is unlocked as a quest completion reward. You have acquired 50,000 tower coins as a quest completion reward. All job skills of the tower farmer have increased by 1 level. Finally, Sejun cheered. His level restriction that had been stuck on the 50th level was finally lifted. Now he could gain experience freely. Then, your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Why is this showing up? Are there other pests besides locusts? Messages started to appear about exterminating pests, which hadn't been shown due to the level up restriction. Kenya, Africa. After receiving Nuji's report, Han Tae-jun and other Earth Defense Force hunters arrived to confirm the monster with their own eyes. Green locust. It's real. How can this be? How did the monster? The hunters were shocked to see the name displayed above the captured monster's head. What they had hoped would never happen had become a reality. The appearance of a monster on Earth made Theo's prediction of Earth's destruction feel more real. Of course, the green locust was much weaker than the skeletons encountered on the 2nd floor of the tower. Even ordinary people could kill it easily. This wouldn't be enough to cause the destruction of the Earth. Does this mean if their numbers grow beyond a certain point, they will evolve and become stronger? Yes. Fortunately, ordinary locusts have been keeping the monster locusts in check. Nuji, who had been observing the green locusts for a few days, replied. In the days following the discovery, thousands of green locusts died in the sturdy blade green onion fields. However, the ordinary swarms of locusts just passed by the sturdy blade green onion field. Instead, They ferociously hunted down and killed the green locusts. From the perspective of ordinary locusts, the green locusts were competitors for food and their enemies. This kept the green locust population in check and prevented the locust swarms from growing too large. Otherwise, they would have already devoured all of Africa's crops and moved on to the Middle East. This was unlucky for the green locusts but fortunate for the earth. We have confirmed the appearance of the monster, so for now, we will direct 50% of the sturdy blade green onions, which are obtained from the tower, towards Africa. Yes, the other members agreed with Han Tae-jun's decision. He decided to focus on buying land in Africa and its vicinity before heading back to Korea. It's a party today. Sejun decided to have a party to celebrate the completion of his job quest. He wanted to share the joy of having the level 51 restriction lifted with everyone. He decided to level up starting tomorrow. A party, you say? Then hurry and prepare the Cheruan grilled fish, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo shouted with excitement. It would be great to eat cheru while lying on Sejun's lap on top of a mountain of grilled fish. Coyote, coyote, coyote. No way, the party needs coyote, coyote. Roasted peanuts. Iona argued against Theo's words. Iona couldn't hide her excitement at the thought of nibbling on roasted peanuts while cozily covered with Theo's tail on Sejun's lap wrapped in a blanket. Creon, Creon. No, for a party, meat is a must. Quenji clenched both fists at the thought of holding the bountiful meat. Saliva was already dripping from Quenji's mouth. Everyone had strong preferences for the party. Pip pip. I want fruit. The golden bat cautiously expressed its opinion, but a party must absolutely have Cheruan grilled fish. Meow. A party without roasted peanuts is no party at all. Creon. Meat is a must. No one paid attention to the golden bat's opinion. And then, current list of items available from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, total 23,911,912 items, 30 million tower coins x1, mithril ore x100, gold bars x 10,000, silver bars x 50,000, land deed of the 77th floor farm, land deed of the 83rd floor farm. Huh? How did it suddenly get so many? Sejun was surprised to see the enormous list of items when he opened the treasure vault, something he often did when bored. Coyote, coyote, coyote. So this was connected to the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. I've filled it with Grid's wealth, Iona proudly said, looking at the list of items from behind Sejun. Really? Well done. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Thank you. Ah, did you summon the white dragon statue this way, too? Yes. But have you ever met Kellyan? He was Kellyan. We almost died because of him. What? I didn't know you were Sejun's subordinate at that time. Hearing his name from the roof, Kellyan, who was listening from the roof, hurriedly spoke. Kyuk. Iona, surprised to find the white dragon statue, hid behind Sejun. Don't be too frightened, insignificant hamster. I won't harm you. Kellyan's words to ease Iona's guard. Insignificant, you say? Only irritated Sejun more. You'll still invite me to the party, right? In the dragon tribe, only those who are invited to a party can attend, so Kellyan was nervous, fearing that Sejun might not invite him. Of course. His intention to attend the party was to try Sejun's cooking. I don't know. Inviting someone who targeted my subordinate to my party is a bit. Normally, he would have said of course, you're invited, but this time was different. From afar, Kaiser was watching over them. In this situation, Kaiser was reassuring. I'll be the only one to go to Sejun's party. Kaiser enjoyed seeing Kellyan in trouble. He planned to attend Sejun's party alone to put Kellyan down. Sejun, refuse quickly, as Kaiser cheered on Sejun. Wait. When Sejun seemed hesitant to invite him to the party, Kellyan frantically pressed his belly button, fearing he might not get an invitation. In his haste, he remembered something he had saved. Click. His belly button must have been a switch, as it opened to reveal a storage space inside the statue, although it had been a relic with no apparent use. Now it was something he could use to appeal to Sejun. Invite me to the party, and I'll give you this. Kellyan shouted, pulling out a fist-sized, shiny white dough. No, refuse. How can you invite someone to the party who has tried to take the life of your subordinate with such a bribe? Sejun, don't you have any pride? It seemed like Sejun was tempted, so Kaiser flew over in a hurry and shouted, all right. I'll invite Mr. Kellyan to the party. Sejun, already entranced by the white dough in Kellyan's hand, had made up his mind. He. Thank you. Here, take it. Kellyan handed the white dough to Sejun. Thank you. Sejun thanked him heartily, receiving the dough. Soft and squishy. It was the touch he had been expecting. He then hurriedly checked the dough. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Made by Pong Pong, a rabbit tribe's rice cake master who bet his life on rice cakes. It's a rice dough designed to make the best rice dough always. It is one of the 10 relics that exist in the Black Tower. When you feed the rice dough with wealth that has the value of 1 tower coin, it will spit out 1 kilogram of top-quality rice dough. Usage restrictions, LV 50 or higher, magic power 50 or higher. Creator, Pong Pong. Grade, AA. Jackpot. With this relic, he could make rice dough whenever he wanted. Although tower coins would be consumed to obtain the dough, to Sejun, tower coins were just numbers except when using the seed shop. With this, I can make both the rice cakes and make jolly, rice wine, that their raccoons sold last time. What? Is that true? Kaiser was excited at the word make jolly after hearing Sejun's words. Creon Quenji was no different. He could dip rice cakes in honey again. He. Know that it's all thanks to me. Kellyan spoke smugly, realizing that what he had given was even more remarkable than he had thought. Shall we try making the rice dough first? Sejun placed his hand on the rice dough and used 10 tower coins. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 10 tower coins and produced 10 kilograms of top-quality rice dough. Poof! The wealth-devouring rice dough spat out a basketball-sized lump of rice dough. Chuck! Wow! Sejun was thrilled to obtain 10 kilograms of rice dough. He hurried to the kitchen with it. Suddenly, he wanted to make a particular dish. It was Songbyeon superscript 1. He really wanted to eat Songbyeon today. I'll mix sweet potatoes, and honey for the filling. Sejun thought about how to make Songbyeon as he boiled potatoes and sweet potatoes in a pot. Then he grilled fish and purple locust meat and roasted peanuts, preparing the menu that Theo, Iona, and Quenji had wanted for the party. While Sejun was cooking, you can make jolly with this? Put in 10 million tower coins. I'm not as stingy as Sejun. Kaiser laughed boisterously and put 10 million tower coins into the wealth-devouring rice dough. And then, a 10,000-ton gigantic lump of rice dough shot up. Kaiser was taken aback by the unexpectedly massive size of the rice dough. If it fell, the damage would be immense. The fields would be ruined, and Sejun would probably die. Vanish. Kaiser quickly made the rice dough disappear. 10 million tower coins were gone in vain. Kaiser, if you're going to spend money like that, give it to me. Shut up. Kellyan jeered from the side. Is it cooked? Sejun poked the sweet potatoes he was roasting with chopsticks. Thunk. The chopsticks went in smoothly, without resistance. It's done. Sejun took the pot off the fire and removed the sweet potatoes to let them cool. While cooling the sweet potatoes, he checked on the grilled fish for Theo and the purple locust meat for Quenji, placing the cooked items in bowls. Iona's stir-fried peanuts were already cooked, spread on a wide plate, and cooling off. Just then, Creon. Quenji came up from the cave, carrying a massive fish. Big brother Theo. I caught a big fish. Upon hearing news of Sejun's party, Flammy had driven a giant fish from the Sea of Dimensions for Quenji to catch. It's tuna, meow. Theo was thrilled to see the 20-meter-long fish that Quenji had brought. President Park. When does the party start? Meow. Theo, growing impatient due to the tuna, was stamping his feet and urging Sejun. President Theo, wait. We also need time to grill the tuna. Got it, meow. Quenji, hurry and grill the tuna, meow. Creon, how do I grill it? Quenji tried to grill the tuna, moving it this way and that over the fire, larger than the fish itself. But that's not how you do it, meow. To Theo, a grilled fish enthusiast, it looked hopelessly unskilled. Iona, help me, meow. Coyote. What can I help you with? Iona, delightedly looking at the stir-fried peanuts, asked with a bright voice. Make a fire, meow. Coyote. That's easy. Oh, power of fire. Follow my command and burn everything. Blaze of incineration. Iona cheerfully created a fire at Theo's request, a very big and hot fire. That's not the fire, meow. Are you planning to burn all my tuna, Meow! Theo screamed in alarm at the fire Iona had made. Just lightly touching it seemed like it would reduce his tuna to ashes. Caillou, then you should have said so. Although Theo's raised voice made Iona's mood soured, Theo was an essential existence providing her sound sleep. So she patiently bore with him. If it were anyone else, she would have immediately sent hellfire. But she held back because it was Theo. Is it alright? Iona patiently met Theo's demands, lowering the fire's temperature. But reduce the fire size on the bottom and a bit of the upper part. Meow. Caillou, is this enough? No. Meow. Increase the size in the middle. Meow. Theo's demands were endless, and Iona's patience started to wane. Caillou, is this okay? Anger stage 2. Iona's anger gauge steadily rose. Theo, seemingly unaware that he was endangering his life, kept ordering Iona around. You've reduced it too much this time. Meow. Caillou, you're too fussy. Just when Iona's patience was reaching its limit. It's done. Meow. Fortunately, the fire's shape and temperature reached the state Theo wanted. Quenji, put the tuna in the fire. Meow. Creon. At Theo's command, Quenji placed the tuna in the fire, and the fire perfectly matched the tuna's shape. It would have been easier if he had asked for the fire to be shaped like the tuna earlier. Just wait for 2 hours, and it'll be done. Meow. While Theo waited for the tuna to be grilled, Caillou, Iona wrapped Theo's tail around herself, seeking peace of mind. Guys, let's start the party. While Theo argued with Iona and grilled the tuna, Sejun had finished steaming the songpyeon, rice cake, and setting up the prepared food. Meow. President Park, let's go up there quickly. Meow. Theo, excited, grabbed Sejun's leg and led him atop the well-grilled tuna's body. Hold on. There was something else to do first. Sejun took 2 bowls filled with songpyeon to the dragons. Kaiser, Kellyan, please try this. It's a dish called songpyeon. This way of personally taking food to the dragons pleased them, and it also made it easier for the other animals to eat comfortably. Shall we try it? It's called songpyeon? Kaiser and Kellyan asked with anticipation. Yes. Inside, it's filled with a mixture of sweet potato, and honey. While Sejun was explaining, swallow. Upon hearing that sweet potatoes were inside, Kaiser and Kellyan stuffed songpyeon into the mouths of the dragon statues. And then, the 2 dragon statues were silent. They seemed to be busy tasting the songpyeon. Then enjoy your meal. Sejun greeted the 2 dragon statues and returned to his seat. President Park, over here. Meow. Bang. Unable to wait, Theo, who had jumped onto the grilled tuna, tapped the body of the tuna and called Sejun. Alright. Sejun scooped food for himself into a bowl and climbed up to the grilled tuna. Meanwhile, the rabbits sat down and waited for Sejun to eat. Let's eat. Along with Sejun's words, the animals began to eat. President Park, hurry up and give me a churu. Meow. Theo, who had sprawled on Sejun's lap, looked at Sejun and spoke confidently. It was only natural for him to be confident. Because I am the star of this party. Meow. Although it was a party to celebrate Sejun's quest completion, at some point, in Theo's mind, this party had become one for himself. The reason for hosting the party, it didn't matter. Meow. All that mattered was Sejun's lap, churu, and a big fish. Rip. As Sejun tore the churu pouch and squeezed it for Theo to eat. Slurp. Theo started eating earnestly. And then, crunch. Coyote. Iona also started munching on the stir-fried peanuts she had buried in Theo's tail, grasping them greedily with both hands. Nom. Sejun also ate the songpyeon he had made. Sweet potato. The first rice cake he picked up was made with sweet potato filling. The chewy dough and soft sweet potato mixed together as he chewed, providing a chewy yet tender texture. And at first, there was only the sweetness of the sweet potato, but soon, the sweetness of the rice began to blend with it, giving the taste a new variation as he became accustomed to the flavor of the sweet potato. Gulp. After eating one songpyeon, he picked up the next one. Nom. This time, it was a songpyeon made with a mixture of potato and honey filling. The texture was similar, but the density of the sweetness was different. If the sweet potato songpyeon was a gentle drizzle, the potato and honey mixture was a pouring downpour, where everything mixed together. The sweetness of the rice was swept away by the honey, becoming indistinguishable. That didn't mean it lacked flavor, though. The heaviness of the honey acted like gravity, absorbing the other sweet flavors and creating a three-dimensional taste. Nothing beats honey flavor. Just as Sejun had enjoyed about 10 Songpyeon, but where did Quenji go? Sejun looked around for Quenji. The eating champion of the 99th floor, Quenji, was nowhere to be seen. Quenji. When Sejun called for Quenji, Creon, a faint voice came from below, along with a slight vibration. Huh? Quenji. When Sejun called for Quenji again, rustle, rustle. Quenji came out, opening the mouth of the tuna. He had been busily eating the grilled tuna from the inside. The golden bat was sitting on Quenji's forehead, shining. You? Sejun quickly checked on Theo. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Theo was still eating churro, unaware that Quenji had touched his tuna. That was close. Quenji, eat the Songpyeon now. Creon. At Sejun's words, Quenji responded energetically and began eating the Songpyeon on the table. And then, sip, sip. The golden bat was seen sucking the juice of cherry tomatoes that Sejun had put on the sip, sip. As a garnish. Sejun realized that he had not prepared anything for the golden bat at the party. Is this something the golden bat might like? Sejun fell into thought. And then, he suddenly remembered the fruit. There was a pineapple he had brought from the 75th floor. Seeing it eat cherry tomatoes, he was sure that the sweet and sour juice of the pineapple would be to its liking. Just a moment. Meow. Coyote. Sejun hurriedly went to the field where he had planted pineapples, with Theo and Iona hanging on his leg. Oh, they've grown quite large. Although Sejun hadn't paid much attention to them, the pineapple crowns had taken root and were growing well, producing pineapples the size of fists. Pleased with the uniqueness of the pineapples, Sejun gently stroked each one. Farmer's Touch LV 2 is activated. The growth of the pineapple accelerates slightly while being touched. While doing so, he examined which pineapple to pick. As he was gently stroking each pineapple, chuck. As soon as Sejun touched it, Farmer's Touch LV 3 is activated. The growth of the screaming pineapple accelerates slightly while being touched. There was a pineapple with a different name. A screaming pineapple. A new variety had emerged. But the name was too ominous to simply harvest. Guys, support me, President Park. Trust me. Meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Leave it to me. Upon Sejun's request for help, Theo and Iona shouted loudly and prepared to protect him. Then, I'm cutting it now. Sejun signaled to Theo and Iona. Then, Cirque. He grabbed the pineapple crown like a tuft of hair and cut the stem connecting the fruit with his dagger. You have harvested an unripe screaming pineapple. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 6 has increased slightly. You have gained 30 experience points. Phew. Fortunately, nothing happened, perhaps because it was still unripe. It'll taste fine even if it's not ripe, right? While Sejun was thinking about whether the golden bat would enjoy the unripe pineapple, crack. The middle of the screaming pineapple split open as if opening its mouth. Huh? It's dangerous. Meow. Feeling the unusual magic from the pineapple, Theo hurriedly covered Sejun's ears with his front paw and shield. Iona quickly cast a shield spell on Sejun's body. Soon, Kia-eek, a sharp scream filled with magical power came from the pineapple. Whoosh! Although it only screamed, a wind arose, creating a light dust storm. It was fortunate. Without the protection of the two, Sejun's ears might have been deafened, or his insides might have been seriously shaken by the shockwave. President Park would have had a close call without me. Meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Theo acted smug as usual, and Iona laughed ominously. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower recognizes your exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate the screaming pineapple. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 6 has increased slightly. The achievement message of acquiring a new variety appeared. But what was that scream earlier? Sejun checked the half-split pineapple. Screaming pineapple. A pineapple grown in the tower, full of nutrients, and delicious. When harvested, the stored mana explodes, splitting the side of the pineapple and releasing a scream-like sound and a mana-filled shockwave. Harvested in an unripe state, the intensity of the shockwave has greatly decreased. Cultivator. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, C. This is a greatly decreased shockwave. He might have had to risk his life if he had tried to harvest a fully ripened one. Now even the crops, The things he had to risk his life for were gradually increasing. As Sejun grumbled, holding the pineapple, and headed to the Golden Bat. Pat, President Park, cheer up, meow. Theo comforted him, resting his chin on Sejun's head and stroking it with his front paw. And then, pip pip, Sejun, thank you. It's tangy and delicious. Fortunately, the unripe pineapple's juice was to the Golden Bat's taste, and the Golden Bat was delighted. In Gagel's conference room. What's happening with the locust swarm in Africa? I think it's time to reduce their numbers. Knowing that Gagel is deliberately reducing the food supply to some extent, political pressure from the United States and Europe began to rise as food prices continued to soar. Starting tomorrow, we plan to mass spray a newly developed insecticide that is harmless to humans across the African continent using drones. The director in charge of Africa's food supplies answered Chairman Williams' question. Good. What's the price? Although moving under pressure, Gagel's business style was to somehow gain benefits, so Gagel secretly negotiated with African governments and received compensation. We have agreed to receive farmland and mines from each government. African governments complied with Gagel's demands in order to maintain their regime, as the atmosphere was such that riots could break out at any moment due to food issues. Well, not bad. The insecticide is definitely safe, right? Yes. You don't need to worry. It won't harm humans even if ingested in large quantities, but locusts can't tolerate even a small intake. Okay. Next report, Vice Chairman. Yes. At Williams' call, Michael began to report. We have removed all of the skeleton tombs on the second floor of the tower and turned them into experience farms, and we are working on expanding the experience farm to the third floor. And the revenue? The current revenue is 10,000 tower coins a day, roughly $10 million. Michael continued his report confidently, oblivious to what he was actually doing. Black Tower's administrator's zone. Munch, munch. Aileen was chewing songpai on that Sejun gave her, filling her cheeks until they puffed up. Sejun didn't give Aileen a giant songpai, but Aileen used polymorph magic to take on a human form. Now, in the high mana concentration of the administrator area, Aileen could use polymorph magic without any burden. Gulp. Hee. Delicious. Yum. Yum. Aileen stuffed in 2 more songpai in a row. At first, she thought that turning into a human was shameful, but after transforming to meet Sejun, she found the human form to be incredibly pleasing. If she were in her original dragon form, she would need to chew about 2,000 rice cakes to feel full, but in her human form, 2 were enough to fill her mouth. Hee. I should return the favor too. She wanted to repay him with cooking, but Sejun always insisted on cooking himself. Hee. Sejun thinks so much about me. I'll save cooking for later. Aileen decided to save her cooking to surprise Sejun later. It definitely wasn't because she lacked confidence in her cooking. And then, I should also enchant my scale and give it as a gift. She decided to gift Sejun a unique, special item. Kaiser's enchanted scale for Sejun made Aileen very envious. Now that she had more magical power, she could make one too. Polymorph. Release. Thud. Aileen returned to her original form. Where is it? Aileen rummaged around the place where she kept her things, looking for the box where she had collected the scales that had fallen off during her infancy. Dragons knew that their scales and teeth were excellent materials, so they typically saved them. Ah, here it is. Aileen picked up one of the scales. Then, ouch, she bit her finger, causing a small wound. Unlike Kaiser, Aileen couldn't just use her magic to engrave spells yet. Drip, drip. Aileen smeared the falling red blood drops on her claw. I have to finish before the blood dries. Scribble, scribble. She quickly began to engrave the magic circle with her claws. I need to plant this again. Sejun collected the seeds from the screaming pineapple that the Golden Bat had left behind after sucking its juice and planted them in the field. You have planted the seeds of the screaming pineapple. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV 6 has slightly increased. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV 1, your proficiency in seed sowing LV 6 has increased by an additional 5%. He thought he would try growing it since it was a new breed. As long as he didn't harvest it himself, there would be no problem. After planting the seeds, let's do the dishes now. Sejun began to clear the dishes he and the animals had eaten from. Just then, the tower's administrator says she enjoyed the songpai you gave her. The tower's administrator says she has something prepared for you too. Huh? Something prepared? It not food, is it? He prayed it wasn't food, unable to forget the pond poisoning incident caused by the health soup that Aileen had given him in the past. No, he could never forget it. It had been a great shock to him. The tower's administrator says it's not food but an item. An item? Phew. Sejun sighed in relief that it wasn't food, but the tower's administrator apologizes for disappointing you. The tower's administrator says she will prepare food next time. Aileen thought Sejun was disappointed. No, I'm not disappointed at all. Don't ever cook again, Aileen. I'll do the cooking for the rest of my life. Sejun vehemently denied it, forcefully putting an end to Aileen's cooking. Then, Aileen. For some reason, Aileen didn't respond again. Instead, in Sejun's hand, a black heart-shaped necklace appeared, covered in incomprehensible characters. What's this? The solid black heart was about the size of a thumb's knuckle and was quite cute. However, it's not something weird, is it? The red unknown characters on the black heart gave an ominous feeling. Still, since a trustworthy being had given it, Sejun closely examined the necklace. Young Dragon's Scale Necklace. The great black dragon Aileen Pratani engraved a magic circle using dragon blood on this scale that fell off when she was young. It is clumsily made as it's her first creation. Destroying the scale will activate the highest grade healing magic spell. Usage restrictions. Park Sejun, acknowledged by Aileen Pratani, strength 100 or more. Creator, Aileen Pratani. Grade, B+. Unlike Kaiser's scale, it had to be worn, did not automatically activate, and had a lower grade, but it was all okay. It was Aileen's first creation, and she even used her blood, so he was thankful and happy just to receive it. But there was one problem. Did you make this for me to use? Sejun's current strength stat was 17.8, and a strength of 100 or more was needed to destroy Aileen's scale. Aileen seemed to have given it to him to use when his life was in danger. But to Sejun, it was merely a collectible accessory. I'll accept the thought. When Sejun put on the necklace that Aileen had given him, President Park, let's go to sleep now, meow. Theo came out of the kitchen with Iona and said, what about the dishes? Coyote. We've finished them. Under Iona's leadership, the animals had finished cleaning the dishes. Really? Good job. Let's go to bed now. Okay. Meow. Coyote. Yes. Sejun took Theo and Iona and went to sleep. Alright. Sejun got up. Meow. Placed Theo on his knee, and, swoosh, made a mark on the wall, beginning the 279th morning of being stranded. Quack. In the dawn, diligent mushroom ants who had already harvested mushrooms on their backs greeted Sejun on their way to the field. Since there was no need to count the harvest anymore for Job Quest, Sejun let the mushroom ants harvest freely. Right. Hello. Going to eat breakfast? Quack. In response to Sejun's question, the mushroom ants moved their antennas up and down. The mushroom ants had been simultaneously pruning and eating in the cherry tomato field since lunch yesterday. For Sejun, it was killing two birds with one stone, as he could handle both the pruning and the ants' meal. In addition to pruning, the mushroom ants also helped with other farming tasks. Since their original job was similar to farming, once the rabbits taught them a few things, they quickly became skilled farmers. While Sejun was greeting the mushroom ants, snore, Theo and Iona were still sleeping, snoring. First, let's eat breakfast and then try making garatiauk superscript 1. Where's the rice dough? Sejun looked for the wealth-devouring rice dough, which he received from Kellyanne. The rabbits had carefully set it aside in one corner of the kitchen. Sejun approached the rice dough. The shape of the rice dough had changed slightly. It felt a bit bigger. What's this? Sejun examined the condition of the rice dough. There was additional information. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Its abilities have increased by swallowing a massive amount of wealth. You can choose between rice dough and rice flour when the wealth-devouring rice dough swallows wealth. 1 tower coin for 1 kilogram of rice dough, 0.5 kilograms of rice flour. Usage restrictions, LV 50 or higher, magic power 50 or higher. Creator, Pong. Grade, AA+. A massive amount of wealth. Sejun had only used 10 tower coins, but he had no idea that Kaiser had spent 10 million tower coins. He had been wondering whether he should dry the rice dough to make it back into flour for the dough of rice cake and make a jolly, but the problem was solved all at once. Though Kaiser had spent 10 million tower coins, they could now make tastier make a jolly, so it was a win-win for both Sejun and Kaiser. Let's eat to breakfast. Today's breakfast was roasted sweet potatoes and cherry tomato juice, since they had eaten all the food prepared yesterday. Then he mixed a little water with the rice flour, made it into a slightly clumpy state, and the dough was ready to be steamed into garatiauk. But it was still lacking in stickiness. Of course, there was one last process to add stickiness. Quenji, pound it very hard. Creon. At Sejun's command, Quenji raised its branch overhead, ready to hit the rice dough with full force. Oops! Sejun realized he had used too strong a word in his excitement. Sto. As Sejun was about to quickly stop Quenji, squeak! A cry from the black rabbit echoed from a distance. Creon? Quenji quickly turned its head towards the sound. Brother Black Rabbit? Squeak! The black rabbit, moving swiftly, suddenly appeared next to Quenji, wearing dazzling golden clothes. Brothers here. Creon. Quenji eagerly greeted the black rabbit passionately. Brother, Black Rabbit, you're here, meow. Coyote. Long time no see. Hello, Brother Black Rabbit. After almost 10 days, they were greeting the black rabbit. Black Rabbit, it's nice to see you. But how about floor 55 of the tower? There's no trouble, is there? Sejun asked with concern. Squeak. I came to get carrot seeds. The black rabbit replied, hopping onto Sejun's shoulder. The black rabbit had come to plant carrots on floor 55. Got it. But since you're here, could you pound this? Sejun pointed to the rice dough. He was always curious how chewy rice cake pounded with the black rabbit's hammer would be. Squeak. Thump, thump, thump. At Sejun's request, the black rabbit began pounding the rice dough, putting emotion into it as if relieving stress. Black Rabbit, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Indeed, rebuilding a kingdom was not easy. Sejun thought he must take good care of the black rabbit before it returned to 55th floor of the tower. Squeak. Bang, bang, bang. Each time the black rabbit kneaded the dough, it became stickier, and the dough began to glisten. You're doing well. Sejun began to prepare to make garatiauk while the black rabbit was kneading the dough. Quenji, cut this. Creon. Rip. Quenji easily tore the exoskeleton of a fire ant worker, which couldn't even be pierced by a honeybee's poisonous stinger, as if ripping paper. And then, Iona, attach this. Yes. Sejun had Iona connect the torn exoskeleton using an adhesive spell, creating a funnel shape with a small hole at the end. Now, all he had to do was to put the dough in the funnel, press it, and the delicious garatiauk would be made. At that moment, Squeak! The black rabbit called Sejun, saying the dough was ready. Really? Then shall we make one batch first? Sejun took some of the still hot rice dough and put it in the manual garatiauk machine. Quenji, press it slowly and gently. This time, he entered the command in line with Quenji's compression level without making a mistake. Creon. Press. As Quenji gently pressed down on the dough at Sejun's command, drip, drip, drip. The milky garatiauk slowly began to emerge from the end of the conical funnel as the dough was pressed. Shall we see how it is? Sejun cut the end of the freshly pulled garatiauk, and you have completed a slightly chewy garatiauk. Your proficiency with cooking LV4 has slightly increased. The taste and effect of the slightly chewy garatiauk have slightly improved due to the effect of cooking LV4. A message appeared, indicating that the garatiauk was completed. A slightly chewy garatiauk. Slightly chewy? Sejun checked the options of the dish before eating it due to the strange name. Slightly chewy garatiauk, made with the finest rice flour under the supervision of a skilled chef and pressed into a long shape with strong pressure. A bumbling rice cake maker's kneading has slightly enhanced the chewiness of the garatiauk. Chef, Tao Farmer Park Sejun, Red Ribbon Kingdom's King. Black Rabbit, bumbling rice cake maker. Expiration date, 10 days. Grade, C+. It wasn't strange that the black rabbit had become the king of the Red Ribbon, or that Choo Choo became the queen of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. However, a bumbling rice cake maker? Squeak! At Sejun's words, the black rabbit made an awkward expression. In fact, the black rabbit had awakened two jobs simultaneously when he was awakened. One was a warrior, and the other was a rice cake maker. The black rabbit wanted to be a warrior, and since the situation at the time wasn't suitable for making rice cakes, he naturally paid no attention to the rice cake making job. "What? You've been catching monsters with this great kneading technique all this time?" No wonder I felt a sticky sensation when hitting monsters. His feeling was correct. The Black Rabbit's hammer was actually a rice cake mallet. How could he have let such a talent go to waste? Sejun didn't know, but one of the Black Rabbit's maternal ancestors was a Pongpongji who created the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. In other words, the Black Rabbit was a descendant of Pongpongji, born with a rice cake spoon. Superscript 1. Quenji, follow me. Sejun called Quenji and hurried to the kitchen. "Black Rabbit, I'll nurture your talent." "Quenji, prepare the pot." Quenji brought a large pot in front of Sejun. And then, relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 100 tower coins and produced 50 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour. Sejun began to produce rice flour. Swoosh. Fine rice flour poured into the large pot. After pouring rice flour 10 times at 100 tower coins each, the large pot was almost full. "Put it here." Quenji lifted the large pot and put it into Sejun's void storage. Then, as they went back outside, "Hello, we're back." "President Theo, we're back." Two intern cats who had just arrived greeted Sejun and Theo. "Huh? Black Rabbit, where are you?" "We ran into Lord Black Rabbit on the way. He was rushing down." "He's already bolted." It seemed that the Black Rabbit, predicting Sejun's reaction, had hurriedly grabbed some carrot seeds and run away. "Sejun, shall I chase after Black Rabbit?" The Golden Bat, who would betray even his own brother without hesitation for Sejun, asked. To catch up with the Black Rabbit, one would need the speed of a Golden Bat. "It's okay. Even if he runs, it's just the 55th floor of the tower." "Black Rabbit, you'll end up in your uncle's palm even if you run." He. Sejun laughed like a villain. The Black Rabbit didn't know that Sejun could put things in and take them out of the treasure vault on the 55th floor of the tower. "I'll put this in the treasure vault." One large pot containing 500 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour is inbound to the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Delivery arrived before the Black Rabbit, waiting for its master. "Let's taste the garrat diauk first." Sejun put the garrat diauk he had cut earlier into his mouth. "Wow, it's insane." The dough was so chewy that it didn't lose its elasticity no matter how much he chewed. Indeed, Black Rabbit's rice cake pounding was essential for delicious rice cakes. Quenji looked at Sejun with desperate eyes. "Is it done, Dad?" Nod. Sejun, still chewing on the garrat diauk, nodded his head instead of answering and cut the garrat diauk into a length for Quenji's mouth. However, Quenji shook its head before even chewing. "Why? Is something strange?" Sejun was taken aback by Quenji's reaction. Who would eat even spoiled food if it tasted good? Quenji shook its head again at Sejun's words, pointing to its snack pocket. "No, the honey is missing." You want me to dip it in honey?" Sejun took out honey from Quenji's snack pocket and dipped the garrat diauk in it, then put it in Quenji's mouth. Only then did Quenji nod its head. "Let's start making garrat diauk now." Since Iona had cast a spell to keep the dough's temperature from dropping, the dough's condition remained the same. Quenji put in the remaining dough and began to make garrat diauk in earnest. But when the work was finished, the remaining garrat diauk was roughly 3 meters. The rest disappeared as soon as they appeared, given to the rabbits and dragons. Of course, about 90% of the garrat diauk made went straight into Quenji's stomach. He now understood why freshly made garrat diauk taste the best. Indeed, food is tastiest when freshly made. "Next time, I'll make bksulgi if I put sweet potatoes in." When Sejun was coming up with the recipe for the next rice cake, "How much did you sell this time?" "Meow?" Theo asked the interns about sales at the 38th floor camp of the tower. The interns were selling cherry tomatoes at the auction to the hunters while delivering sturdy blade green onions to the Earth Defense Force. They had to keep selling, or there would be nowhere to store them. Therefore, Theo fully entrusted the interns with the sale of the inexpensive cherry tomatoes and focused on selling high-priced crops. "We sold 5,000 cherry tomatoes for 6,000 tower coins." The price had fallen by almost 40% since Theo's last auction when Theo sold them for 1.9 tower coins each. Since the interns were now selling energy cherry tomatoes every 2-3 days, the scarcity of the tomatoes declined, and the price fell. But still, thanks to the effect of increasing vitality when eaten daily and the image as a diet product since it was the first of Sejun's crops introduced on Earth. The price decline was slower than expected, and the buyers steadily increased. And here it is. The interns brought the churro and seasonings they got from humans. Good job, meow. Theo gave 1% of the money as an incentive to the interns. It was Sejun's farm policy. Thank you, President Theo. Thank you. The interns were thrilled to receive the incentive. They would use it to upgrade their bags and get more incentives. This was their happiness these days. The cat interns had completely forgotten about paying off their debts to shorten their contract period. But didn't Taejun say anything about finding the wooden board I sent? No, he said there's nothing. Really? Sejun was disappointed by the answer. He thought at least one person would contact him for 10 million won. People's suspicion has increased because the world is too scary nowadays. Even I wouldn't contact. If he found a business card on the street that said, contact this number and I'll give you 10 million won, he would not believe it either. I'll have to change the method. Sejun decided to think more about it and went to the field to start farming. After eating the garati auk, he wanted to move his body. Sejun got Yuo on his own for the first time in a while. Swoosh. He started the morning of the 282nd day of being stranded, drawing a line on the wall. It feels empty without the animals. Theo and Iona had gone back down the tower yesterday. Theo went to sell crops and to receive a report on the Earth Defense Force's performance, and Iona left because she suddenly received a call from the Wizards Association. As a result, Sejun came outside, feeling both refreshed and empty. Creon. Pip pip. As Sejun came outside, he was greeted by Quenji and a golden bat. Fortunately, having them around lessened the emptiness. Creon. Thump, thump. Quenji started patting its belly as it saw Sejun. He's hungry. Alright, let's eat. Sejun took Quenji and golden bat to the kitchen and warmed up the leftover grilled fish that he had prepared for Theo the previous day. Creon. Although it was the usual meal, Quenji ate it as if it were a delicious new dish. And, Pip Pip, the golden bat, who loved fruit, sucked on cherry tomato juice. After finishing breakfast, as they were heading to the field, squeak, quack, quack. Rabbits and mushroom ants were seen happily farming together. The rabbits rode on the backs of the mushroom ants, with the ants taking care of the bottom and the rabbits the top as they harvested cherry tomatoes. With the increase in mushroom ants, the farm operated smoothly even without Sejun. Then, a roar from the pink-furred mother crimson giant bear was heard. Did they invade again? Lately, about 100,000 fire ants had been swarming once in a while, probably to reclaim their slaves. Let's go, guys. Creon. Pip pip. As Sejun and the animals rushed towards the pink fur, thud. Pink fur lightly struck the ground, creating a shockwave that stunned the larger ants, making it easier for Sejun to hunt. These fire ants, 1.5 times larger than the workers, were fire ant warriors with sharp teeth and thick legs. Thanks. Time to make a thundercloud. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Pink Fur and prepared to use thundercloud skill. But just as he was about to rain down, splash, water was sprayed towards the fire ant warriors. HMPH. Save your magic power, so you can cast one more. The black dragon statue spat water from its mouth. Thank you, Kaiser. Ahem. Then later, sweet potato rice cakes. He had ulterior motives. Throw thunder, throw thunder, throw thunder. Thanks to that, Sejun, who saved magic power by skipping the raining process, dropped 3 consecutive bursts of blue lightning on the fire ant warriors. Crash. You have defeated a fire ant warrior. You have gained 1,500 experience points. You have leveled up. Sejun defeated 5,000 out of 100,000 and leveled up. Boom. The rest were taken care of by Pink Fur, Creon, Boom, and Quenji. TSK. How can I use that? Kaiser inadvertently clicked his tongue. TL notes. 1. Play on words. Born with silver, gold spoon. Instead it was changed to rice cake spoon. Guard Pink Fur has killed the fire ant warrior. You have gained 750 experience points. 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Pink Fur. Guard Quenji has killed the fire ant warrior. You have gained 750 experience points. 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. Good. Sejun, who has reached level 55 after leveling up twice with the help of Pink Fur and Quan Chi, smiled with satisfaction. He then invested the bonus stats in strength and stamina.